Coming up today at Oaklawn Park, perhaps the most contentious Derby prep race we have had thus far. The Grade 2 Rebel taking place today at Oaklawn Park. Sandman looking for a cleaner trip, but there are some new faces. We know Bob Baffert is always dangerous. This year, he's sending out Madaket Road, looking for his 9th win in the Rebel. And then there's Cole Battle, undefeated on dirt for his 72-year-old trainer, Lonnie Briley. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today here at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Very happy to be here. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, as we look forward to a Sunday fun day indeed, with some of the cold weather, not being able to train during normal training hours for a few days this week here in Arkansas, pushing that Rebel card back to today on Sunday. And what a day it will be. 5 stakes in the program, 3 of them graded, including that Grade 2 Rebel. We will have 1 scratch in there with Bullard coming out, so making that a field of 13 to go postward. A mile and a 16th Kentucky Derby points on the line for this Grade 2 Rebel, $1.25 million, as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with me. As Richie, these days are special, and as I kind of touched on in the intro, we've seen some Kentucky Derby preps already. It's that time of year. This looks to be top to bottom, perhaps one of the most contentious we've seen thus far.
Oh, I agree. I think there's a very deep, contentious field, and it's a big field. So it's a dress rehearsal, if you will, for the Kentucky Derby, which always draws usually 20, but around that part. So this is good for these young horses to have to race through traffic, show that they've got the courage to negotiate in a big field.
We'll get a chance to see several coming out of the Southwest rematching. Big storyline there. Sandman, the morning line favorite. Can he get a cleaner trip than he did last time out? We'll start off our live racing go here at Oaklawn with race 3 coming up next. It's 6 furlongs on the main track and a first level allowance race for fillies and mares. Taking a look at the field thus far right now, down to the inside, Ashburn Alley, no surprise, currently your heavy favorite, as she came back off a big layoff last time here at Oaklawn and was just beating a nose in her first start for Robbie Medina.
Yeah, over 15 months off after breaking her maiden at the Belmont at the Big A meeting in the slop. And that was a huge effort there. But which way does she go off of that effort, Acacia? Does she go backwards off it, or does she actually go forward from a fitness standpoint?
Just missed that day. Looked like she kind of loomed up on the outside, maybe a little bit leg weary, just caught there at the end, but as you said, could have the opportunity to take a step forward just to her outside. The 2, Queen's Martini, taking some attention. Not one that has much early speed, but her trainer, Ron Moquette, looking for a big day with a strong chance in the Rebel later on.
Yeah, I mean, he has Speed King, but he is having a tremendous meeting, and he gets Flavian Pratt here, and Flavian is a rider that's shipping around again. I'd like to be his travel agent.
Yeah, he certainly has covered a lot of ground, of course. Picked up his first Champion Eclipse Award last year. They're in for race 3. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call live at Oaklawn Park.
Bacon, the apprentice, having a great meet in the top 3 in the standings currently. Rounds out the field of 10 in the gate, and we're ready to go. And they're off. Lori's Secret, slow to go. Brooklyn Drew had no problems, is on the lead at once, clears off in the first 16th of a mile. Gloriette picks up the running in the second position and comes up to press the pace setter. Brooklyn Drew on top 3/4 of a length from Gloriette in the second spot. Insightful Miss running in third. There's a silver lining outside of her. A gap of 3 to Ashburn Alley in the 5th position. Music Mistress, Queen's Martini. They're side by side. Then another pair, Lori's Secret and Tiffany Twist. That leaves That's Our Vision to trail the field. A strung out group as they go into the far turn. Brooklyn Drew very quick, went 21 4/5 seconds. That's moving on the Oaklawn dirt today. Brooklyn Drew, Gloriette turning up the heat even more, and these two are together hitting the quarter pole. Gap of 3 lengths to Insightful Miss. There's a silver lining, backpedaling in the wrong direction. She's done, passed by Ashburn Alley, who has some work to do. 5 lengths to gain on Gloriette, who hits the furlong pole and kicks on here, Gloriette. Gloriette, furlong to go, opening up 2.5. Now it's 3, getting away from the competition. Ashburn Alley coming out of the crowd to take second, but that's the best she'll do. Look at Gloriette go. Gloriette, stylish today. Ashburn Alley was second, Queen's Martini third, Brooklyn Drew was fourth.
Number 12, Gloriette with the win. First off the claim for Shea Stewart. Gets the victory in Ashburn Alley. Not necessarily the best trip in there. Came running up to settle for second as your favorite yet again.
Yeah, the inside post did her no favors, but another honest and game effort from her. But Gloriette, this is Tyler Bacon at his best. Horses run up into his hands, they get balanced, and they keep finding. You're getting a 5-pound break in the weights with a young rider. To me, is just as good as any journeyman. I mean, he's just really, really, to me, impressing and checking all the right boxes.
17-year-old apprentice jockey. We'll learn a little bit more about his story later on in the show, as he will be riding in the Rebel today for the one and only, the coach, Dwayne Lucas. You have a trainer who's been there, done that, seen it all, and a young rider who's really experiencing a lot of things for the first time.
89-year-old trainer who's, rewritten the record books and in the Hall of Fame, and a 17-year-old apprentice jockey. And what's significant too, Acacia, is that apprentice jockeys do not get the weight allowance in stakes races. That speaks of a lot of confidence that Wayne Lucas has in him.
We've seen Wayne give some big opportunities to some young riders throughout the years, and this year will be no different. That's coming up a little bit later on in the Rebel. Will be certainly a highlight on today's show, but here's a look at what else is coming up. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm, fast main track here at Oaklawn Park. The sun is threatening to come out. We had some sunshine yesterday, which certainly did help. We also have races 4 through 10, fast main track over at Aqueduct, highlighted by the Broadway, and the start of the cross-country pick 5 there in race number 9. As always, you can play all of the action with Naira Bets. Be sure to sign up, get started today with your $200 deposit match using promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. A lot to look forward to this afternoon, and that does include welcoming in our friends over on the set in New York, Greg Wolf and Paul LaDuca here with us, guys. Looking forward to this fantastic Sunday of racing.
Yeah, I think we all are. Thanks, you too. You have 5 stakes on that card out in Hot Springs. Big prep for the Oaks, for the Derby as well. As we get set for our Aqueduct coverage here, we're going to start with race 4 here, $40,000 claiming race at 1 1/8, and a couple of horses. Certainly Costa Terra, the 3, taking a huge drop in class for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and Bold Endeavor, the 1, those are the 2 horses that are really taking the money in this race. And it looks like those 2 horses are going to get bet in here. I'm going to go a little bit outside the box.
All right, we'll get to that selection in a moment. Post parade in progress right now. Again, 40 claiming race, 1 1/8 as you take a look at the current odds. Favorite right now is Costa Terra, who has the rail for Linda Rice and has been facing a lot better company than most, but coming off a disappointing performance last start.
Yeah, the effort is kind of weird, right? But, kind of went to the front, backed up, and maybe this horse wants to drop. Has not stopped racing in a while, hasn't had a break, so maybe the drop is warranted today.
We start with 9-year-old Bold Endeavor, very sharp form, and before he went to the bench was facing very good company as well.
And won by 6 3/4 lengths last time out, so yeah, the form is there at this distance.
The remaining half of the entry for the 2 and 2B, Just Call Ray, breaks second to the outside.
Yeah, this one for Jamie Ness. This horse is 0 for 9 at Aqueduct, but it's never raced at Aqueduct under the Jamie Ness.
Favorite, Costa Terra, the rail for Linda Rice.
Another horse that comes from way out of it in here, so it's going to need to get a trip. Jose Lescano won 4 yesterday.
Lost in Rome, the potential to be forward with Romero Mirage.
Yeah, Romero put a lot of horses forward in the last couple days, and this horse is a 9-time winner.
That 5 horse, probably the one who's going to be in front, you think?
Yeah, Carol Cedeno can get aggressive. Now, Lescano was on this horse last time, but I don't think you do anything different than try to go gate to wire like you did in this last start.
The 6 went by Jackson Heights, and then here is Chelonian invading from Parks in sharp form.
Yeah, and a horse that Kendrick Carmouche won on 2 back. Now, went over his head a tiny bit last time out, and maybe the cutback in class. This will be his first start ever at Aqueduct.
First 3 races on this card today, and yesterday, certainly early on, Speed was doing very well. It has been all horses either on the lead or right up front early who have won these first 3 on the card. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the afternoon. Play along with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and get your stats on all the horses, trainers, jockeys for all the races we're covering this afternoon. As we're 3 minutes away from a middle pick 4 here in this 4th from Aqueduct. Let's check in for the first time today downstairs with Sarah El Badwi.
Hey guys, and we're taking a look at some of these older, hardened veterans that we have facing off in this 1.125 distance, and hopefully this is a race where we do get a better, clearer idea of how today's track is playing, because it doesn't seem to be as severe an inside bias as we saw yesterday, but seems as though we still are dealing with wanting to be forward and wanting to be towards the inside as of now. And we'll take a look at your current favorite, horse buying for favoritism actually, and that's the number 3, Costa Terra, who is taking that logical drop in class, has been facing much tougher company over his last several races, and now after a disappointing performance last time, he is getting some class relief, and his race 2 back absolutely makes him your winner here. Just a question of whether or not he's going to repeat that kind of effort or one similar, or if we're going to see something like we did last time. But either way, he is one of those types that does need some pace to develop ahead of him, and thankfully he has Sagamore Mischief in here, who will likely go towards the front. Another horse to take a look at that is right now your current favorite, that's Bold Endeavor, coming off of a big performance last time out, 90 Beyer speed figure, but he's stepping up in class, and we'll have to see if he can handle some of these horses that are taking that drop down into easier company. Ultimately, I went with the number 4, Lost in Rome, a horse who finished second last time out to Magnolia Midnight. Just could never catch up with that one towards the front end, always in chase mode. I thought that he could be the one sitting closest to your early pace setter and have that forward position and hopefully be able to make a move prior to Costa Terra and Bold Endeavor as well.
All right, Sarah, thanks. So 3-1 right now on Lost in Rome. Let's get back to the one you like, Paulie. Just Call Ray, who is a 6-time winner for Jamie Ness.
Yeah, and a horse that, if you look back, has some numbers to go to. An 89 Beyer, good race at Laurel Park, and then a one-turn 7-furlong race where I thought the horse ran a pretty good race considering he was 7-1. Now, his last 2 races, you got to be able to forgive some of the last 2 races. That's why this horse is dropping for 40. But the last time he was in for 40, he did win at Parks. He got claimed, and he ran an 86-89 Beyer. I think at that price, when you look at horses like the 7, who's got similar races going backwards a little bit, you look at the 6 horse in here, second for Rob Altris, I give that horse a little credit, but the 1 could back up in here, Bold Endeavor. The horse he's got to beat is the 3 in here, but I just think at 12-1, I think it's a ridiculous price.
Meanwhile, there is the horse who had been favored most of the wagering, but the public settling on Bold Endeavor right now. Costa Terra for one of the sharpest barns in the game, Linda Rice, and just been facing so much better company than really everyone in here.
Yeah, this horse had faced Locked, Quality Chic, some really good horses. And, you know, his last start, I think you can kind of draw a line through that because he didn't have the best of trips. But on this day, he didn't get off great. He was still able to get up in time at 1.125 miles, so you know he's battle-tested at this distance. And like I said, I just think when Jose Lascano won 4 races yesterday, he's riding pretty tall right now. I think he's the horse to beat, obviously.
Well, that was a win right there over Moore's Law, who had been an impressive winner in an entry-level allowance at Saratoga coming into that race for Chad Brown. We'll see if the form can hold up here for Costa Terra, facing a lot easier company, but obviously a real rival in Bold Endeavor, who at 9 years old, you know, before this horse went to the bench late January of last year, was off for most of the year, was facing pretty good company too. Has come back sharp.
This horse has got some really fast races on his race form. See if he can pair him up at age 9.
Middle pick 4 on this Sunday card from Aqueduct. Bold Endeavor from post 3, the 1, the 9-5 favorite. Costa Terra second choice from the rail for Linda Rice, the 3. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Jackson Heights. Just Call Ray. Chelonian. Last to load. Chelonian. Moves forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Jackson Heights. Right to the back of the field. Sagamore Mischief flashes early speed, and also right there is Lost in Rome. Wants to be part of the early action as they work into that turn. Crossing over will be Carol Cedeno on. Sagamore Mischief is in front. Chelonian is part of the early mix, is now going to stalk from second. In between horses, holding that position is Lost in Rome. Very tight there for Bold Endeavor. Is now shuffled back to the 5th position. Is passed to the outside by the gray. That's Just Call Ray. The 2, At the back, Costa Terra, and slow starting Jackson Heights. They worked to the backstretch and they went 24.51 for the opening quarter mile. Sagamore Mischief at a big number is in front, is up by a half length, is hounded right to the outside by Chelonian, who's now back to within 3/4 of a length of that leader. Is moving forward. It's just stalking this pace setter, Kendrick Carmouche, looking for 3 on the afternoon. At the rail, there is Lost in Rome, is to the inside still of Just Call Ray. Moving towards the outside is Bold Endeavor, and Manny Franco's got clear running room now. Is worked to the outside into the 3 pass, second to last is Costa Terra. Jackson Heights still trails. 50 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and Sagamore Mischief trying to take him all the way. Chelonian is right there in striking position, and here comes the 3-wide run from Just Call Ray. Just Call Ray is on the move, has company in behind. Bold Endeavor is going to be 4 wide. 5 wide is going to be Costa Terra, and the complexion is going to completely change as they went 1:15.1 for 3/4 of a mile, and there's a new leader, and the new leader to the outside is Bold Endeavor. Just Call Ray gets the cue, is trying to stay right with this leader. Sagamore Mischief isn't done, battles on back towards the inside. Bold Endeavor did run right by rivals. Just Call Ray is in between horses trying to muscle on through. Bold Endeavor is now inching clear late, approaches this final furlong, and Bold Endeavor is up by 2.5. Just Call Ray is now alone in second. Sagamore Mischief is back to third, but Bold Endeavor is going to get the victory. Bold Endeavor wins it. Just Call Ray second. Sagamore Mischief and Costa Terra in 1:52.3.
Bold Endeavor, 9-year-old now. He missed most of last year. He's come back very sharp. Back-to-back wins now. And this long shot, even though this 5-horse does not win at 18-1, showing that this track is still playing very kind of speed. Hangs around late.
Yeah, you know,
even though it was a far ways back to him.
Yeah, it was. I mean, but the one really made a strong move at the 8th pole and was able to put the 2B away. And I thought Ruben Silvera did whatever he could to try to get the 2B in motion here at a big price, but no doubt about your winner here, who ends up going off as your favorite at 9-5. But if you had the 2B and the 5 underneath, you get a nice little trifecta, 14-1 and 18-1 underneath.
1, 2B, 5, and 3. Bold Endeavor. Cool story. I missed about 10 months of 2024. Comes off the bench, runs a decent race, then runs a second-place performance. Now back-to-back wins in his 9-year-old campaign. It's the 10th win of his career. Does so at 9-5-2 for Manny Franco today. That man right there, 72-year-old Lonnie Briley, never thought he'd be in this position with a Derby contender. But here he is with Cole Battle, who is undefeated on the dirt, looking for Lonnie Briley's first ever graded stakes win in the Rebel to come from Hot Springs. Hi, Acacia. It's Greg. You got me?
Hi, Greg. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Hi, Danny Glow. Hey there, Greg.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, sounds fine.
You know what, Ev?
Hey, Maggie.
Let's just go 1-3. 1-3. Hey.
Hey. Yeah, I heard her. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. There's a look at the Oaklawn Racing Casino Resort. We're staying at that hotel right over there. We're from your window. You can watch morning training, take a look at the winner's circle, get a good look at what the weather's going to be as well. But there's no better view than the one from the winner's circle, which is what 17-year-old apprentice Tyler Bacon is getting right now, with Gloriette getting the win. They're in race 3, Richie.
Always traveling sweetly under Tyler Bass from that outside post, and that's one of his gifts. Acacia, horses run up into his hands. He always seems to have a little something left. He's become a little tighter on horses, a little bit stronger. That comes with riding. I've been very impressed with this young man, and we must note, Acacia, this track is yielding very fast times today. These horses went 109 and 2.
Something to keep in mind a little bit later on as we get into stakes action, which is coming up next. But $9.80 for race 3 with Gloriette, your favorite Ashburn Alley, having to settle for second. Race 4 is our first stake of the day. It's the Carousel, a 6-furlong sprint for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. And here's a look at the field right now. Justique for Cherie DeVoe, looking to build off of that impressive win at the Fairgrounds last time out, is currently your favorite, the half-sister to Grade 1 winner Motown. But as we welcome in the third member of our Oaklawn team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us. Maggie Benedetta, she's been on a little bit of a streak of her own as her trainer Steve Asmussen looks for his 9th win in this race.
It's amazing. Just the records keep coming for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, Acacia, and yes, Benedetta looking for her 5th win in a row. She has gone into this 4-year-old season much the way that she came out of her 3-year-old season. That is winning. And as you would hope to see with a newly turned 4-year-old, she is bigger and stronger than what I saw from her last year, which was midsummer up in Saratoga as a 3-year-old. All things look good for her. She has her normal disposition in that she's very relaxed here in the paddock, as Steve will give a leg up to his son, or excuse me, to Fabian Pratt today. As we'll move on to number 3, that is Justique for Cherie DeVoe, shipping in here from the Fairgrounds off the back of a big performance, which was off of a layoff. You know, it's funny watching the way that this filly moves, and considering she's a big daughter of Justify, she looks like she wants to travel further, but she's actually undefeated sprinting on the dirt. And I think that comes with her disposition. She's actually a very bubbly type of individual where she's been on the muscle and really kind of on her toes throughout the preliminaries here as she headed into the paddock and as she has been heading out of it. So she looks fantastic, Acacia, and the board would agree as she is currently your favorite.
She is, Maggie. Thank you, Justique, off the back of that win, sprinting when she had previously been going long on the turf. So a change that really worked out when moving to the Cherie DeVoe barn as we're looking at this win at the Fairgrounds, Richie. And you brought up an interesting point. This is a return to stakes competition today for Justique. She was able to race with Lasix last time as it was not in a stake at Fairgrounds. Going to have to come off of that Lasix today. Went back into stakes company.
Well, it's just a legitimate question, right? This was a big effort with a perfect trip under Jose Ortiz, who has been riding in career form at Fairgrounds this winter. Will she be able to duplicate this kind of a run without the benefit of Lasix? It's something as a short price you have to talk about.
Let's meet the rest of the field as we get ready for our post parade here for the Carousel, the first of 5 stakes on the card today. As we touched on with Benedetta, the streak that she's been on, and such good form as well for Steve Asmussen.
Very classy filly, daughter of City Light. Was very impressed with her last time. She does have to work out a trip from the inside because she's probably going to be outfooted a little bit early.
She's 5-2 right now on the board, trying to make it 5 in a row. Here's the number 2, Mazoku, also looking to keep a streak going, a step up in class.
Yeah, big step up in class, so she's going to have to find a faster race.
Here's your favorite, Justique, trying to go back-to-back.
Big effort last time, but that was with Lasix. Will she be able to replicate that?
Number 4, Sandy Bottom in for trainer Michael McCarthy, dropping out of Grade 1 company.
And I think the speed here under Umberto Rispoli.
Big price on the number 5, Miss Arlington.
I think also add some speed to the affair, but would also have to step up here.
Scratch the 6. Next will be the number 7, American Band.
Yeah, another one just taking on much tougher. She's going to have to show she can compete in this kind of company.
Second best is the heavy favorite in allowance try last time out. Big step up in class. Here is the number 8, Lady Moscato, off the back of that win in the Bugler.
And another one that has shown she's proficient without Lasix. You get Keith Asmussen here, who actually rode his dad's filly, the one horse, the last time. Now he rides for the coach.
And here's Irad Ortiz here at Oaklawn. He'll climb aboard this horse, the 9, Pistol.
Well, I personally elevate most horses when Irad Ortiz gets on board. Well placed outside for a horse that should get a stalking trip.
Well, as we mentioned, the number 4, Sandy Bottom, coming out of a Grade 1 try, and her trainer, Michael McCarthy, standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. And Michael, originally shipping 3 horses here to run, unfortunately had to scratch Bullard out of the Rebel because of a temperature.
Yeah, unfortunate. Horse has been doing very, very well. You know, that's kind of the risk you take when you send a horse back here to this part of the country. I think it's been a little bit of a crazy winter everywhere in the Midwest this year. An unfortunate circumstance. We'll get him back to California to regroup.
But you have 2 fillies that will represent you well, especially looking at this race here with Sandy Bottom. Michael, she's quick, and given the results we've seen on this track today, does that make you feel a bit confident?
Yeah, she's very fast. I think she got found out a little bit in the La Brea Stakes on opening day at Santa Anita, the insanely fast fractions. I think she went the half mile, 44-1. I don't think you'll see that today. Obviously, it looks like speed is holding here. The way the racetrack is playing today, I think she'll enjoy it. Haven't been able to do a lot since we've gotten here, but she'll give a good account of herself.
Well, speaking of not being able to do a lot, a lightly raced horse that you'll send out in the Honeybee looking forward, does that affect her adversely?
Yeah, sure. You'd like to get here and just kind of get into a smooth routine, and we were able to do a little something yesterday, and then again today be able to kind of get out and stretch our legs a little bit, but she's unraced, I mean, outside of Southern California. So a couple of new things here, getting on a plane, coming all this way, and having a little abbreviated training schedule, but she's very classy, and there's blue skies ahead for her.
I like that. Well, best of luck with both your fillies, and looking forward to seeing Bullard at some point in the future.
Thank you.
All right, Michael McCarthy here, looking with 2 live chances with those fillies, Acacia.
And could still potentially pick up some stakes at victories today, though unfortunately we won't be able to see Bullard, but good to hear that update from Michael. And there's a look at Sandy Bottom, who, as you touched on, Richie, does look on paper like she's the speed of the speed. How do you see the pace scenario playing out here in this upcoming carousel?
Well, it just feels to me, Acacia, that the 4 Sandy Bottom has one way to go. Now, we've seen kind of historically here at Oaklawn, riders don't tend to rate horses along. They allow them to use their speed, and this track is playing very fast so far today. I do think this horse could potentially have some company up front because you've got riders that are going to allow their horses to run freely.
Here's the one, Benedetta on that streak. Flavian Pratt going to be aboard as she comes in off the win in the American Beauty, where she pressed outside early on. So she has the ability to be forward, though she's not necessarily the quickest early on. What does Flavian have to do from that rail draw to get her into a good position?
Well, I think he's got to guard against getting shuffled back from that inside position. He's still got to come out running, get forward position, and you could kind of see in that shot coming off the turn, she does have a little bit of a tendency to want to drift out, drift to the right around the turns. In the straightaways, she's perfect, but around the turns. So he's got to get his spot and hold his spot. Honestly, she looks like a proper filly to me. I really was impressed with her last effort. Trying
to make it 5 in a row. Just a great streak that she has been on, winning last time out locally here at Oaklawn. But as far as Sandy Bottom, the 4, is concerned, Maggie, what are you seeing from her out on the racetrack?
Okay, so she just looks like an absolute tank. You know, the essential dirt sprinter. And really, she hasn't done too much wrong in her career, her brief career so far. She's 3 for 4 lifetime. And as Michael said, found out a little bit in that Grade 1 La Brea. But I think she does get a bit of class relief here. For instance, the winner of that La Brea, the Copian, she would come back and win the Santa Monica with a 103 buyer. So Sandy Bottom, too, I don't think will have to run quite as fast as what she did on the front end, going the 7/8, which was only her second start back off of that extended layoff. Now she's in her third start off the bench, and she looks tight and strong, and she has what I always love with the sprinters, Acacia. That is a big engine behind her.
You love to see that. That's where they get their power from, where they push off. Maggie, thank you. We'll see what she does in this spot. There's a look, though, at the 8, Lady Moscato, who got the win last time out in the Bugler, winning against older fillies as well. For Wayne Lucas, as she will try to make it back-to-back wins. Keith Asmussen retains the mount on this one.
Yeah, and I just thought what was interesting here was Lady Moscato, much like the one horse Benedetta, both coming off of big efforts without Lasix. So you know that they're very capable of running well without it. And some of these other horses in here, there's a question about it. She was very late changing her leads in the Bugler, but boy, did she find more when she did finally get to her right lead.
Yeah, able to kick on from that point. Your favorite continues to be the 3, Justique, though, as she was able to really turn things around when getting to sprint on the dirt last time out. I guess the big question with her we heard Maggie's comments on her. We got a quick glimpse of her in the post parade. She really looks the part coming in here for Cherie DeVoe. But can she build off of that last effort when previously, I know it was different surface, different distances, but she'd run on the dirt before. She's never run anything close to that figure as she did last time out.
Well, you know, again, she was going back to the dirt, sprinting, small field. She got to sit, kind of a cozy trip, if you will, right? She didn't have to really overcome any kind of adversity. This is a bigger field. I think more speed signed on. And how is she going to react when she starts getting inundated with kickback? I just don't think she's going to be able to work out as smooth a journey as last time.
You've been able to spend more time here at Oaklawn Park this winter. We heard in Michael McCarthy's interview him talking about speed holding and wanting to be forwardly placed. What are some of the things that you've noticed about this track?
Yeah, you don't really want to give horses too much to do. Now, there are days when if they go too quick, a horse will pick them up. But what I've seen the first 3 races so far today, the track is speedy. Horses moving forward are horses, I think, that have a bit of an advantage. And I was talking with our friend and colleague, Tom Amos, down here on the set, and he was saying when they finished training, they were blading the inside portion of the racetrack, and that usually tends to make you believe inside and speed is going to be good.
Tom, of course, sending out Quick Kick a little bit later on in the Honeybee, making her first start since that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies try. We'll certainly be rooting for Tom and his runners this afternoon. But our first stake of the day coming up as horses approach the starting gate in the Carousel. And it has been a conversation with some of the training and how Oaklawn has had to accommodate the horsemen here, and in large part it's because we are on a national park, and they've done a really wonderful job of making sure that the horses and have had every opportunity to train as possible to get to these races.
They've done an amazing job considering the weather that they've had to deal with, and we were here yesterday when they opened the track at 2 o'clock in the afternoon for training, and that's when a racetrack management is really looking out for their horsemen. They're thinking outside the box to get things done, and it's going to be interesting to see. Is Steve Asmussen going to be able to get his 9th Carousel win with Benedetta?
Just amazing what he's been able to accomplish. Justique, your favorite, though. Here's the Carousel. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
And we're ready to go. And we're off. In the Carousel, Justique was away last, and she is last down the backstretch run. Sandy Bottom on the lead today. Miss Arlington a half length back. An American Band is 3 deep on the course. Benedetta is next with Mizoku. Lady Moscato 3 deep, eases off a pair. Pistol past her. Pistol in the black and yellow within 3.5 lengths of the lead. Justique is at the back. She's 7 behind as they hit the half-mile pole. Sandy Bottom going at it with Miss Arlington. These two right together, locking horns going into the turn. Gap of about 2 to American Band, already sent along from the 3rd position. Benedetta stays on the fence while saving ground. Mizoku in midfield. She's 5 behind now, patiently ridden at this point. Lady Moscato trying to creep in from towards the back of the field with Pistol, and Justique will have to pass them all in a 1/4 mile, and she is still 7 lengths off the lead, cuts the corner at the top of the stretch. Sandy Bottom off the turn, putting away Miss Arlington, who's stubborn today, but Sandy Bottom starting to inch clear. Now Justique is coming up the rail. Here comes comes Justique and Jose Ortiz right through down at the rail. The rail was left open. Benedetta tries to move with her. Justique, Benedetta, stride for stride, coming to the line, and Justique has won the carousel in a rail skimming ride. A fantastic ride there by Jose Ortiz. Benedetta, second best, then Sandy Bottom and Lady Moscato.
What a finish in the carousel. You heard it in Matt's call. Terrific ride from Jose Ortiz. Right here, Richie, here's the key moment when Umberto Rispoli on the 4, Sandy Bottom, drifts just enough for Justique to squeeze up the inside.
A lot had to happen for Justique to find that seam. Benedetta with Flavian Pratt came out from behind Sandy Bottom, searching for room, was able to split horses, but the spot he vacated allowed Jose Ortiz to slide up into that same spot. And, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, but if Flavian had stayed there, then Jose on Justique is stuck behind him. But it's always kind of the guy having to make the first move that's got to make that determination. Jose has been riding in career form. It seems like it was a very, very smart idea for him to spend the winter at Fairgrounds.
Celebration from Jose Ortiz. Things worked out. That has to be a really good feeling when you have to have ice water in your veins and be patient, and you don't know if that hole's going to open up, and when it does, and you have enough horse to do so.
So much relief, and then euphoria when you actually get it done. And you have to have a horse brave enough to go through that spot, and she was very brave to do that. But as good a ride as you're going to see, really.
Well, Greg, that was a spectacular way to kick off our stakes action here at Oaklawn. This is the shape of things to come. Should be a great afternoon.
Oh, what a big run. Blows the break. Does not matter for Justique, able to overcome it. As we get back to the race, it's going to kick off the pick 6 on our Sunday card here in New York. Maiden special weight at 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, and a lot of people are going to probably rely on the 5 in here, tracking error, if you're looking to be a little bit cheaper on your pick 6 play. Right now it's 6 to 5, but Chad Brown's got 2 charges in here that are taking some money.
Here is Adventurous, second time out for trainer Todd Pletcher, and the Dam was a grade 3 winner.
This horse started at Gulfstream Park and been training at Palm Beach Downs, so maybe an outsider, but they paid $500,000 for the son of Curlin.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown, Interceptor, who debuted against Cyclone State, who'd win the Jerome.
Yeah, and Cyclone State won the Jerome in nice fashion. Went over to Saudi Arabia yesterday and ran. This horse gets Lasix for his second start.
8 to 1, Quiet Moon, second time starter for Bill Mott.
Yeah, blinkers go on, and usually Bill's horses don't really fire first time out. This horse did no running, so he's going to have to really pick it up a little bit against these.
Favorite for Chad Brown, I thought would appreciate getting back to 1 1/8 miles.
Yeah, you know, the 1 1/8 race I thought was deceivingly better, although it was against a 6-horse field, but second time Lasix.
Cool, Pat Ruben Silvera for Bill Mott.
This would be the horse I'd like at a long shot price. I mean, showed some speed first time out and was bet a little bit.
And then Griffin's Wharf, I thought made a great appearance. This one faced Captain Cook for Rick Dutrow, who's on the Derby Trail and had a Derby prep win here in New York.
And didn't run bad either. Was, I know, second best, but now gets a dry racetrack, gets Lasix for the first time.
7 to 2 from that outside slot. As we get set for this pick 6 coming up, 3 minutes away from race 5, tracking error. 4th opportunity to get that first win for trainer Chad Brown. Manny Franco will be aboard. And that last start just seemed like late in the race, this horse really started to find his best gear, and now getting a little more distance I think is only going to help him.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. And I think the other part about this Son of Good Magic, I don't know if he really wanted to be on the rail. You know, the rail spot is a tough spot for a one-turn mile. So now gets to the middle of the racetrack, can be tracked, can contract the pace. And I would think one of these horses, like the 4 or the 6, or somebody's going to go out firing a little bit, and the 5 can maybe stop.
Let's take a look at it. I was back on January 25th, sitting behind that trio of horses up front, down on the inside, and Sofia Viva is getting that opportunity on this occasion here for Chad Brown. Is going to swing out and, you know, past the wire too. I know the top 2 finishers, they'd pull up. Blows by these 2, past the wire.
I just think, you know, didn't really want the inside, and then as soon as the horse got to the outside, really started to explode late, or were these horses kind of backing up? I think the latter, and I think this horse was striding out nicely. And like you said, I mean, the 1 1/8 can only help this Son of Good Magic by a Scat Daddy mare.
Even money favorite right now on the horse we just showed you in that performance back on January 25th. With more, let's go down to Sarah.
And your favorite Tracking Error does get the opportunity to stretch back out to the 1.125 mile distance, a race that he did try 2 starts ago. And last time out, getting that inside trip, saving that ground on the rail, and then having to switch out for that clear running room. It just seemed like he was one that got going later on in the race and maybe would appreciate getting that little bit of extra ground to work with. He's shown that progressive improvement, getting faster with each subsequent start. And there's really nothing to knock about what he's done so far on the racetrack, especially with those 2 routes that he's tried. But there are a couple of other interesting players in here that potentially have some upside as well. And we'll talk about the number 2 Adventurist, who really did go on an adventure in his first start. Broke outwards a little bit, ended up wanting to shift ground and had to be taken back in order to avoid some traffic trouble. He was one that got caught in a wide journey throughout the entirety of that race. And while he didn't really make much of an impact, it seems like he was just one that was a little bit green, a little difficult to handle that day. And perhaps with some racing experience, he can straighten out and potentially use some of that ability that the pedigree suggests he's going to have with being half to 5 winners, including Just a Touch, who finished second to Sierra Leone in the Bluegrass. I landed on the number 7, Griffin's Wharf, a horse that's also shown progressive improvement, gets the 2-turn 1.125 mile for the first time, and last time out finished second to Captain Cook, a horse that we saw come back, win the Withers with a decent Beyer speed figure, making him one of the top contenders going forwards in terms of how fast they've run on Beyers for that Triple Crown Trail. Just on company capped, as well as progressively getting more distance to work with. I just think that Griffin's Wharf is hopefully one that can show some forward position, and that today he really takes to that 1.125 mile distance. Greg?
Thank you, Sarah. 7-2 right now, and there's Griffin's Wharf. So, I mean, there's no question the toughest horse anyone's probably faced in here is this one. Captain Cook looks like a legitimate Derby prospect for Rick Dutrow Jr., who this horse was a distant second to last start.
Yeah, distant second, but sometimes those races are better for handicap. Sometimes the bunched up fields, we talk about this a lot, it can be, you know, really a mixed bag of horses where you look at the 7. He ran against, obviously, a horse that's very, very talented. Do you want to take 7-2? Listen, I put my pick on the 5 here, Tracking Error. I would never take 4-5, to be honest with you. I think the 6 is a nice little flyer. I can't believe that horse is 21-1 after taking money to the first start. I understand the horse didn't do no running, but Bill Mott's horses don't usually do a lot of running first time out, and they'll surprise you every once in a while. I think the 6 will outrun his odds, but the 5's the horse to beat.
And 4-5, Tracking Error. Manny Franco had a big day yesterday. There's the 4, the other Bill Mott stepping in. Eric Cancel rides this one. Stablemate, the one Paulie mentioned, Coolapot at 22-1. Set for the pick 6. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Coolapot goes in. Griffin's Wharf, last low to the outside. Griffin's Wharf goes in. All set. And they're off. Tracking Error flashes early speed in between horses. Now drifts out of touch, but Tracking Error is quickest. We'll take him towards that first turn. One to get out was Interceptor. It's going to get a little tight here as crossing over in front of the field was Tracking Error, and Griffin's Wharf is going to stalk right here in second. At the rail is Interceptor, is right in behind the 2 leaders, and out wider, here's Quiet Moon as a challenging 4th. The 2 at the back, that's Coolapot with the Triller. Adventurous. Tracking Error is in front. Manny Franco has got a neck advantage here through a 25-1 posted opening quarter mile. Griffin's Wharf is stalking from second. Kendrick Carmouche is right there, and still Interceptor. Jose Lescano wants to go, but now starts to move forward. Is only a length and a half behind that battling duo. Quiet Moon is well settled in the 4th position, is in the 2 path there, and chasing. Here comes Coolapot, who's moved much closer. Trying to keep up. Adventurous has lost touch with the field through a 50-3 half-mile time. They continue to work up the backstretch, and the leader is Tracking Error. It's Tracking Error trying to take them all the way. Griffin's Wharf sitting right here in second. Interceptor is now trying to move forward from third. Head held high on Interceptor is looking for a seam, and Quiet Moon is trying to beat this rival to that spot and will. Coolapot is following them. Orange Cap is on the move, is going to range up 3 wide, and still the trailer Adventurous. Tracking Error has barely been asked. Griffin's Wharf has not left the side, and here comes Griffin's Wharf trying to challenge Tracking Error. Quiet Moon is called upon for the effort. Interceptor is looking for a way through. Head held high still as they reach the top of the lane. Tracking Error kicks for home. Interceptor looking for clear running room. Griffin's Wharf trying to keep up, is still holding second, but Tracking Error just keeps skipping away. It's Tracking Error who has a final furlong to get, and Tracking Error is still 3.5, 4 in front. Interceptor has now taken second. Griffin's Wharf is back to third, but Tracking Error will take them all the way with a front-running victory. Give Manny Franco 3 on the afternoon. It's Tracking Error who wins it over Interceptor. Then came Griffin's Wharf and Quiet Moon in 1 minute 53.51 seconds.
Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas is home to the Grade 2 Rebel, which might just be the most contentious Kentucky Derby prep we've seen thus far. That does include a rematch of some horses out of the Southwest. Will Sandman, the morning line favorite, have a cleaner trip than he did last time out? But some new faces standing in his way. We know Bob Baffert is always dangerous. He's sending out Madaket Road this time, looking for his 9th Rebel win. And then there's Cole Battle, who's undefeated on the main track for his 72-year-old trainer, Lonnie Briley, who has never had a Kentucky Derby starter, but that could all change this year. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Very glad to have you with us. Thanks for your patience. For those of us joining us now on FS2, I'm Acacia Clement live with you here at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs. The sun is shining, and we're very glad for that because we have a jam-packed afternoon still to come, of course, highlighted by that Grade 2 Rebel, where we'll have a big field of 13 horses to go postward. A mile and a 16th for the 3-year-old. Kentucky Derby points on the line as well. And as mentioned, a big key for this race will be some of the horses coming out of that Southwest here at Oaklawn last time out, as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey, Richard Migliori. And Richie, for Christian Torres and Sandman, your morning line favorite here in the Rebel today, I think they'll know a lot more at the break, especially given what they went through last time out in the Southwest.
Yeah, I mean, he really just kind of blew the brake, stumbling and kind of splaying. You think about 1,000-pound animals shifting all their weight on one leg at a time. It was quite an athletic move by Sandman just to catch his feet, and Christian Torres to stay in the middle of him because he was off one side to the right side of him. You know, I know you're very well versed in ballet. That was like a ballet dancer move that he was able to catch his footing.
Absolutely.
Not an easy thing. Keep an eye on how much he goes to the left. Christian goes to the right. His left leg is splayed to the inside. His right leg splayed to the outside. Remarkable that he even kept his feet, let alone run a bang-up second.
Finishing second behind Speed King, who, yes, was able to wire the field, but he did all the dirty work on the front end as he had pressure throughout as well.
Yeah, listen, Speed King is a very nice horse, and the way he trains in the morning leads you to believe that he would be able to rate off the pace. I think he might have to use that tack today because we have a sprinter stretching out that has sprint speed in there. He's drawn towards the outside. I think that gives Rafael Bellerano some options going into the first turn. And again, in the morning, he's been very good working from behind horses. But that's also a controlled environment. That's when riders are working together. In the morning, in the afternoon, it's a lot different. You've got riders working against you, and a jockey's job is to compromise his rivals as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules.
Well, we'll see how it plays out in the Rebel coming up a little bit later on. Here's what you missed so far, though, today at Oaklawn. We already have one stake in the books. It was the Carousel, and what a race it turned out to be. Here's the horse that was your favorite, the 3 Justique for trainer Cherie DeVoe, with a spectacular ride up the rail from Jose Ortiz to get the victory over Benedetta.
Well, you see where Jose is down on the inside. And Flavian Pratt on Benedetta is looking for room, and he vacated that rail spot behind Sandy Bottom. And now this is such a tight spot that Jose was able to go through. Now, daring do on his part, but also a very brave filly. Some horses will get you there, and they go, I'm not that comfortable there. I'm a little claustrophobic. This is a bang-up effort by both of these horses, but the trip made the difference. Just steep, slipping through on the inside.
$4.20 winner delivers as your even money favorite. Now back-to-back wins, sprinting on the dirt for a horse that was going long on the turf prior.
You know, sometimes horses change, and it's up to us to kind of change and evolve with them. We always have opinions on what horses want to do, but the horses have the answers.
Yes, they do, and just Deke had all the answers today. Here's what's still to come on our program this afternoon. We still have races 5 through 12 at Oaklawn, a fast main track, and of course, highlighted by that Rebel. Also looking forward to the Razorback for the older horses and the Honeybee for the 3-year-old fillies. Races 6 through 10 still to come over at Aqueduct as well. Of course, highlighted by that Broadway in race number 9. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Be sure to sign up, get started. You can't miss anything over on Naira Bets. Be sure to use promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match bonus. So still plenty to look forward to as we have, like I said, one stake in the books already, and coming up next in race 5 here at Oaklawn, a maiden special way. This is where the excitement starts. Maybe some future stakes horses in this field. We'll talk a bit more about it when we come back. Plenty more to come on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Carousel. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Carousel, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And clear off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here in South Ozone Park, New York. At Aqueduct, Pick 6 underway. Program brought to you in part where you can play the Pick 6 and everything else at Naira Bets. Go to NairaBets.com, get signed up, started. Greg Wolf, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. And to kick off this Pick 6, Chad Brown, tracking error, took command of this race early. Little surprising.
Yeah, they let this horse get away with some really tepid fractions. And for a horse that was stretching back out to 1 1/8, where he kind of wanted to be, he was able to just go 50 on the front end. And you always think they're going to suck up and get to you, but he was just much the best in this race. I give credit to the 3 here, Interceptor off the layoff as Chad Brown runs 1-2. Little Green in the stretch was second best.
Yeah, just his second start, too. Not easy to do going 1 1/8 here in career start number 2. But this one, experience, best race had come, I thought, at 1 1/8 and gets back to that distance before. And when you put the horse who's potentially the best horse anyway in front on the lead, tough to beat.
Yeah, and it's got to be fun for Seth and Chad to have a horse by Good Magic. It's always got to be great, a horse that they campaigned. And he's been just a tremendous sire, too, as well. I have a Scat Daddy mare, and Seth and Chad, congratulations to them. This horse now 1 for 4 lifetime, and they got options now. Obviously, distance is his, I think he obviously loves the distance. Obviously, he got away with some easier fractions today, but he obviously can move forward from here.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him going forward. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Klarovich Stables, Seth Klarman, congratulations to those connections. Late Pick 5 is next. Right now, though, back to Hot Springs with our big one still to come on the road to the Oaks and Derby.
That's right, Greg. Looking forward to that Rebel and Honeybee coming up. But first, in this 5th race, we have a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds sprinting, going 6 furlongs, and a very intriguing one as the current 4-5 favorite. Richie, we're taking a look at $1.1 million worth of horseflesh.
And a big, stout, strong, good-looking son of Into Mischief, and out of the direct family of Pleasant Home, a Breeders' Cup winner for the Phipps family, so a really deep pedigree on the female side.
Absolutely. That's the 7 cornucopian for Bob Baffert, the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Guarana, who Chad Brown campaigned. Just a lovely pedigree on this one as well. Some others who were stakes quality as well. So backing up the purchase price with the way the board is playing, and we'll see how that does play out as there is cornucopian at 4-5. Taking a look at some others in this field, there's the 8 Wise Decision for Wayne Lucas.
Yeah, a horse that's going to have to improve, get Rafael Bejarano for the coach here.
Here's the 9, ready to see, second on debut against Indiana Breds.
Yeah, ran well in Indiana. I think this came up a pretty salty maiden race, though.
Max got excited 3rd last time out.
Yeah, it ran okay. Again, I just think this is one of those maiden races we're going to look back on. Now, you got Dream in Blue won that race. He's in the Rebel later on. Maybe this is a little barometer of things to come.
Maybe so. Gunrunner Charlie looking for a big form reversal in here. And Oil Capital for Steve Asmussen, who was also in that Dreamin' in Blue race.
Yeah, he did have some trouble early in the race. Was it enough to make him get beat 11 lengths at that common race? He does get an outside draw, so he probably gets an opportunity to get into a better rhythm with his stride.
Maiden special weight coming up in the next race at Oaklawn Park. Post parade complete, and the fans enjoying what's turned out to be a beautiful day here in Hot Springs. We'll get paddock report and more analysis on this 5th race after this on America's Day at the Races. We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 5 at Oaklawn Park coming up next. Everyone looking for the first win of their careers. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, the 7 cornucopian, a very short price right now. Does he back it up?
Yeah, Acacia, we'll see as I'm here on the very crowded Oaklawn Park apron, and officials here saying that they're expecting nearly 40,000 in attendance. And Acacia, it would seem as though the majority of them have their money on Cornucopian, who has a massive pedigree to back it up. A son of Into Mischief out of a dam who has produced multiple stakes winners, including Guarana, multiple grade 1 winner, as well as Beatbox and Magic Dance. Now, Cornucopian, he finds himself here in this 6 furlong sprint, and he actually looks like a sprinter. He is very athletic, though, but he has these really well-developed hindquarters. He has been very professional, and no stone has been left unturned with this horse's preparations. He looks incredibly fit. He is, however, wearing blinkers, though, first time out, which I don't often love to see from these bigger barns. Now, a horse that I'm interested in at double-digit odds is number 1, Oy Gavald, who is coming off of a layoff. Now, he'll have to overcome that, and I spoke to trainer Jimmy DeVito, who said, look, I'm looking for just a good finish. So maybe I'm more or less just highlighting this horse because I think there's talent based upon his first effort way back when in July, when he was wired by Normandy Coast, who came back and won his next start as well. And he just really was always getting to that gate to wire winner throughout the running of that race. Now, he's a big, robust horse. He probably will need a race for fitness. But Jimmy also said, because I asked him why did he scratch on Southwest weekend out of a mile and a 16th race, he said, honestly, I came in and he had gotten cast the night before. So it resulted in a scratch, getting him started here. But I think a horse with some talent, big, brawny individual that just might need a start to get going. Now, another one coming off a layoff is number 2 in here, Faust. He was beaten by Speed King first time out. He broke on top, but the winner, Speed King, bowled his way to the lead. He just kind of chased and came up a bit tired. Now, he's a big son of Volatile. A lot of scope to him being by that confirmed sprinter. So I almost wonder too, does he need a little bit more ground, A, and B, does he need a race? Because he's not your typical Asmussen runner off the layoff. He actually looks like he'll benefit from a start as number 3, 67 Mustang, son of Vacoma, who is just, with his freshman crop, has produced winner after winner. And this guy did pretty much everything wrong in that restricted maiden special weight first time out on January 18th. He messed up the start after hopping, and then he flew home with this massive gallop out. Could it have been an illusion? Possibly. You never know, but he is acting very professional for his second go-around. So possibly look for this horse to be more involved early, at least put himself in a better position, and hopefully, Acacia, he can have the same sort of finish.
Hopefully so. Richie, I know you like this horse, 67 Mustang. As Maggie said, I mean, he was flying at the end of that race.
Yeah, I mean, he just completely blew the brake. He hopped, and then he finished like a house on fire. He's by Vacoma. Vacoma just a great first crop sire. And I just thought he was interesting and an interesting alternative to some of maybe the more fancied runners.
Both Richie and Maggie going against the current heavy favorite in that first-time starter. Just a quick circle back to the one, Oy Gavald, who I know Maggie noted, for those not familiar with getting cast means when they get stuck in the stall, kind of touch on why that could be something that would cause a horse to miss a race.
Yeah, a horse just, gets kind of in a wrong position in the stall, gets himself hung up against the wall, and a horse has to get in a certain position to be able to stand up. And a horse's natural reaction would be to panic a bit because they are a flight animal and they're at their most prone when they're on the ground.
Well said, and good to see that all is okay with Oy Gavald, and we'll see if he's ready off the bench here for Jimmy DeVito, the favorite, though, Cornucopian with that big pedigree for Bob Baffert. Loading in for this maiden special weight, the voice of Oaklawn Park, Matt Dinnerman, standing by with the call.
Oil Capital, Keith Asmussen, one of 2 runners for Steve Asmussen here. Going into the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. unofficial beginning for all the runners in the race. Cornucopian put into play at once and strides clear. Cornucopian quickest clearly by a length and a tail from Oil Capital from the far outside post, getting over to come and press the issue here, but Cornucopian goes well within himself, leads 3/4 of a length. Oil Capital runs in second. 67 Mustangs third with Zero Sugar, the first-time starter between horses. Wise Decision is 3 wide. Then Gunrunner Charlie, Oi Gavolt is next. He's 5 lengths off the lead, gap of 2 to Faust, with Max Scott excited and ready to seize as a distant last as they round the far turn. The favorite, Cornucopian, neck in front. Oil Capital right there, turning up the pressure. Cornucopian maintains a narrow lead on Oil Capital. Zero Sugar tipping outside into the 3 path to try to come and tackle those leaders at the top of the lane. Cornucopian off the turn in front. Oil Capital is second. Cornucopian lets it out a notch, opens up, switches leads, and opens up 2.5. Zero Sugar running well on debut. Cornucopian, though, he's got plenty for the final furlong, and look at him go. Very athletic as he spurts away with a big kick. Now he's 5 ahead, maybe even 6. Cornucopian, a son of Into Mischief, looking strong, wrapped up in the end. That was impressive. Zero Sugar was second. Oi Gavolt third, and then Oil Capital.
A name to remember, Cornucopian, brilliant on debut, and it seemed like the first few jumps out of the gate, Richie, the race was pretty much over.
Yeah, he left with run on his mind. He didn't break like a first-time starter. He broke like a horse that's been there and done that. He's got an incredible pedigree. The mare's produced 3 stakes winners. Like I said, that really deep Phipps pedigree on the female side. And to give you some kind of a reference point, he just ran 109 flat. The Carousel went in 109 and 4. These are accomplished stakes fillies and mares. This is a 3-year-old making his first start, and he ran 4/5 of a second faster.
Pretty impressive there. Nice debut from Cornucopian. First-time starters running 1-2. A little bit of greenness from the 5 Zero Sugar, but one to watch moving forward. Horses in the paddock for the next race coming up at Aqueduct. We'll kick off the late pick 5 here from our team in New York after this on America's Day at the Races.
Magnificent was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for the start of the late pick 5. This card at Aqueduct begins with a 1-turn mile, allowance optional claiming field. It's a good group that's going to line up. Linda Rice will send out 2 in here. Tipple, the 3, who is opened up as the favorite. Little surprisingly, Malou, the 6. I thought maybe the horse to beat going in.
I thought the 6 was. You know, Kendrick Carmouche had a pick between Tipple and Malou, and he chose Malou. We'll see what happens, but a wide open betting board.
Post 5 for the 1, Caller Bluff, part of an entry.
Winner 2 back, not that good last time out. Now is a 4-time winner over the racetrack.
Other half of the entry, Luna Moth, post 7.
Second time in the Rudy Rodriguez barn. Not that good of an effort last time. Should improve today.
On Command gets the rail and has speed from the inside.
Yeah, not a good effort last time out, so it's going to really have to turn it down. But you make a good point. This horse could get to the front.
Tipple was impressive off a 5-month layoff to win at 7 furlongs.
Yeah, and I think this horse is going to run a big race right back.
Here's Bell's Beach for Chad Brown.
Yeah, Chad just got a win, and this horse has lost to 2 next out winners in the last 2 starts, so affiliated by Curlin.
Stablemate in the Silks of Klarovich stables, Rising Inflation.
Yeah, Wire to Field going a mile and 8 to break her maiden on June 21st.
Yeah, well, I've been a lot of time away. Here's Malou, Linda Rice coming off a victory last start.
Just a horse that's in really good form. A winner by 7 3/4, a second, and then a really hard-fought neck win last time. So this horse usually brings her A game, and she's 8 for 9 in the trifecta at Aqueduct.
And Romero Mirage on next on stage for trainer Ray Handel.
Another horse that's in really good form. That's why you can see this race is such a wide open betting board. Next on stage has never missed the trifecta here at Aqueduct.
2 minutes to post in a race that kicks off this late pick 5. Let's send it downstairs to Sarah El-Badwi.
Many contenders in this race, as you both have touched on. This is a field where several you could make a case for in here. And we'll start with the horse all the way towards the outside in terms of post position. That's going to be the number 7, Next on Stage, who's just been in excellent form and has been running well since returning to the dirt, finishing first as your favorite, returning to the dirt 2 back, and then really running well to finish second at a huge price, over 33-1 in that next start, where we did see the 3rd place finisher improve in her next start, finishing second. And bias aided or not, yesterday we did see the winner, Bernie Takes Charge, come back to win the Heavenly Prize Stakes. So facing some good company that is in good form right now, and just one of several that could be in the winner's circle following this race. And going to the horse that I agree, Greg, is the horse to beat on paper. That's the number 6, Malou, who has shown that she can be forwardly placed or take the lead if they so desire to do so. But then last time out, really showing a new dimension and getting back to something she had done previously, to come from off the pace and get the victory over Dolomite, a horse that is graded stakes place, a good one for Chad Brown. So certainly another in excellent form right now, who has a big shot to be successful in here. But with the way the racetrack has been playing today, as well as the past 2 days, I went towards the inside with the number 2, On Command, who is stretching back out in distance. And last time out, yes, she was eased, but that was a day with an inside bias as well, and extremely so, that you wanted to be forwardly placed and saving ground, and she was neither of those things in that spot. Another horse beating her to the lead, and ultimately they did wrap up on her and call it a day. But her start 2 back, forwardly placed in a sprint, and able to take that field gate to wire, and that number on buyers does fit with her competitors. I think that stretching back out from 2 sprints to a route race, where she's been able to handle some distance in the past, that she could end up being the speed of the speed and will be most helped by the racetrack. Greg?
12-1 for that 2 on the inside post here. Thank you, Sarah. Look, Tipple right now, this is surprising to see that she's the same price as the consistent and, somewhat accomplished Malou, much more accomplished than Tipple is. So this is significant money.
It is, because a lot of times when horses are facing winners for the first time, and that's what Tipple's doing. She broke her maiden last time out. Now she's facing winners for the first time. She's facing horses that are multiple winners, like the 6 Malou, like the 1 Caller Bluff. So this is a tough task, and the 1A as well. The outside horse, the 7, is a 3-time winner. But I do think she is very, very talented. She's just going to have to deal with maybe a little pressure from the inside, but I think she can rate. I think with the 2 going, the 1 and the 1A do not draw. The 2 draws a rail in this spot. So if the 2 gets out of the gate and goes, maybe the 3 can get that nice little cozy trip on the inside.
Ran a very good race off a 5-month layoff to 3 Tipple. Again, only 2 starts on dirt, and has shown talent in both, and certainly room to move forward here, second off the bench. We'll see if she indeed does that for Linda Rice with Jose Lezcano. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Also in. All set. Speed from the far outside is next on stage. Next on stage has got early Speed, and towards the inside here comes On Command. On Command now puts a neck in front. It's On Command with next on stage. They're clear 1-2, and just behind them, they are tightly bunched. Tipple's in that mix, also rising inflation, looking for a way through. Out wider in the 3 path here as they come out of the chute. That's going to be Malou to join these early leaders. On the far outside, 4 wide is Luna Moth. It's another 4 right in behind them. They are lined up. At the rails, Tipple, rising inflation into the 2 path, is now a tracking 6th. Outside of that rival comes Call Her Bluff, and also Bell's Beach. Very tightly bunched field. They work up the backstretch, 23.72 for the opening quarter mile. On Command, and Katie Davis are in front. Have a nice cushion right now. They're up by 3/4 of a length with next on stage, ready to challenge from second, 47.35 for the half-mile time, and they work into the far turn. Tipple, Jose Lescano are going to ride the rail here as they start to move forward. They're with Malou. Bell's Beach, Manny Franco, 3 wide move, is now looming up on the outside. Bell's Beach is in full gear here, coming after the leaders, but On Command is still in command. It's On Command, doing it easily. Everyone all in right behind. Malou is looking for a way out. They reach a quarter mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch. On Command is still there. Tipple, once off the rail, is looking to get out of there, is now going to stay at the rail. On Command is fending them off so far. Bell's Beach starts to commence the rally. Tipple's holding that rail position now, a final furlong. On Command is still in front, but for how long? Tipple's at the rail. Bell's Beach, center of the racetrack. Tipple down towards the inside. Tipple's now opening the margin up just a touch, and Tipple will get the victory. Bell's Beach then came On Command. Malou is in a photo with next on stage at 1:39.26 seconds.
Tipple the win, back-to-back victories after 5 months away for Linda Rice.
Yeah, and a good job by Jose Lescano to hold that rail position. We were talking about it. It didn't look like she really loved being in there, but he was able to kind of bull his way out a little bit as a 2. Good call there by Sarah, too. The 2 ran a bang-up race, and you know, the horse just got a tiny bit tired. You can see Jose wants to get outside the 2, and he just can't. It's a good job of jockey riding by the other guys of keeping Jose on the rail, and he had to do it coming up the rail, and Tipple was just the best.
So a filly lightly raced, and certainly lightly raced on dirt. Now back-to-back wins with even more upside now. Back-to-back wins off that time away. We'll see what's next for this filly, who beats, you know, a pretty good field here and does it from sitting off the pace on a day that's been favoring speed again.
Hopefully you followed Greg's Talking Horses picks today.
Fire. 4-2-6. Thank you, Paul. The coach, Dwayne Lucas, loves giving these new young riders a shot. He did it with Jamie Torres in a Preakness win last year. And he's going to try and do it with Tyler Bacon this year. Innovator, maybe the speed of the Rebel. We'll tell you more about this young hot prospect when we come back.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As I'm pleased to welcome in to the desk with me, Maggie joining me, Richie off this race, and it's fun. We get to take over for a little
Yeah,
bit.
Richie deserves a break, of course. I'm sure he's, walking around, meeting all of his plethora of fans that he has here at Oaklawn.
His adoring public. Everywhere we go with the MIG, somebody wants to stop and talk to him and talk about some of his best races, which we love. But talking about best races, an impressive debut in the 5th race from Cornucopian. He just looked a winner every step of the way.
And as Mig said, he ran 4/5 of a second faster than the ladies in the Carousel, accomplished horses. I mean, he just controlled this race from start to finish, and it looks like he, yet again, is doing Mama Magical World, the dam of him, proud again, because with this performance, you would have to think that stakes efforts could be in his near future. And I think they might try to stretch him out, but I think he's an awfully fast sprinting type.
Rocket out of the gate as well. $3.40 winner, first-time starters, running 1-2. Horse you had interest in, Oigavald, checking in 3rd and won maybe. Now he has a race off the bench. One to watch moving forward.
Yeah, looking forward to Oigavald. I think that was a useful performance, closing with Tyler Gaffleone, much as what Jimmy DeVito wanted, his trainer.
Turning the page, race 6 coming up next. An allowance race going 1 mile and a 16th for 4-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. The 2 Lambeths taking quite a bit of attention, as is the number 6 Nullify. We'll talk a little bit more about those contenders. But Tyler Bacon aboard Nullify, and he's riding at Oaklawn for the first time this year. 17-year-old apprentice who has garnered the attention of the one and only, the coach, Hall of Fame trainer, Wayne Lucas, who often gives a lot of affection and opportunities to young riders. In Bacon's case, this has been a real blessing, but as far as Lucas is concerned, it's business as usual.
I'm 17 years old and I've pretty much been around horses my whole life. I'm from Crow Agency, Montana. You know, when I was a little kid, I was riding little tiny ponies, and with my friends, we ride all over town. When I was like 4 or 5 years old, my dad, he took me out to the track with him and I got to see him ride. When I started getting older, like 14, 15, I started riding out of the gates for my uncle Cody, and that's when I really wanted to do it. As soon as I turned 16 years old, like not even a couple of days after, I got my license at Columbus, Nebraska. After I worked my first horse, I rode races, so it was kind of an experience. People tell me a lot that I have a natural talent, and so that's awesome to hear. I rode my first one and I won it, and then ever since then, that's all I wanted to do. Riding with some of the top riders in the country, I think I've been learning a lot, and they've been helping me out a lot, like Christian Torres, Rafael Bejarano, Wayne Lucas. He's been giving me the opportunities. The first time I went and worked the horse for Lucas, I was pretty nervous, I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Lucas taught me a lot ever since I've been riding for him. He's shown me stuff I could do better. If I win the race, he'll tell me how I could do better, and even if I win the race, he still tells me to keep my head up, and I'm doing good, so it means a lot. Some of my goals are just to get to the winner's circle over there and have fun out there and get home safe, you know, and try and ride as much horses as I can and keep riding as long as I can and stay fit and stay healthy, you know, because I want to be doing this as long as I can too.
For young Tyler Bacon, getting a huge opportunity this afternoon to ride Innovator for Wayne Lucas in the Rebel, a rider that has really caught, I think, everybody's attention, doing a really good job, and it's really cool to see him getting those big chances.
Yeah, already has a winner on this Rebel card as well, and he'll be aboard Innovator, like you said, coming up a little bit later. And Innovator, a horse that he's had success with, so he knows him quite well, as he broke his maiden 2 starts back. Now, Acacia, that was going the 6 furlongs as we look back at the Lecomte here, where he led nearly every step of the way. And I thought, I know this race came up slow, but the top 2 finishers came from well back. So he was doing all the dirty work up front. The problem again today, though, is there's a lot of speed in this race.
There is. And this is a horse who had been sprinting for quite some time. It took a while for Wayne to stretch him out, which I thought was really interesting. And I mean, he held on there to finish third. Down on the inside is the one horse that day in that very wet running of the Lecomte. And so he was able to show that he could handle the distance. The big question is the company he might have on the front end today, and can he ration out that speed?
Can he rake? Can he sit from off of it? Because even when he broke his maiden going the 6 furlongs, he did so on the front end. Now, maybe they just use that natural speed to their advantage and say, catch me if you can. He very well could be the fastest in here, especially if you look at Timeform US, pace figures, it shows that Speed King is faster, but connections seem as though they really want to see if Speed King can rate today.
He's been training that way in the morning, Speed King. Ron Wilquette saying they didn't really learn last time if he could rate. We'll see what they learned from him today. But Innovator 15-1 on the morning line with Tyler Bacon aboard for Wayne Lucas. That duo will team up in this upcoming 6th race with Nullify. There they are in the paddock talking over strategy. Nullify, a horse Tyler won on last time, will look to make it 2 victories in a row. More on his chances after this.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one, a very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
The power of Juddmonte.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we take a look at the Ohio Club, which has been the place to be for over 120 years. It all started in the 1905 as a bar and casino. Gambling and live music were the mainstays. You saw Al Jolson, Mae West, and a host of blues and jazz performances playing at the Ohio Club. And it was a popular place to find both Al Capone and Bugsy Siegel.
I want to go there. You want to go
know.
there tonight, Acacia?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. See if we can find Al Capone's ghost. Race 6 coming up next. So many cool places to visit in Hot Springs as we'll meet the field for this upcoming 6th race right now. About 3 minutes away here at Oaklawn. Again, we're going a mile on the 16th. Elusive Target for our friend Tom Amos will kick off the post parade.
Yeah, second off the claim for Tom. We'll see if this guy shows a little bit more early foot. I thought he was rated back off a slow pace last time.
Here's Shot of Courage, who had a second out of town last out.
Yeah, and on the rail, which I don't think you wanted to be on, over at Pleasanton. I don't get to watch many Pleasanton replays.
Me neither.
Quite a treat.
One giant leap went by. Here's the 4 BD Saints, a horse we're well familiar with.
Very familiar with this. New York bred has been wired in his last 2.
Touch of Glam, trying to build off of that 5th last out for Ken McPeak.
How good is he? I think we'll find out today.
Nullify, Tyler Bacon, and Wayne Lucas teaming up.
He looked exceptional as he has moved to your 2-1 favorite.
And here's Lambeth Jose Ortiz aboard. This one taking quite a bit of attention.
Yeah, early on, Joe Sharp shipping this guy back here to Oaklawn from Fairgrounds where he's been training.
Bit of a layoff for the 8 Harleasy.
Yeah, Harleasy, I think he's going to have to come up with one of his best efforts to win here. I don't know if he has it.
9 and 10 are out. Here's the 11 spoiler, New Gelding.
Yep, you know me. You're the same mindset. We love New Geldings. Has been facing tougher, too.
First off the claim for the 12 Dynamis.
Yeah, Dynamis going first out for John Horan here. Last seen running in a non-2 for 12.5. The waters are much deeper here.
That's the field here for race 6. As you can bet the Kentucky Derby and Oaks prep races today with a money-back guarantee. Hit a $10 win bet on the Rebel or the Honeybee at Oaklawn Park today, and you can get your $10 back if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd. Be sure to opt in at NyraBets.com. As the number 6, Nullify, now your favorite, as you touched on. We've got the feature angle as well. We learned about Tyler Bacon talking about his relationship with Wayne Lucas, and a horse that when he stretched back out last time out, I thought, yes, had a nice trip that day, but really finished nicely and building off of the strong set of figures we've seen him run recently.
Well, exactly, Acacia. You know, we didn't see him from April to January, and he's picked up essentially right where he left off now as a newly turned 4-year-old, and I thought this was a determined effort. He really wanted the victory, and now he has those 2 races to build on. So you would have to think that possibly does he come up with his best effort to date here. And plus, I think his, the fact that he has that early speed, that tactical speed is always, always dangerous. And we see Wayne looking in classic coach style, black cowboy hat, black leather jacket, looking sharp as always.
And with the sun behind him, we need to get a screenshot of that right there so we can frame it.
I mean, I know. He is the man, the myth, and the legend.
Shot right there.
Right?
I know. I think our cameraman
shot.
Shadow got the money shot with the coach.
Yeah, he did.
Moment. We love it. Wayne Lucas sending out Nullify as mentioned. He's got Innovator coming up a little bit later on in today's Rebel. Taking a look at a couple of other intriguing prospects in this race, though, as we'll take a look back on Imperial Gun, who's actually out of this race. Yeah,
that's
so
okay.
Let's scratch that replay
let's
there.
Drop that one.
He's not running.
Well, what's interesting too is that Imperial Gun and Ethan Energy, who both come out of here, were ones that look to take money. So therefore, if you like to Nullify, your price is getting harmed a little bit. But as you also mentioned, we see the horse to his outside in Lambeth taking some money as well. And I kind of thought the 10-1 morning line was a bit ambitious to hope for that kind of price, because he's going out for Joe Sharp, who, I know he's not performing as well here at Oaklawn, but down at Fairgrounds, he's leading trainer. And the fact that he shipped this guy back, and you look back 3 starts ago when he faced Liberal Arts and Banishing, those are some serious contenders. And, I did think he came up a bit flat in his last effort, but we'll see. Maybe he gets a more forward position with Jose Ortiz taking over.
And I was going to say that I almost feel like, and maybe it was by virtue of the post last time out, but it feels like last race was a bit of an aberration, because prior to that, he always had more positional speed.
Exactly. And so he tried to go forward from that outside position, but it was kind of like Christian Torres was like, look, I don't want to be, gunning for the lead and going 7 wide into that first turn. So I'm going to try to, tuck in, got to the 2 path midway through the turn, and he loomed in the stretch. But again, he just kind of came up flat when he was asked, when he came off the bridle. So I think Jose needs to get him out of the gate, get him into the bridle, and see how far he can travel when he's got him collected and together.
Quickly, what about the 3, One Giant Leap? Is he a horse that could be forward? Because last time was his first time going long, and he stumbled at the start and was just totally taken out of the race.
And Acacia, he was sharp in the preliminaries. So yes, I do think he should be more forward. We'll see how much pace does play out here, because it feels like there's several horses that could go that their best chance comes when they're forward. So we'll see. Could it be a hot pace? Typically is around here.
17-year-old apprentice Tyler Bacon aboard the 6 Nullify for Wayne Lucas. Could this be a warm-up for what we'll see in the Rebel with those two teaming up later on today? Loading in for race 6, Oaklawn Park, Mac Dinnerman has the call.
Go. And they're off. Harleasy bobbled coming out of the gate. Good beginning from Lambeth, who wastes no time. He's on the lead in the early stages. One Giant Leap moving up to come and challenge. These two together, not a fast pace in the first furlong, and it's One Giant Leap now taking control of things. Lambeth will sit in second, pressing the issue from the outside. BD Saints runs in the third position. Gap of 4 to Dynamis, who passes Nullify around the first turn run. Shot of Courage is racing in midfield. He's alongside of Spoiler there together, and they're running 8 or 9 lengths behind in the swing up the backstretch here. Then we come back to Elusive Target, Harleasy. They're side by side, and Touch of Glam is at the back of the pack. 10 runners head down the backstretch run. Contentious battle on the lead. One Giant Leap nose in front. Lambeth is right there to the outside, matching his motor. A length and a half back to BD Saints. Gets the perfect trip off the top pair in third. He's 2 ahead of Dynamis. Nullify to the inside. Gap of 3 to Spoiler. Shot of Courage inside of him. Another 2 lengths back to another pair. Harleasy and Elusive Target, and Touch of Glam is still at the back as they go into the far turn run. 23-3 that first quarter, the half in 47-1. Lambeth, One Giant Leap side by side. Looks like Lambeth's going better than One Giant Leap, and Lambeth has a half-length lead. One Giant Leap has come under pressure in second. Dynamis, he's all in third with BD Saints. Lambeth at the top of the lane opens up the lead now, turns for home. He's the one to reel in. One Giant Leap struggling in second. Far outside trying to run on here. In the middle of the field is Nullify, but Lambeth with a furlong to go opens up even farther. He's 3 lengths ahead with a 16th to go. One Giant Leap is second, and then Nullify as they come to the finish. Lambeth all alone, giving Jose Ortiz the hat trick. One Giant Leap second, Spoiler third, Nullify fourth.
There have been 6 races run at Oaklawn Park, and so far Jose Ortiz has won 3 of them, including a stake. And Lambeth, we talked about it, Maggie, for a barn that has been hot at fairgrounds, a rider that's been hot at fairgrounds. They bring that momentum here today.
They did with Lambeth here, and as we also said, Acacia, we thought Jose would get him in a more forward position, and boy, did it pay off today. Comfortably tracking the pace that was set by another horse that you had said, One Giant Leap, got away cleanly today. He set those early fractions tired in the end, and Jose and Lambeth were loaded for a strong finish to win by open legs.
Dominant victory there from Lambeth. Kind of a flat effort, unfortunately, from the 6 Nullify. Down on inside, never really picked up his speed.
I agree, and it's interesting. Maybe these longer races, you do want to be more forward, I wonder.
Something to keep in mind moving forward, Greg, and we'll see if Jose Ortiz can continue his strong afternoon as well.
Yeah, he was having a big Sunday afternoon, no question. As we get back to New York, race 7 post parade, 6 furlongs in a New York bred $25,000 maiden claiming race, Cara Dia Mejor.
Yeah, a horse that's run 3 times. The first start was a good start by his son of Big Brown.
Keep your eyes on horses that can be forward today. Again, here's Marvelous Richard, and he certainly can.
Yeah, and a horse that's getting everything here. First time gelding, first time Lasix, and blinkers on.
Maybe the speed of the speed, man from Malta.
Yeah, a horse that has shown really blinding speed. You're right. Jose Lascano was a hot rider yesterday.
Monte Avi for trainer Mark Hennig.
This is where I landed. I thought the horse would run better second time Lasix.
Goodbye has had 2 starts and has shown very little thus far.
Another horse putting some blinkers on, try to infuse a little speed.
Jose Gomez rides there. This is the favorite, 9-5, King Phoenix, claimed by Rick Dutrow Jr.
Yeah, and you know, Rick's numbers off the claim are so good, I can understand why this horse is the favorite.
And then this horse, I thought a little interesting. And again, straight maidens, Finger Lakes took some, well, I don't know if it took money, but a lot of changes and had a bad start.
He had a bad start, and I thought the comment line was perfect. This horse did hesitate, was really sluggish at the start, spotted the field probably more than 4 lengths, and just got disinterested. You get Matty Oliver aboard, blinkers come off, so a lot of changes in this race for a lot of these colts and geldings.
As you get another look at the 9-5 choice right there, King Phoenix, pick 4. Starts in this race coming up, and that's where you can play it with Now Our Bets. Get that $200 deposit match offer with that code, bonus 200 at sign up, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. With that right there on your screen, NairaBets.com. Let's go down to Sarah.
And the horse that does inherit that favoritism is the number 7, as you talked about, Greg. King Phoenix, who just is one that is first off the claim, taking that little bit of a class drop for Rick Dutrow, and a horse that was claimed in his last start as well. So he's moved barns a couple of times, showing that a couple of connections do have some interest in taking this horse for themselves. And while, yes, he is currently your favorite, everybody does become a shorter price because we did see a significant scratch of the horse who was a very short priced favorite on the morning line come out. You get a shorter price on everybody else, and he has the speed to be forwardly placed in here, and I think that he is obviously one of the main contenders based on recent races and what anybody's done on the racetrack as of yet. But I think that if you want to go towards the inside more, and we have seen inside horses have a lot of more ability to sustain their runs than those not being able to save ground so far today. Number 3, Man from Malta, if he can get back to his race 2 back, he is one that just is a little bit faster and potentially has that advantage of drawing closer towards the inside. We'll see what we get from the number 2, Marvelous Richard, adding the blinkers as far as a pace factor. But I think that Man from Malta, after being forwardly placed, being on the lead in his last 2 starts, and now getting that little bit of class relief too, going from the maiden open 40,000 down to this maiden state bred 25,000, we could see him be the one ultimately that does take that early lead. Hopefully we will see just a saddle adjustment here. I think that there's a little bit of a adjustment with him. It seems like they are taking the tack off, so scratch that and scratch him as well. And maybe now you do see a little bit more speed from that other horse towards the inside, Marvelous Richard, but this is going to decrease your price even further on your current favorite, King Phoenix. Greg?
Hugely changes how that, not just, you know, one of the major contenders in this race, but maybe the speed of the speed. So the 2 now, Marvelous Richard, becomes an even more major player with the speed that he has from the inside.
Yeah, a horse that's putting the blinkers on, that's already shown speed over a sloppy racetrack and was going 6.5 furlongs last time, now cuts back to 6. And they'll take the 3 off the board here in a little bit. King Phoenix did show a little bit of speed last time out, but Lasix and blinkers, everything went on last time out. Do you want to take 6 to 5? Because it feels like this horse should be 3 to 5.
So if you had the 3 in multi-race wagers, you will now get the post-time favorite. It looks like it's going to be the 7, King Phoenix. And that horse does certainly have tactical speed, but the 2, it seems like has to go, right?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, Gary Siaga's got to give the instructions to go here. This one for Eddie F's Racing here. And blinkers on, gelding, just a whole new everything going here. But don't forget about the 4 in here. This horse has had some gait issues, but last time out, better out of the gate. And I think will be forward, obviously, with Romero Murat aboard. The horse was really wide last time out. Should get a better trip against, let's be honest, this is a weaker field.
So major change with one of the primary, if not the speed of the race being scratched here before the load. Man from Malta, the 3 coming out. And we'll see what happens here with the 2, who we know wants to go, and if the 7 can try and keep that one company up front. Little surprising. Well, I mean, obviously, this race was changed anyway with the 6 coming out, but King Phoenix, as you said, with Dutrow, I guess, claiming this horse, you figured this one would take a lot of attention. I just didn't think it would take that much attention.
Yeah, I guess now with the scratch, you're going to see down to 4 to 5. But, yeah, it's just the credentials. We had this somewhere at Tampa. You look at some of the other trainers in here. Listen, the one, obviously, the catcher Majiban Ike is having a really good meet. But you look at the rest of the trainers in here, they're very good trainers, but everybody will gravitate to a trainer like Dutrow off, a trainer of Pat Quick. But Pat Quick's a very intelligent guy, so I don't know if I would like to take the even money. Now, I like the 4, but I didn't like the 4 at 2 to 1.
Montiavi Romero Mirage for Mark Hennig. He has had 6 opportunities already. And, we go back to, as you look at this board, there's a long shot, but the 8 horse with just that 1 start, it was against straight maidens, but at Finger Lakes, a lesser circuit, no question. All kinds of changes today, but you really didn't get a fair shake in the debut. So I would almost sort of treat this as the debut.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, would any of these horses surprise you?
Not in this field.
Not in this field, right? So if you're wanting to take a shot at 18-1, I even think the one at 14-1 is ridiculous because the first start, I get it was over a sloppy racetrack, but Lane Luzzy was aboard. He's now reunited with this colt, and he's been riding well, Lane. You're getting 14-1.
Yeah, he really has. There he is stepping in on Cara Dia Mayor from that inside post for Ilkay Cantermachi. Here's Goodbye. This one would be a bit of a surprise, but this race, as you said, lower level, state-bred maiden claiming.
Those types of races that we've said.
Anything can happen.
Horse in front could be dangerous. Sometimes these horses don't like to pass at this level.
Pick 4 starts here on this Sunday card from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goodbye. King Phoenix, Frontal Vision. Frontal Vision, last to load. Front of the gate open here for the 8. Now in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from King Phoenix with the early lead. It's King Phoenix who's up by a head. Also right there comes Marvelous Richard. Now it's going to take back and just has to check. As crossing over will be King Phoenix, who does get over to the rail. Losing a little bit of ground there was Marvelous Richard, is now a challenging second. Starts to move forward once again towards the outside. 3 wide, that's going to be Goodbye. Just off of them in 4th is Cara Dia Mayor. And the 2 trailers, Frontal Vision with Monte Avi. 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. King Phoenix is doing it nicely. It's King Phoenix just striding away. King Phoenix is now up by 4 widening lengths. Goodbye is trying to keep up. Marvelous Richard has dropped out of it. Cara Dia Mayor and the 2 trailers still Frontal Vision and Monte Avi. They've got a lot of running to do with a quarter mile left to go to catch King Phoenix. It was a confident look back here from Katie Davis, and King Phoenix has barely been asked. It's King Phoenix who's just approaching a final furlong with a 6-length cushion. King Phoenix is way out in front with 46.79, 59.55. King Phoenix has a 16th left to go and no doubt got right to the front. This was over. King Phoenix airs. Wins this one impressively. From the back, there's Monte Avi grabs second. Goodbye. And Cara Dia Mayor in 1 minute 13 seconds flat.
This race seemed over from the jump. Sharp break from King Phoenix. Katie Davis able to out-hustle the speedster, that 2, Marvelous Richard, to the front and goes gate to wire.
Yeah, you're right. The race was over about, I don't know, 20 to 30 steps out of the gate. When you look at these type of horses, you can tell he's just traveling so well. And Katie Davis had this horse right in front, and it just showed you the 4 was the second best horse in the race, but there was no doubt about who the winner was. And as soon as the 3 scratched out of this race, this horse got anointed 4-5 and acted like a 4-5 shot.
Dominant victory. Long, long way back to your runner-up. The 4 horse in here at 5-2. That was Monte Avi, no question about your winner though. King Phoenix, 3rd start, 3rd different barn, and finally now a win in start number 3 for Gatz's Stables at a short price. Katie Davis with a game plan, obviously, and knowing how this track is playing, saying, let's take command early.
Yeah, and listen, this horse was just much the best, and you got to give Rick Dutchow some credit. You claim this horse for 40, drop down for 25. What's the purse? 34,000. A heady claim here, and Katie did the right thing. Just a passenger, put this horse on the front end, and say goodbye to this field.
Prices when we come back, still ahead. Kentucky Derby prep and the Rebel from Hot Springs, and Sandman. He's been his own worst enemy. Can he get out of the gate clean? It really compromised his chances in the Southwest, but he was rolling late for Mark Casse. We'll see what we get today coming up.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's Rebel Day at Oaklawn Park, and great to see so many fans out enjoying the sunshine, the great weather, and the great racing as well. As our America's Best Racing race of the week is that Grade 2 Rebel. Will go as race 11 on this Sunday afternoon. Saturday card moved to Sunday. Here's a look at the field, Richie, and a big storyline in this race is the horses coming out of the Southwest. Also run here at Oaklawn. Stepping stone onto the Rebel, eventually onto the Arkansas Derby here for the Kentucky Derby preps. And a big story out of this is the trip that Sandman had during the Southwest.
Yes, Sandman lost his balance at the break. Watch how he splays. One leg went to the left, the other went to the right, and somehow he caught himself. And when you get a look at this head-on, and obviously leaving himself a lot to do, you're going to see just how far Christian Torres was out of the saddle, Acacia. Look when the horse goes to the left, Christian goes to the right. Miraculous that Sandman was able to catch his feet and not fall, or stumble completely, and that Christian Torres stayed in the middle of him. This impresses me, Acacia. This is a horse that does not mind running through traffic. He already tipped to the outside, but he had safe ground. You could see the gray coat. He's covered in kickback. He doesn't mind that. That's important, especially prepping for the Kentucky Derby. 20-horse field. You want a horse that's brave and a horse that's handled adversity, handled different situations. I think today, a big field, a good dress rehearsal for Sandman.
We saw Speed King, the 10-horse, wire the field in the Southwest last time out. He did do a lot of the dirty work, though, having pressure early and able to kick on. But that second-place finish by Sandman certainly staked him as a major contender today. He's co-owned by West Point Thoroughbreds, as Maggie is standing by with Terry Finley.
That's right, Acacia, and I know a lot of people excited to see Sandman back in the Rebel, but maybe none more than you, Terry. Talk a little bit about Sandman's performance and what you gleaned from it last time in the Southwest.
Well, I thought, it was a good performance. Obviously, everybody saw him at the break, and he recovered. He settled the first part of the race. He put a good run in, and obviously we didn't get there, but it was still very exciting, and I think it gave all of us hope to get to today. So. I think Mark and his team have done a great job, and he's ready to go. And although I didn't expect it to be as deep and as talented of a field as it is, but when you put $1,250,000 up, you're not going to have a walkover.
He was part of the Lothenbach dispersal sale as a 2-year-old. You bought him just off of a gallop, paid $1.2 million. Has it been worth it? Well,
I think time will tell, right? But he's an exciting colt. I give a lot of credit to our partners, the Greens and Vinny and Teresa Viola, and the other West Point partners. So, $1.2 million is a lot to give for a horse, but we give a lot of money at the yearling sales, and all they do is walk. So, on the other hand, I think it's good for the 2-year-old sales, because I think the consigners and I think the sales companies are going to start to see, and I think it'll give us an opening to do some things in a different way at the 2-year-old sales. I think, I think that'll be positive in the years to come.
Well, Terry, you said to me off camera, you've been a big fan of Tappet throughout his career, but yet he has not had a Derby winner. Could this year be it?
I hope so. But, obviously people get caught up in Derby fever, and after you've been in it for a while, I think we all, we have to take one step at a time. But I think he's set, and I think he's poised to take a step forward. I just don't know where that puts him. So that's the exciting thing about owning and actually being in the business is you just never know, and they surprise us all the time.
Well, here's to a big surprise today. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck.
Absolutely, Maggie. All the time, and always a pleasure to talk to you.
Always a pleasure to have Terry on, Acacia. And honestly, it wouldn't be a surprise with Sandman getting the victory today, but it would be a lovely time here in the Werner Circle for the Connections.
Absolutely would. It's always a party when any syndicate, especially the West Point Thoroughbreds crew, though, has a lot of partners that they get to bring on that experience with them. And, Terry talking a little bit about the Derby, they got an opportunity to experience that with West Point and their partnership with Always Dreaming back in 2017, winning the Kentucky Derby. And once you have a taste of it, Richie, You want to do it again. That's the beauty of this game.
It's addictive. You always want to get back to it. And he brought up Vinny and Teresa Viola. They've already won a Stanley Cup with the Florida Panthers. They won the Derby with Oaklawn Park. And that's a pretty dynamic kind of sportsman double, if you will. And what could be better? To have a shared passion with people, like-minded people. What a good time.
One of the most beautiful things about the sport of horse racing, the people that it brings together. Race 7 coming up next. You hear that call to post behind us. 6 furlong sprint in this second level allowance, and a very intriguing field of older horses. You have some, including the horse from the rail, and the one Carbone who actually ran in the Rebel last year. So horses that have stakes quality, stakes ability to them, kind of looking to get back on track sometimes in this spot.
You know, horses go through growing spurts and changes. It's like people, right? They mature at different times. They go through little things. I was here when Carbone from the rail was so impressive last December 31st, actually of 23, New Year's Eve, when he won going 2 turns. I wonder if he could get back to his form, too. He looked like a promising prospect.
He's 9-1 right now on the board. Tepid favorite on the 2, Just Steel for Wayne Lucas, a horse that's coming in off the layoff that I know has really caught your attention.
Wow, I was really taken with him from a physical perspective as he walked by the set here, and he has won sprinting. He is a mountain of a horse.
He's a big boy. As we saw Carbone go by, here's Just Steel. Also ran in that Rebel last year, cutting back in distance. Like you said, though, he's shown he can handle it. Here's the 3, Attaché.
Yeah, and you get Tyler Bacon, a horse that can be forward for Chris Hartman, certainly a player.
72 right now. Big long shot. Here's the 4, Nasty Habit.
Yeah, kind of a subpar effort off the layoff after I've been running it at Pimlico, but he was well bet. Maybe he can turn it around.
Another long shot, Excitable Boy.
Yeah, feels like he's going to have to find a race in his past and maybe even a little bit better.
Trying to build off that second place finish is the 6, Invulnerable. Last time out was a big price as well.
I think he's too big a price. I think 13-1. I thought his last effort was good.
Agreed. Here's the 7, Iglesias. Has some speed, though he didn't show it last time.
Yeah, he didn't show it on the turn back last time. Maybe now, with that race under his belt. But he was effective from off the pace, so maybe stick with that plan.
The 8, Big City went by. Here's the 9, Runaway Jack.
Runaway Jack, more of a closing type. Kind of tough for the closers so far today.
And there's the 10, Ninja Warrior. He's pretty sharp in that post parade.
Look very sharp. He's outside. You get Tyler Gaffleone. He could work out a really good stalking trip. A horse that got by us because I was too busy yapping away was the 8, Big City.
Yes.
And I actually like Big City quite a bit at 9-1.
It's a generous price. So take a quick time out, hear a little bit more about Richie's pick coming up, get some more thoughts from Maggie. And how's that for a cool shot of Oaklawn Park, inching closer and closer to the Grade 2 Rebel. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack. A debut winner at Saratoga before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're back on America's Day at the Races. The 7th race coming up next at Oaklawn Park. A sprint here with some very intriguing contenders, as there's some of the owners of Just Steel, the number 2, for a time on some of these biggest races for the 3-year-olds, running in the Kentucky Derby, running in the Preakness last year. So certainly some class relief for Just Steel today, as well as a cutback in distance.
Yeah, but he has been successful sprinting 6.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. He looks ultra sharp. Like I said, I got to watch him last year a little bit. Acacia, I think he's a bigger, stronger, better looking version of himself, and he looked very fit to me. I love a work pattern like this. You know, when they have the heavy lifting done, they went a sharp 5 furlongs in the sub-minute, 59.4, came back with a nice 3/4, endurance building gate work, 114, and then just a nice, easy maintenance half. I like when they get a horse where they want them, and then they just maintain. They keep them there.
As this was a horse who, at a big price, was second in last year's Arkansas Derby behind Muth, a very talented, highly touted Bob Baffert contender. So certainly one that has the credentials. We'll see what he does in the first start of his 4-year-old season. The number 8, Big City, as you mentioned, a horse that you have some intrigue in, be ridden by Christian Torres, who has been dominant at this Oaklawn Park stand.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems like he takes his game to another level once he gets to Oaklawn. This horse is versatile. He's got enough speed to get forward, which I think is, you know, tactically what you want today, but he's also not committed. He can sit just off the pace.
Well, you might have noticed, if you've been looking at all in the winner's circle, some connections coming in and ringing a bell. Maggie, what's going on over there?
Well, Acacia, as the bell stands behind me, and I actually got up close and personal with it to actually read what's inscribed on it, and it says, "This bell is rung for the love and the respect of the horse," and it is for Connections, who donate a portion of their winnings to aftercare. And learning from trainer Ron Moquette, who was largely behind the installation of this bell and getting that aftercare money kind of flowing, if you will, told me that today Fasig-Tipton has put up that they will match any donation that is put up by Connections. So really earning doubly for aftercare and the horses upon retirement. So let's take a look, though, at some of these horses on the track for this upcoming race, including number 2, Just Steel, who is now 7-2 on the board. And I echo Richie's sentiment that he looks phenomenal. This is a horse that is fine-tuned for this comeback effort. He looks so fit here. It's hard to believe that we haven't seen him since May. It looks as though he just maybe ran last month. Really strong, resplendent coat. Does not look like he has spent the winter as he has here at Oaklawn through what has been a trying winter. It looks like he's been in South Florida. My thing is that physically, and I've always thought this about him, is that he looks like he wants to run long. He's this giant son of Justified, tall and leggy, but you can't change what's on his form, and that some of his best races have come sprinting. So I think we'll find out today if this is what he actually wants to do, or if they're using this as a kind of prep race. But I would say it might be the former, as number 1, Carbone. He's second off of a layoff, and a horse that kind of hinted at getting on the Kentucky Derby trail. But we see so year in and year out so many times with trainer Steve Asmussen that they do that with the 3-year-olds, and then they give them time, they regroup, bring them back as older horses, and they're better sprinters. And I think Carbone is. He looks phenomenal. And honestly, he was part of a very contested and hot pace last time out over that muddy sealed track, in which he, of any of the pace horses, was the best finisher in the end. It's a tightener. He's sharp in here. He came out bouncing on his toes. I'm going to take Carbone in here because he has tactical speed. I don't love that rail draw with Keith aboard today, so he's going to have to really play the break. because I feel like the pace could be a little bit murky. I feel like a lot of horses could go, or it could be one that's just faster than the rest, and we'll see what happens with number 9, Runaway Jack, who could benefit if they heat things up, as he is second off of a layoff. But this son of Not This Time is the opposite of most Not This Times. Usually they're kind of smaller, shorter coupled horses. He is massive. He looks so much more like a Giant's Causeway, and I just think off of that extended layoff last time out of 13 months, he needed it, because usually horses that big and heavy do. But he had a massive gallop out as well. Really kind of went ahead of the field as they approached the turn there after the race was over. So I thought a good race back could set him up for a big performance today, Acacia.
Interesting thoughts, Maggie. Thank you. Runaway Jack, 5-1 right now on the board. And Richie, we often talk about it. You can train in the mornings, but sometimes you just can't match the benefit from a fitness perspective that a race will give to a horse.
Well, the old adage was that a race is like 3 or 4 workouts, right? And you just can't replicate racing circumstances in the morning as much. And horses, like people, some take more to get fit than others.
Favoritism has now shifted over to the 10, Ninja Warrior, that horse who was on his toes in the post parade. Tyler Gaffalione has the call from the outside post. We'll see how it plays out in the 7th at Oaklawn. Coming up next, here's Matt Dinnerman.
And Laroff, Blue and his crew caught him in a good line. Nasty Habit gets the first call of the race. Carbone sent for speed from the inside. He snatches the lead away from Nasty Habit and Just Steal off the layoff. He's fresh, pretty quick today, sprinting this afternoon. Off of heels between horses. A joint second down the backstretch run. 1.5 lengths back in the field to Ninja Warrior. He's placed in 4th with Invulnerable. Attaché off the speed today. He's 4 or 5 lengths behind approaching the turn. Excitable Boy is next in the field. Big City, Gleese, they're next in a space of 6 to Runaway Jack, who's well out of it right now as they round the far turn. Contentious battle on the lead. Just Steal finds an opening between horses and grabs the lead away from Carbone, who's trying to stick to him from the inside. Just Steal with the white blinkers in front, coming to the top of the lane. Carbone's still right there with him. Nasty Habit in with a shot at a price. He's 39-1. Nasty Habit and comes calling for the lead and grabs it from Just Steal. Invulnerable is next. Ninja Warrior far outside. Attaché needs to find more. Still 4 behind in midfield. Coming to the 16th pole. Nasty Habit clings on to the lead. Ninja Warrior diving after him from the outside, and he's got him. Ninja Warrior Invulnerable in the second. Ninja Warrior to win it. Invulnerable was second. Nasty Habit third. Attaché 4th across the line.
Ninja Warrior finishing best here in race 7. As Maggie kind of touched on with the way this pace looked here on paper, Richie, it did turn out to be a pretty contentious pace, setting up for one to come from off of it.
They went extremely fast early, contested 21-3, 44 and change. And this is the first horse we've seen come from this far back today.
In a moment, just a messenger, we are moving over to the Fox Sports app. We hope you'll stay with us on America's Day at the races. Live coverage from Oaklawn and Aqueduct continues.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Race 8, just 2 minutes to post. Here in South Ozone Park, New York, 6.5 furlong sprint, $10,000 claiming race. And here's a look at Blake B. Kendrick Carmouche will ride, who had some early success on today's card.
Yeah, this is a horse that Kendrick's ridden before, 2 back, going 1 mile and 1/8. Now, cut back to 1 mile and 7 furlongs with a bug boy. Now, Kendrick gets back aboard. Now, Michelle DeGiulio's had a really tough meet. There's a lot of seconds and thirds, but she's due to hit. And I like this horse a little bit. Now, I do think the 7 and 9 are formidable horses. The 9 off voided claim, but the 1 to beat. And the 7's probably the horse in the best form right now.
Well, there's Kendrick Carmouche, one of the first 2 on this Sunday card. Looking for number 3 on Blake B, the 5. And there's question marks with a lot in here, but certainly the 9, who's the favorite, off since July of last summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, and a horse that if gets back to anything that he's run to, probably wins this race. But do you want to take a horse that's only run twice since March of 2023 at 9 to 5? But he does have races to go to that probably win every time. Besides the 7 in here, Chalky Cat, and I think Blake B's got a couple races to go to.
Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
And the favorite that the public has landed on, favorite in all of your multi-race wagers as well, is the number 9, who is going to have to answer a lot of questions, as mentioned, because we haven't seen him in quite some time. And he did run a decent third, finishing at Saratoga behind 2 long shots. And I know that's a painful race for Greg to remember, who had some coverage in that race to close out a wager and got upset a bit. But looking at him dropping to the bottom level for the first time in his career, and one that's capable of showing some early speed in the past as well, he makes a lot of sense coming in here based on his last really 3 races, which are all consistently similar numbers that would get him the victory. And here, if he does come back fresh and fit, ready to go, facing lesser company than he did in his last start. Another horse that's getting a little bit of class relief but is a big price, the horse that I did end up landing on, Persistent Danger, 2 starts ago, running into Quick Hammer, runaway victory for that one. Quick Hammer we saw come back to win earlier on this card yet again, and then just facing much tougher horses last time out, also dealing with a muddy sealed surface going the 7 furlongs, and now he drops back down to a level where he has the ability to potentially be competitive if he can work out some sort of trip, and we'll see who ultimately goes to the lead, and if we do see Funny Joke try to establish that early supremacy. Greg?
3-2 favorite. Thank you, Sarah, off that long time away. Yeah, for Funny Joke here on the outside for Rob Falcone Jr.
Yeah, and like I said, the horse to beat in here, but do you want to take that 9 to 5 on a horse that hasn't, like I said, has only run twice since March of 2023, but the credentials are there to win this race. There's Blake B on your screen right there with Kendrick Carmouche, always giving his horse a little love before going in the gate.
He is a statue right now, isn't he, Blake B? Nice appearance, 5-2. Shortening up just a touch.
The 7
in this spot. Yeah,
7 a late
is
scratch.
Coming off the board. No, it's already been taken off. Major scratch of horse is going to vie for favoritism coming out here.
Yeah, this is a big scratch. Now, this was a horse that comes from way off of it, but when you looked at Chalky Cat going into this race, he had probably the best form to go into this race. You're kind of not guessing with the 9. You're hoping that the 9 can get back to some of his races. But this is a big scratch in here because, obviously the 5's going to be lower and the 9's going to end up being a heavy favorite in here.
Back-to-back races, we've had very impactful late scratches heading to the gate. Meanwhile, Flowing River on the inside has some speed, certainly has the post to take advantage of it.
I'm with you
Could that
there.
horse surprise?
No, I could see that. And, Sarah's picked the 6. That horse has got some lick. That horse benefits with the scratch.
No question.
I could see that horse winning, definitely.
Even money, though, on the returnee. Funny Joke. Drop down in class, long time away. See how he fares off the bench, this 6-year-old at a short price here in the 8th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Late scratch there of the 7. Here's the 3, Centavo, moving forward. Blake B moving in next. Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Blake B taking one more turn here as they were just getting Centavo loaded. Blake B, Persistent Danger 2 out. Here's Indian Quest. Funny Joke to the outside. Funny Joke. Manny Franco goes in. All set. And they're off. Very slow start there for Indian Quest, was just off slowly. Speed immediately from the outside. Funny Joke got there to the front, is up by a half length. It's going to be challenged here towards the inside by Flowing River, and they're moving quickly, but Funny Joke wants the front end, intent on getting to the lead, and now will clear. Taken back was Flowing River, is going to move to the outside here, is going to try and stalk from the 2 path as Funny Joke tries to slow things down up front. Settling in a third, that's Blake B, and behind them comes Union Lights at the rail, out wider Persistent Danger. Towards the back end of the field, that's Centavo. Indian Quest, after the slow start, is the trailer. Into the far turn, 23-1 was that opening quarter mile. In the 2 path here, chasing still Flowing River. Blake B in pursuit of the leader, Funny Joke. Funny Joke is just rolling right along. Here comes a move from Union Lights, who's alone in 4th. Persistent Danger shoved along Centavo, and the trailer continues to be Indian Quest. 47 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Barely being asked was Funny Joke. Has plenty so far. Now Funny Joke trying to sprint away from the field. Union Lights out in the center of the racetrack, and Blake B is finishing Centavo. Persistent Danger with a mild rally from the back, a furlong left to get. And here comes Blake B in the orange silks, is ready to challenge Funny Joke. Funny Joke still there. Centavo's at the rail. Centavo's got some momentum too. Blake B, Centavo, these two down the line. It's a photo finish. Maybe Centavo down towards the inside. A big number. Blake B's in that photo. For the win, Centavo and Blake B. It's a photo in 1 minute 19.52 seconds.
Might have been Centavo at 20-1.
Yeah.
Photo finish here in the 8th.
I think the 5 got the bob, but the 3 I think was physically in front. We'll take you down the stretch here, and it gets really, really close here. You know, the 5 ended up taking the lead, but what a ride on the 3 here. And Centavo up the rail. 3, wow. That is very wickedly close because the 5 got the bob of all bobs here.
Yeah, we ever got in front.
That's the key question. You're right. The 3 won the race. Good call by you.
20-1. Omar Hernandez Moreno on a day where speed's been so good.
Yeah.
Not here.
Well, just a great ride. You know, they were battling up front. Funny Joke had the lead, but then Flowing River was able to press that lead. Blake B was just grinding away while Omar Moreno Hernandez was just on the rail with Centavo, just picking horses up. And this horse hasn't won since last year in February, going 1 mile and 1/8. Now the 6.5 furlongs, he definitely had some kick late, and we finally get a big price on the card.
I'll say 20-1 to shake things up. Second biggest price on the board, and it's a big one. It's really going to change things in these multi-race wagers. Wow. Features still to come. That's it for you this afternoon. Enjoyed it.
Enjoyed it too, Greg, always.
A lot more still to come. Jonathan Kinchin going to take over for Paulie right after this. 2 big preps still to come on the way for the Kentucky Oaks and the Derby, with the Honeybee and Rebel still ahead. And Christian Torres definitely looking for a little redemption and certainly a better break than he got in the Southwest on Sandman. Can things be different today in the rematch with Speed King? Stay with us.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper By Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, he was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here. You're watching America's Day at the Races. That's how we get here.
That's A-Train.
Hope so. We got a date on that a little bit later on this afternoon. Greg Wolf joined by Jonathan Kinchin taking over for Paul Aduca here on the set in South Ozone Park, New York. We just had a massive upset and a very tough horse to find in race 8.
I'm actually very thankful that I was trying to get ready to get on the show, because I would not have had that horse at 20-1. When a 20-1 shot wins that you didn't like and you were too busy to bet, it's always a blessing.
It's a good thing. Feels like a win. Centavo, wow, head scratcher here. Omar Hernandez Moreno sticking to the inside and will eventually wear down this 4-5 favorite who is coming off a long layoff.
You know, typically when a horse like this at this price wins, the favorite and a few others have to not show up. It's typically never that just the long shot outperforms what you expected from him, but someone else has to not show up. But man, when you can find a price like this, it can be a day changer, a month changer, and sometimes a life changer.
Yeah, just outduels Blake B to the finish. Kendrick Carmouche on the 5, but it's Omar Hernandez Moreno just up in time, getting that nose in front first for the 6th win of the 7-year-old's career. It had been a little while till this one had visited the winner's circle. $42 horse, and as you see from the pick 3 there at the bottom of your screen, shaking things up quite a bit.
Yeah, if you look down and you see a pick 3 that's $324, you got to be excited about what the larger multi-race wagers are going to pay.
Wow. Stakes race next in the Broadway at 7 furlongs. Fillies and mares 4 and up, and some very talented ones in there. Certainly landed for Wesley Ward. Multiple stakes winner against New York breds he's been pretty high on.
No, absolutely, and there's no problem there. The biggest problem I have is the price. I was going to try to beat this horse when the field was a little bit more full. Now his price comes down even more to 5-2. I was circling the 9 and the 11 of what one of those two I was going to pick, but the fact they're right at the same price, I got a decision to make here in a little bit.
And you know, we're seeing some horses now win from off the pace, so it's not quite as tilted towards just this track that only speed can win on. Is that good for Tough Street here?
Well, I think a lot of times is that if you and I, and no offense to you and I, and you at home, start to recognize that it's a speed-favoring racetrack, the riders whose job it is to do this, they start to realize it too. And when that happens, a lot of times you have aggressive riders that end up in situations where they're now dueling, and it sets up for horses from out of it. So I think that if a bias becomes pronounced, sometimes it can flip, and it could be one of those situations.
Competitive race coming up. Landed, very talented. You have the up-and-coming My Magic Wand, who has put together 3 in a row for Greg Sacco. Manny Franco rides there. The 2 best efforts from that filly have been on fast tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this horse ran extremely well last time, and you have to take that into consideration. A little bit longer of a distance, right? That big number was earned going 6 furlongs. There was a 7 furlong win, but that was in the slop, and so you don't know for sure. And let's just see where...
It's early, but a little surprising she's favored right now.
Look, this horse would be the most fun wager of all time at 5-1. But at 2-1 in this field with the question marks, it doesn't feel great at this point.
Early on, probably going to... I would think Landon's going to get a lot more money, and even probably Tough Street outside, despite the way that things have been going this afternoon in terms of how the track's been playing. But very talented. Back to Oaklawn. Look at the Trevista overnight to start the late pick 5 at 1 mile and a 16th. Our colleague Tom Amos showing up with Brody Ferry in here, but certainly Just My Heels looks tough. Indy Label and Amber Cascade maybe the top 3 to go with in here.
Yeah, I think you left one out. The 5 I thought was also interesting for Rudolph Brissett. You get Flavien Prat. The switch from Irad, I think most would agree that no big issues there. But I thought that horse was interesting as well. So, but you're right, 5, 8, 11. If you're playing a multi-race wager, I thought those are the 3 you needed to advance in this spot. It gets significantly harder throughout this sequence.
Yes, it does. There is the 5, who is favored right now, coming through the tunnel. Their reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, Flavien Prat. 3 for 11 lifetime. Coming off a second in a stake in Tampa. And now Wayward Lass. And in Just My Heels, Ron Moquette, the far outside post, back-to-back wins, both here at Oaklawn, on a couple of different kind of surfaces.
Yeah, the interesting, too, is the way those 2 races were won back-to-back. Horse started off down on the inside, ended up circling the field. Now he just starts to the outside. Maybe in Just My Heels prefers being in the clear, and now she's going to have the opportunity to do that all the way around there rather than kind of starting off inside, then working her way to that spot.
And meanwhile, Indy Label, the 8, 7-1. She'd won back-to-back starts and then good second to Corningstone, who'd won a couple of stakes in a row. I thought that kind of elevated her, but she's a big number right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, her last 2 races, figure-wise, put her right in the mix here, and at 7-1, she's arguably the value. Like I said, 5, 8, and 11 is who you need, in my opinion, but having the 8 at 7-1 makes a ton of sense.
Here's Under the Palms, Ken McPeak to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside. Not too far off, though, based on that lifetime best effort last time.
Brew Nabon, Brett Calhoun with the Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, you get Irad in this spot. I think that's probably why you're getting 6-1. This horse probably should be a little higher.
4-time winner, first time at Oaklawn for the 2. Tom Amos, Brody Ferry, 19-1. Dylan Davis rides.
Yeah, you know I love a Tom Amos trained horse. This one just seems a taste too slow.
Comes off a win at Fairgrounds last start in her 4-year-old debut. Gold medal Anna, huge number.
Yeah, just going the wrong direction on synthetic. Tried 10 furlongs last time. 10 furlongs, synthetic, beat by 14, screams, I'm not very fast.
Here's the favorite with the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this horse could absolutely win. Confident move last time to try the stake. Show up here now.
Majestic Oops, 16-1. Dan Ward trains.
Yeah, this horse has switched barns 3 races back, and maybe, just maybe, Dan Ward is still trying to figure this one out. I've seen worse 16-1 shots.
Seen worse 60-1 shots than Beaudraw.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, I don't need this one.
But that is
not too
way
far
too
off.
big a price.
Yeah, too big a price.
Indy Label, major player here for Matt Shire.
Right in the mix from a figure standpoint. I thought ran well last time in the Pippin, and was last time was trying to close into a slow pace.
Steve Asmussen's son Eric with the 9.
Yeah, once upon a time, I remember this horse, being pretty competitive in some stakes races and won the allowance race on the turf a couple back, gets back to the dirt.
Yeah, it was on the Oaks Trail last year. Amber Cascade, big effort at Fairgrounds last start.
Yeah, short morning line, but I think that was probably a mistake. Don't think this horse is chilly. Probably should have been 9-2 the whole time.
And Just My Heels has won 4 of 5.
Doesn't have to navigate now, right? She likes to kind of close and circle from the outside. She's going to start there. She's going to be in the clear, projected to be in the clear all the way around there. This will be my top choice.
We're going to send it back out to Hot Springs now with Maggie and the MIG.
Thanks, Greg. And yes, the field just going by us, Meg, here for this Trevista overnight stakes, going 1 mile and a 16th, in which we see number 5 in here, Pegnois, the favorite, as she comes off of that second place effort at Tampa Bay Downs. She did have a little bit of trouble. Was the trouble significant enough to warrant the beaten favoritism?
I felt watching that replay that she really didn't steady. Yes, she was on pause. She had to wait. But it wasn't one of those situations where you're stopping a horse's momentum and then you're trying to regain the momentum. I thought it was minor trouble.
Yeah, she just had to wait for room. And then, yes, the winner got the jump on her, but I was expecting a little bit more of a finish.
I agree with you. I thought that she still had an opportunity to try to maybe get it done. I'm never about outside posts with 2-turn races.
Right.
And I really like the 11 in Just My Heels. She has shown the ability to make a long, sustained run in both of her last 2 starts. And even though she has that outside post, I think she just drops out and drops in. And we finally saw a horse rally from well off the pace in the last race.
You know, I kind of have a little bit of a theory, as I typically watch these races from Oaklawn. You've been here more than I have, but it feels like the shorter races, you can kind of be wherever, and we've seen paces come back. The longer races, though, I think you want to be forward.
I think that's a very fair point, especially because look at the pace you got in the last race. 44
Wicked
and 4.
fast.
Very,
Yeah.
So it kind of set up for a closer, and I doubt you're going to get that kind of pace in here, but she has been impressive, and Ron Marquette's been having a terrific meet.
But she can be tactical. I mean, look at her races, 3 and 4 back. She was right on top of those paces. They went a little quicker in her last 2, and she responded well, but I don't think she's a one-trick pony. I think she can be adaptable and still be able to perform.
But you see, now that presents the problem, though. From that post, do you try to go forward, or do you say, all right, I'm going to play the break and tuck right in? It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out when they come by the wire the first time.
Yeah, exactly. She is going to have to also face a horse that, for connections that have been pretty good on the day, right to her inside, an Amber Cascade for Cherie DeVoe in here, who already has a winner on the card, and Jose Ortiz. How about him? Looking for his 4th win.
And he's been riding in such great form at Fairgrounds, and he just brought it here. His ride on Cherie's filly, getting through on the fence in the stake earlier in the Carousel Stakes, was just a phenomenal ride, and he's already had 2 wins on the day, looking for his 3rd.
And we'll take a look here at a long shot, and that is Browdy Ferry for Tom Amos. I think mainly because they're going to team up later, Mig, with Quick Kick in the Honeybee, and this will be her first start back as a 3-year-old. Talk a little bit about what you're expecting from Quick Kick. I know you've been in talks with Tom Amos.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of a longer, leaner filly. He feels like she's made a nice step from 2 to 3. He decided to come here because he missed some training. Much like the rest of the country, we've been plagued with bad weather from Arkansas to New Orleans to New York and everywhere in between. So trainers are having to call audibles and go as they might. So, and he got Dylan Davis on pretty much all of his horses today.
And how about the rapid ascension that we've seen from Dylan throughout this past year, riding regularly in Florida, but has shipped here mainly, as you said, for Tom. He'll be aboard Croupi in the Razorback, but just Dylan riding so incredibly well.
He really has, and he has been for a while now. That was the one thing with Dylan, that it took a while for him to get consistent. You'd see him ride brilliantly for short spurts, and then you'd kind of scratch your head and go, what's he thinking? Where's his head at? I think with maturity, with confidence, riding better horses, I think physically he's gotten stronger. He's gotten consistent, and he took the next logical step, going to Florida for the winter, trying to follow the good horses, trying to get your Derby horse, trying to get your Oaks kind of horses, which you're not really going to get in New York this time of year. They've got off to a good start. They're doing really well. Kind of surprising that Dylan doesn't have a mount in the Rebel.
I agree with you. I wonder if did Connections not know he was going to be here per se, because sometimes that's a thing. They already have their jocks lined up, they've already have somebody committed, and then somebody like Dylan Davis, who is one of the leading riders, I think it's fair to say, in the country at this point. You don't know till the last minute he's coming in here.
Yeah, but like you said, he is sought after now, right? He's made enough of a reputation. I wonder if it's not more, and I have no ideas the situation or the circumstances surrounding it, if they weren't trying to make one particular kind of mount. Dylan did go to Florida to ride predominantly for Mark Casse. He has Sandman. Was it just a focused or concerted effort to try to get the mount on him? And kind of when you didn't get that done, you kind of shut yourself out of other opportunities. I wonder if that's not more the play. Again, I don't know the circumstances.
Well, Penois, she remains your favorite as we take a look there at Rudy Brissett. He is actually looking for his first win at this Oaklawn meeting, as he has a small but select string here this season, as he typically does. So, Rudy, I think, throw him out at your own peril. He, with these higher class horses, does often deliver.
Very much so. And listen, last year, another good year, consistent. He won at 17%, 42 winners. Here is that aforementioned Wayward Lass. She did get to save a lot of ground, though, didn't she?
She got to save ground. Now, this is where we were talking about she had to wait.
Yeah.
So the winner right there is Little Jamie, the 8, who totally gets the jump on her. But once she switches out here and the 4 is going to come to her, you would think that maybe that would spur her on a little bit. And, it was just such a mild rally. You were hoping for a little bit more of an explosion, if you will, given the fact that she was nearly even money.
One thing that appears on that, too, when she gets out, she extricates herself from that tough position after saving all that ground. It almost looked to me like she stalled until that filly came on her outside. And then it got her more interested. And listen, all horses are different. Some are ballet dancers. You can stop and start. Yeah. Some are like a fullback. They're going to go right forward, and you've got to keep going forward with them. You're not going to be able to stop and start them.
Richie, as I briefly watched the horses go by, the 2 inside runners actually made really favorable impressions on me. Kenny McPeak's Under the Palms. Kenny, per usual, having a great meet. We got the noms for the Azeri.
Yep.
Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, and speaking with his assistant trainer here, Ray Bryson at Oaklawn, he was saying that she should get here a week or 2 before the Azeri, so hopefully I'll get an opportunity to see her out on the racetrack. And it's so exciting to have your horse of the year, a filly, coming back at 4. And I think we're blessed as people that cover racing, but also as racing fans that we've got so many of these 3-year-olds coming back as 4-year-olds.
As you just saw Tom Amos there, but I actually got to hang out with Torpedo Anna a couple days ago. I was down at New Orleans at the fairgrounds, and what's amazing about her, I was talking to Acacia about this as well, is sometimes those race fillies or mares, they are intent. You think about a Rachel Alexandra, but some, when they're in their stalls, are the sweetest things in the world, and she fits that bill. She is the sweetest horse to be around in the barn.
That's kind of a pleasant surprise to hear, because I agree with you. Most fillies and mares that are good, and much like the colts, they're very territorial. This is my stall, my space. You work around me.
It's a different story, though, I think, out on the racetrack with Torpedo Anna. But Kenny McPeak sending out Under the Palms here. She looked great. So did Bruna Bonya, who for Brett Calhoun, as they are taking their places in the gate for the Travista Mile and a 16th. Matt Dinnerman has your call.
And to the outside post, we'll wait on In Just My Heels. In Just My Heels coming up. We're ready to go. And they're off in the first running of the Trivista Overnight Stakes. Penwar, offensive-minded, on the lead with Majestic Oops, who take a hold. She'll track in the second spot. Bruna Boina runs in the 3rd position on the inside. Not a fast pace here in the early stages as they go into the first turn. Some crowding, and Beaudraw got the worst of it at a steady heart into that first turn run. We come back to the lead. Penwar on the pace today, 3/4 of a length ahead. Majestic Oops runs in second. Bruna Boina is 3rd to the inside. 1.5 lengths to Neon Beach. Then Brody Ferry 5th. She's 5 lengths off the pace. Another 1.5 lengths to a line of runners. Gold Medal Anna between horses. Under the Palms inside. Indy Label is 3 deep. Then Amber Cascade biding her time in the 3rd last spot. In Just My Heels is 2nd to last. And Beaudraw at the back of the field, a dozen lengths behind. Down the backstretch. Not a fast pace at all. 24-1. That first 1/4 mile, and the favorite is on the lead. Penwar. So she's got things her own way today. Went the half in 48-3. Majestic Oops putting pressure on a 1/2 length back. Bruna Boina 3rd, showing a little more rain going into the 4-turn run. Then Neon Beach, she's 4 lengths off the lead. Under the Palm saving ground around the 4-turn run. Brody Ferry has come under a hard ride and is not picking up the pace. Indy Label just passed her. Amber Cascade down on the inside has a lot of work to do. In Just My Heels is shaken up, gets to the outside. She's also towards the back, and Beaudraw has yet to pass a runner as they hit the top of the lane. And look at Majestic Oops. Majestic Oops and Martin Garcia pushing past Penwar as they come down the lane. Here's Bruna Boina, though, and Bruna Boina has asked for her best. Majestic Oops asked to finish in the final furlong. Bruna Boina to the outside. These two are ahead apart on the inside. Here is Majestic Oops, but Bruna Boina's got her. Bruna Boina runs past late to win the Trivista Overnight. Majestic Oops was 2nd. Under the Palms and Penwar were next.
Bruna Boina wearing down long shot Majestic Oops in the shadow of the wire, Mig. This was an exciting finish, but yet again, horses forwardly placed doing the best running here.
And this was all of Irad Ortiz's ample skills on display. He's such a strong finisher. And I noticed he's incorporated something into it with his left-handed crop, a lot like Chris McCarron used to do. You know, they're limited with the amount of times they can use the crop, but you can kind of flag a horse or shake the stick at him. Watch left-handed here. You see what he did there before he actually went to hit her again? Again, just flagging her, kind of keeping her going forward, keeping her tension. Some run by the 6, though, huh?
At 24 to 1, I know. She looked as though she was a winner till just late here. But going back to Irad and what you said, a lot more finesse, I think, incorporated in his riding, too.
You know, Irad's always been a tremendous talent, a tremendous athlete. And I like that he's kind of modified some of the ways he's going about things. He's still aggressive, but not over the top, and definitely more finesse in his finish.
Well, Greg, it looks like Bruna Boignet, your unofficial winner here in the Trevista, but you guys have stake action coming up next.
Yeah, we do. We're looking forward to a very contentious group in this Broadway for New York bred fillies and mares at 7 furlongs. It is still My Magic Wand, who's trying to win 4 in a row, the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, look, off that performance, they're going to bet this horse here, but we'll see.
Wesley Ward, it is landed. 4-year-old debut kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, I mean, this horse makes sense in here, but not at this price.
Spiteful Lily ran a huge race in her debut.
Absolutely. If she can find that, which 4 times she hasn't, she'll be extremely tough in here.
Here's the favorite, My Magic Wand.
Yeah, look, I've got no problem with this horse. I just feel like she's a little bit overbet.
Sweet Brown Sugar, she's 8 for 12 lifetime.
Yeah, she's going to need to get a little bit faster, but at 6-1, I wouldn't knock anyone for taking a chance.
Brad Cox Barn with Caldwell Loves Gold.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to probably land here at 5-1. This horse makes a ton of sense to me.
And then Tough Street, she's probably faced the toughest company.
Got no problem with her either. I mean, I was between the 9 and the 11. The issue with her is that she's 7-2, you know, almost a little bit more than half the price, a little bit less than half the price, of the 9.
Well, that filly right there, My Magic Wand, the 6, still the favorite. She's trying to win her 4th in a row as we go to Sarah.
And she is making her stakes debut here, but she has faced some good company over her last couple of starts, and certainly with the types of races she's been running, she deserves this opportunity to test stakes company. You know that she's capable of handling the 7 furlong distance, and her 2 races recently over a fast main track have just been faster than what we saw over a sloppy sealed one 2 starts ago, yet she still was able to pull off the victory. I have no problems with her. She has some early speed. She will have to work out a little bit of a trip in here, as she does have some speed towards her inside as well, but she makes a lot of sense, though not quite as battle tested as some of the others in this field. She is one that perhaps is on the rise as of right now. Ultimately, I did land with Landed towards the inside, the number 3, a horse that does have that stakes credential on her resume, having won the Fleet Indian as well as the Bowery, coming off a little bit of a layoff in here. And you know that she has the stamina as well, a horse that is cutting back from that 1 1/8 distance, but has shown in the past that she's capable of having the speed to be forward and potentially be on the lead at the 7 furlongs. Wesley Ward, over the past 2 months here at Aqueduct, he's sent out limited runners, but he is 3 for 7, 6 for 7 in the money. So the horses he's sending here to compete, they generally have shown up when they are spotted appropriately. And of course, being a New York bred, this is the right kind of spot for her. She's run well fresh in the past, and she does benefit from being the inside most speed. Greg?
And look, her trainer's always been high on her. She's a multiple stakes winner. She's won at this distance. She's won in longer distances. It's going to be tough. And you would think coming off the bench, too, even though she's gone longer the last couple of starts, she's going to fire her out of there with that inside post.
Yeah, look, I mean, I know she's got a lot of wins. You know, some nice ones, too. The problem is that none of them have – she's won by open links, but none of them have been very fast compared to what she's facing here today. And look, we've talked about this before. Wolfie, I think you weren't here when Andy and I were hanging out for hours and hours and hours on end.
And you loved it.
That was just one of the highlights of my life. And we were talking about how, look, if I had to pick a horse to cross the wire first, and that was all I had to do, then the 3 would make a lot of sense in this spot. But at that price compared to these other horses is where the problem lies. This is a gambling game. You have to try to identify value.
Which means you're going to go where?
I'm going to go with the 9. I was split between the 9 and the 11. I have no problem with the 3 and the 6. So let's just say I like 3, 6, 9, 11. In a multi-race situation, I try to be alive to those 4 horses. So if I'm going to pick one of them, I have to pick the one that has the longest price.
Yeah, look, I like the 6 coming in. Never would have expected to see this one as a 9-5 favorite.
No.
Surprising. Thought for sure that would change as we got closer to post time here. It is not. There she is. Manny Franco, she's trying to win her 4th in a row. People love to see those ones. See if she can keep it going here. Toughest test she by far will have had coming up in this spot yet in her career. As we see Sweet Brown Sugar, she's been a win machine. A lot of those wins coming at Finger Lakes, though, for Sweet Brown Sugar. 8 for 12 lifetime. Coming off 3 in a row herself. Very competitive edition of the Broadway for New York-bred fillies and mares. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Loves Gold. Tough Street to the outside. All set for the Broadway. And they're off. My Magic Wand breaks with early speed from in between horses. Spiteful Lily is there as well, and Landed is in the early mix. Wants to go. Landed wants the front, and Frankie Pennington and Landed. They now put ahead in front. Spiteful Lily's going to go right with this rival as a tracking second. 3 wide and comfortable. That's My Magic Wand, and Manny Franco is 2 lengths clear of Sweet Brown Sugar. The 2 at the back. Tough Street with Caldwell. Loves Gold. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Landed is in front with Spiteful Lily chasing here from second. No excuses for My Magic Wand as a tracking third. Now encouraged to move forward here with 4 furlongs left to go. At the rail, that's Sweet Brown Sugar. Tough Street is on the move here from the back of the pack, and Caldwell Loves Gold is still the trailer. Landed is still in front and doing it nicely, is up by a half length. Spiteful Lily engaged to the outside. My Magic Wand is now encouraged to move forward. Here's Tough Street towards the outside, is following that move at the rail. That's Sweet Brown Sugar. Landed has not been caught yet. It's Landed who reaches the top of the stretch. Frankie Pennington looking over his right shoulder. Seems to be confident here on Landed, and Landed is trying to sprint away from this field. It's Landed who's approaching a final furlong. Here comes Sweet Brown Sugar from out of the pack is chasing. Landed is in full flight here for the line, but here comes Sweet Brown Sugar trying to nail Landed on the wire. Landed is almost there. Landed is only up by a full length. Landed wins the Broadway. Landed with that front-running score. Then came Sweet Brown Sugar, Spiteful Lily, and a late run from Caldwell Loves Gold. Final running time, 1:24.78 in the Broadway.
Last 3 stakes the Landed has been in. She has won them all.
Yeah, look, and like I said, this is a game where I didn't dislike the horse. I just thought she was too short of a price. And often you'll have some strong opinions. She made a lot of sense. She wins. When she gets comfortable on the front end, she wins. I didn't think this was a race where she was going to get comfortable, but she found a way to do so, and you can't argue with that. She gets another one for her 5th career win out of only, 8 starts? Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Frankie Pennington in town for the ride in the win, and to win off the bench, too. Impressive. Did not go off the favorite. That was My Magic Wand, who never moved from favoritism. She does not factor in this race. 3-7-4-9 finish. Landed. 3 wins in her last 3 stakes appearances for trainer Wesley Ward and Lyle's Stables here in the Broadway. Back with you on our Sunday coverage. America's Day at the Races. You've seen Hamilton, right?
I have. I saw it off Broadway in Chicago. But I got to tell you, though, for this Broadway Stakes, this is appropriate. I have seen more Broadway shows in the last 3 years since I met and married my wife than I have ever seen anything in my entire life.
One of the great perks of living out here in the Big Apple, seeing as much theater as you can. Landed very good from the get-go. $7.80 for the win, and comes back as sharp as she was than when she went to the bench the end of her 3-year-old season.
Yeah, look, it seems via the text messages I received that the barn was high on the horse, and they were right, even though I didn't quite believe them.
Back at Oaklawn, Arad Ortiz Jr. on Bruna Boin. 5 wins now, 15 starts, wins second off the bench here for the barn of Brett Calhoun. Maggie had a chance to catch up with the winning rider.
Here with winning rider Arad Ortiz Jr. and Arad with Bruna Boin, wearing down the early leaders in the shadow of the wire, but you had her in such a good position the whole way around there.
Was great. She held me. She broke so good, so I hustled a little bit the position and they were right behind the speed. I was happy there. Safe ground all the way. I was able to tip him out on the quarter pole, and from there she deserves a lot of credit because she fired all the way to the wire.
All right, we've seen in these longer races, it feels like you want to be forward. Is that true?
I feel like today is that kind of day. The track is playing good for the speed, and you want to be a little closer.
Well, with the Honeybee coming up, 5G, really interesting horse for George Weaver. You'll climb back aboard her. Took to the dirt really well last time out. Outside post, how do you work it?
We have an outside post, maybe a little weight outside. 13, so hopefully she broke good and we can clear some horses and we go from there. Look like she last time showed a lot of speed on the dirt, so hopefully she do the same thing again today. That's going to be a big help for me.
Yeah, she's very interesting. Best of luck with her. Congrats here, though.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Arad Ortiz Jr. in town today, and 5G coming up next. Could be a major player in that Honeybee.
Yes, we will see. Obviously, Mohima looks like a potential monster in the Honeybee, but we will see what happens. Things change quick on the road to the Oaks and the Derby. Quiet side, obviously, highly regarded. Far outside post to try and overcome. Second to the outside anyway. $12.40 here with a win for Arad Ortiz Jr., and he'll go right back to work on that filly for John Ortiz coming up in this Kentucky Oaks prep, where Mohima opens up at even money. Arad on the 12 here, quiet side at 12-1 right now.
Yeah, Mohima's interesting because she's undefeated. She's won 3 races in a row. She won the Demoiselle at 1 mile and 1/8 here, right behind where we're sitting.
Sorry, 5G, Arad.
Yeah, 5G. Yeah, there you go. On the outside. But the thing about Mohima is that she's one of those horses that has not run that freaky fast number. But she won easily the 1 mile and 1/8 race, and she's right there. She looks like she might be that kind of horse that's going to jump out on the scene and hit almost a triple digit, a high 90 type buyer in this situation. I guess I prefer for her to be drawn outside with her tactical speed not being forced, but I think she's the best horse in here, and we know how Brad Cox and Florent Giroux can get from time to time. They're going to be aggressive with her and send her away from there. She might be pretty special, and we might see something pretty special here in about 13 minutes.
And get a quick horse coming in from the West Coast. We'll see if that one outquicks Mohima to the lead, if she can sit off and win, or if she's just going to be all out to try and get to the front. Maybe she takes that big step forward in her 3-year-old debut for one of the top trainers on the planet. That man right there, Brad Cox, he has a good one in Mohima. Can she keep things rolling as she gets set to kick off her 3-year-old campaign in the Honeybee?
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July sale. With a focus on precocious and athletic yearlings, July produces strong results in the sales ring and on the racetrack. Last year's sale produced the highest median in the sales history, with 46% of yearlings sold, bringing $100,000 or more. The 104th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga smashed every record in its 103-year history, led by a $3.4 million sale topper. Saratoga also produces the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners of any North American yearling sale, led by recent Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. New York bred yearlings, the leading marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Last year's sale set the highest median in the sales history. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.phasingtipton.com to nominate now for our 2025 Selected Yearling Sales.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
Rodney is widening the margin now. It's going to be Rodney to win the Affirmed Success.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
She Dares the Devil looks for a way through. Alta's Award to the outside. Alta's Award takes the lead. She Dares the Devil splits horses for Joe Talamo. Alta's Award, that's the switch leads. She Dares the Devil, Alta's Award, She Dares the Devil.
She Dares the Devil, winning the 2020 Honeybee here at Oaklawn Park. We use that as a stepping stone onto the 2020 Kentucky Oaks victory, which was run in September in that weird COVID year. But a very talented filly for Brad Cox, who has won the Kentucky Oaks twice. Could potentially be looking for a third one, as he has some major Oaks contenders lining up. One of them, Muhima, your current favorite in the Honeybee in this next race, Richie.
Yeah, and he lost his 2-year-old filly champion, who we won't see till later this year because of bone bruising immersive, but he's got a pretty strong lineup here, and Muhima has been perfect up to this point. And I love the fact that she stayed a 1 1/8 so well as a 2-year-old in the Demoiselle at Aqueduct.
Absolutely, as she is undefeated. She's won her 3 races so far with gradually increasing distances as well. She debuted at 6.5 furlongs, then won at 7, then right out to 2 turns at 1 1/8, and she was able to score that day as well. Not the quickest from the gate, breaking from the rail last time out in the Demoiselle, going the 2 turns, but she just kind of kept galloping, lengthening that stride, which is what you love to see of a filly that's adding those distances.
Well, that seems to be her strength, you know, a filly that can stay, right? She has a high cruising speed, stamina, and she's by Munnings, but you can see the influence of Tappet with the pigment on the female side of the family, and she's got a big, you know, kind of scopy stride to her. I think she's really interesting, but she may have to take a rating tack because there is some other speed in here.
There is. She's been training down in South Florida at Payson Park. Maggie, getting a good look at her in the paddock. What's she showing you?
That she looks ready, Acacia. You know, she was always such a big 2-year-old filly that I'd be worried if she grew a bit more. She's filled out a little bit, but she's just always been an athlete, a strong type of filly. Now, I will say this, she was very quiet, very laid back in the Aqueduct paddock, but rightfully so. It's a little bit more quiet at Aqueduct, it's a little bit more space. This is a tight paddock with people looking in at her, so she was a little bit edgy. And also, I'm sure that comes with having the layoff, being a more fresh type of individual. But honestly, all things good for your favorite. She looks fit and ready, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. She is even money right now on the board. Muhima, as mentioned, part of Brad's Florida string training. They are shipped in here to Oaklawn Park and pointing for this race and potentially on to that Kentucky Oaks, and she's done nothing wrong as of yet. But as we say, this is the time of the year for the 3-year-old boys and for the 3-year-old girls as well. The races are going to get steadily more difficult, more taxing, more traffic. Maybe it's more distance. You're going to have to face more adversity every single start.
Well, that's it. You know, there's so many things that make up a good racehorse. Obviously, you need ability, but then you also have to have the right demeanor.
Mm-hmm. There she is, Muhima, daughter of Munnings, but she certainly has that Tapit influence on the bottom side showing through.
Yeah, no doubt. You can see it, just the gray pigment, inside draw. She's undefeated. And you know yourself, you spend a lot of time at Payson. It's a great place to train horses, isn't it?
And she's been turning heads training there for sure. Here is the 2 Necessity, last out maiden winner.
Yeah, she's going to have to step up, but that was a step forward last time.
She's a big price on the board. Here is Jenkin, back-to-back wins last time, deeper waters today.
Yeah, for John Ed Anthony's short leaf stable, but I think she's also one that's improving, and maybe she's got to step forward.
Here is the 4 Classic Appeal, broke her maiden on synthetic.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that I just couldn't find a reason to really like her, so let's see, maybe she'll surprise me.
Her first start since the Breeders' Cup. Here's Quick Kick.
Never been off the board, 3rd in the Breeders' Cup, more of a closing style.
Take Charge Milady, another one with back-to-back wins. She was pretty dominant in that, Martha Washington.
All 3 of her efforts here at Oaklawn were good, and each one progressively better. I like her a bit.
Gunite Max stretching out in distance today.
Think she has a lot to say in how this race is run. Don't like her as a horse that can hit the board or anything, but she's got speed sprinting, so she should have speed here.
Here's Going Steady, another stretch out.
Took her a little while to break her maiden, but stretching back out, she's going to have to improve.
Number 9, Look Forward for Michael McCarthy, Santa Ynez winner.
Yeah, listen, this is a nice filly. She hasn't really done anything wrong yet. There's 2 wins in a second.
Here's the 10, Flash Wear, stretching out.
Stretching out, another one that's just going to have to improve from a speed figure standpoint.
The other Kenny McPeak runner, Anna Nima, who is coming in off a win at Fairgrounds.
Yeah, tough post. She's going to work out some kind of a stalking trip.
Jose Ortiz has been having himself a great day at Oaklawn. He will climb aboard quiet side for the first time.
Another short leaf stable runner, had a tough trip in the Martha Washington on the comeback. Could improve too.
All right, Ortiz looks for back-to-back stakes wins. He will be aboard 5G.
A big run in the one-turn cash run at Gulfstream last time. What kind of trip does she get from out there? We saw, earlier in the day, a horse compromised by the outside post in my heels for Ron Marquette. Just a tough post, but she does have some speed. He's going to have to use her a bit.
4 to 5, though, on Muhima, trained by Brad Cox, who's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia, and looking forward to the return of Muhima here. Brad, putting an undefeated 3-for-3 record on the line. How much pressure is that? You also have Good Cheer, who's undefeated as well.
It's a lot. I mean, honestly, when you're in a position like this, you kind of like to want to get it over with. Hopefully it goes smooth for her, and she can, take a next step toward the Kentucky Oaks. But, she's a good filly. She's put herself in this position. Very happy with the way she shipped up here. She was able to train yesterday, so I think she's set up for a big effort.
And you've been training her at Payson Park, which it's your first winter down there. It feels like, you've been able to prepare horses quite well there.
Yeah, for sure. The ones we've shipped out of there have performed well. Like I said, she just showed up a few days ago here. She's had a great winter down there. She's shipped before. She obviously handled the Churchill to Belmont ship last fall, and obviously over to Aqueduct day of the race, and then back to Belmont and the Payson. So, look, she's able to get on her van, take her show on the road. Hopefully she can continue to do it here today and, get her 3-0 season kicked off.
I have you as a captive audience. I got to ask about First Mission coming up in the Razorback. I know those 2 disappointing efforts led to you just saying a tired, flat horse gave him the time away. How does he come back today?
He's training great. I mean, it's up to him. He's once again got to get a good trip. He likes it here. He's trained very well down south at the fairgrounds, and once again ready to get his 5-year-old season kicked off.
Brad, wishing the best of luck here, especially with Muhima.
Thank you.
All right, Brad Cox looking for hopefully a successful hour, Acacia.
That's right, Maggie. Live chances in the next 3 graded stakes. Could be his own little rolling triple there.
One thing about Brad, much like Steve Asmussen, they're so well represented from lower level claiming horses all the way through the grade 1 ranks. And this has been a steady work in progress. Brad has worked extremely hard, continuing to build on his stable roster, particularly with owners and adding, big name owners, obviously right here with, Shadwell with Muhima.
Muhima on to First Mission, on to Admiral Dennis for the Brad Cox team in the next graded stakes. But we'll take a look at the two fillies coming out of the Martha Washington. Take Charge Milady, a dominant winner that day over Quiet Side. And we discussed this yesterday, Richie. The trip for Quiet Side probably wasn't ideal, as she never really got a smooth, continuous run.
Right, there was no continuity in her trip. She didn't break very sharp, got hustled up to hold inside position, then on the backside kind of moved up into a tough spot. It just wasn't an ideal trip coming back. That being said, I don't know that she's beaten Take Charge Milady anyway, the way she powered home. And this filly has shown the ability to make a long, sustained run. And that's not something a lot of horses can do. Most horses, you know, it's a misnomer. They have a 3/8 of a mile run. Very rarely does a horse have a 3 furlong run. They have a 1/4 of a mile run, 3/16 of a mile run. This filly is able to start marching on at the half-mile pole and continuing.
Take Charge Milady won her last two. As we saw dominant in that Martha Washington, she seems like she's one who's really kind of rounding into form at the right time. And we'll see if this will be where she's peaking, as she's 9-2 versus Quiet Side, who's 14-1. Big disparity in the price between the two of them right now.
There really is a big disparity in price, and I do think she was the best horse on the day last time. I think Quiet Side would have been closer with a better trip, smoother journey. Also, she has a race under her belt now, Quiet Side, and that could help move her forward too. Another one, outside, towards the outside. What kind of trip?
Yep.
This first turn comes up pretty quick. And one thing I've noticed since my time getting here, the stewards here are pretty strict with the riders on how they take care of each other into turns. You see the riding tends to be fairly clean. They're trying to look out for each other a little bit. They seem to allow herding a bit, but going into turns, and I applaud that, because it's more dangerous going into turns. You got to be able to differentiate between dangerous riding and race riding. And being competitive, you're going to float out and meet horses' challenges.
Well, this time of the year, one thing we always wonder is, how do those talented 2-year-olds step forward into their 3-year-old season? Maggie Quick Kick making her first start since the Breeders' Cup. What are you seeing?
Acacia, I think it's one of the most fun, rewarding, and just challenging things about our job, looking at these horses and how they develop. And it's fun to see what they do from year to year, especially 2 to 3 and even 3 to 4. Quick Kick, unfortunately, from my eye, has not done what I would have hoped she would have. Now, she was a very leggy 2-year-old. She was a frame that I thought once she got older and filled it out, she would be more impressive looking. She's kind of done the opposite. Doesn't carry that much conditioning. I wish she looked stronger. She doesn't look great in her coat. I'd probably put her straight in the winner's circle. But for me, I'll take the wait and see approach. Now look, on form, she's run races as a 2-year-old fast enough. If she just improves a little bit, it makes her a major contender here. But horses often tend to do that, which is another year under their belt. But I cannot endorse her with what I have seen from her physically. As we'll take a look at Kenny McPeak's charge in here, Anonyma, and Take Charge Milady coming in off of that Martha Washington performance. She looks okay, but Anonyma looks fantastic as she rides a 2-race win streak into this one. I liked her performance at the fairgrounds last time out. She was taken back on the rail last time and stalked and saved ground, and she did have the benefit of saving all the ground that day, which is something she's not going to be able to do here. But what a big, robust, burly filly that looks older than what she is. And I really appreciate seeing that in these early 3-year-old races. Now, number 13, 5G, another New York bred running on the card today. She's totally dappled. She looks great in her coat, as she should, coming in here from South Florida. But her performance in the cash run, albeit that was a 1-turn mile, but she's gone 2 turns in her turf races. We'll see what she does here. She's physically built to handle this type of configuration. Don't mind if she's gotten a little hot. She always has. Every race I've seen her in New York, she gets a bit washy, but I think she's very intriguing. It's just such a tough post to overcome, guys.
Yeah, it is, Maggie. Thank you. We'll see what Irad Ortiz can do. Richie, what is going to be his game plan from that outside post? Do you have to send hard?
you got to come out running, and then you got to hope that there's some separation created, particularly with the sprinter stretching out Gunite Max and certainly Mohima from the rail, and find that gap in between fights and try to tuck in.
The Grade 3 Honeybee for the 3-year-old fillies on their way to the Kentucky Oaks coming up next. You're watching it here on Fox Sports. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
Look forward goes it. And 5G to the outside. Look forward back to way. Now reloads. We're ready to go in the Honeybee. And they're off. Look forward, bobbled at the break and is at the back of the pack. 5G from the far outside post, rocketing towards the lead. Mohima has speed to necessity, takes a hold in third going into the first turn run. Gunite Max is next. Classic Appeal has some traffic issues early. Got shuffled back to midfield with Jenkin. Then Quick Kick going steady. They're in midfield together. They're about 8 lengths off the lead as they start to sort themselves out. Anonymma Look Forward her next. Flashware drops back to the second last spot. And Take Charge My Lady, she's last right now, and she's about 15 lengths off the pace. And the pace is being held by 5G and Irad Ortiz Jr. Went a good clip, 23 seconds flat the first quarter mile. Had to use some energy to get to where she's at on the rail from the far outside post, and she's on the lead, 3/4 of a length ahead. Quiet Side in second. Mohima, for the first time in her career, she's stalking the pace, and she's 2.5 lengths behind, rated kindly today by Florent Giroux. Then Necessity in the 4th position. Jenkin is shaken up. Gunite Max already under pressure, going steady. Classic Appeal, they're going in the wrong direction here. Quick Kick begins a rally. She claims the 6th position from a few rivals. She's on the rail but sent along, now 8 or 9 lengths behind. Then comes Anonymma. Take Charge My Lady is past Flashware. Still has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. 5G shake it up. Outside right there battling is Mohima, and Mohima comes off the turn challenging with Quiet Side for the lead. Quiet Side tries to dig in. Mohima on the outside in second. Now she's losing that position once again to 5G. It's Quiet Side in front. Quiet Side, 16th to go. She's got the lead a length and a half from 5G and Mohima. Quiet Side reaching for the wire under Jose Ortiz, who wins a 4th race today. It's Quiet Side. It's her graded stakes day. Quiet Side, the bridesmaid no longer in the graded stakes rankings, wins the Honeybee over 5G.
Quiet Side with the win in those iconic silks who bring back such memories here for John and Anthony Shortleaf stable. Jose Ortiz with a tremendous day, Richie, and he put this filly in the right position. She maybe started to get a little leg weary in the stretch, but she fought.
She did. She fought, and what a difference a trip makes, right? Having a race under a belt, getting that smoother journey from the outside. His brother Irad was intent on the lead from that 13 post with 5G, and it worked out a great trip for Jose because he was able to kind of follow her over and then tipped her outside, stalk his brother, and much like we see very often in New York, the Ortiz brother exacta.
Yeah, that's all you had to do, pretty much. But a nice performance from Quiet Side, which you even heard in Matt Dinnerman's call. I mean, this is a filly who looked really impressive first time out, like she might be a really good one on debut. And then we saw her second in the Spinaway, third in the Alcibiades, second in the Goldenrod, always right there, not getting that win, and she gets the big one today.
Been a gem of consistency, though. Shows up every time, handles different situations. She got the trip she needed today. And again, continuity. You can't stop and start horses. It's not like driving a car where you hit the accelerator and you go, you hit the brakes, and then expect it to accelerate again. This was a really nice effort. I was really impressed with Irad's move with 5G from that 13 post. He came out with a plan. He executed his plan, and the New York bred almost pulled it off. But Quiet Side, and then Mohima had to rate. Looked like she was getting a good enough trip. Got there, flattened out a little bit. Maybe she needed the race.
Maybe she did, the first start of her 3-year-old season, but Quiet Side gets the victory today in the Honeybee. Prices, reactions, and more. But Greg, nightcap coming up at the Big A.
Yeah, it is. Here's a look at the odds. We had to do a double take when we saw those odds on Quiet Side. 4-win day, by the way, for Jose Ortiz, with more work to come. Here in this nightcap, JK, favorite the one probably expected to be the one to beat, Grand Crossing, big drop in class for Linda Rice.
I got to be honest, after seeing that Ortiz trained, Ortiz ridden, I was just double checking there wasn't an Ortiz in this race. There's not. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to go with Lane Luzzy and Mike Maker. Not from Puerto Rico. The 9, Improbable Friend, puts the blinkers on, was less than 2-1 on debut. When you take that kind of money, there is a reason why you take that money. The money is the most accurate handicapper, horse player. 33% of the time they're right, somewhere around there. And when a horse takes money like this, then gets a barn change, a little switch up, you'd like to think that whatever the talent was that made them think that Improbable Friend, the 9's debut, was the time to bet him, maybe now it will show back up. And at 10-1, I'd be honored to pay to find out.
Yeah, that's surprising, too, to see 10-1 moving to Mike Maker, which is stepping up in class. That one, though, dropping in class and had a trip in the debut. Got steadied around the turn. Definitely compromised that one's chances in the debut November of last year.
Look at the legs there, Wolfie, on the 9. Did you see that? They'll show back up again. A lot of white all the way up past the knees on some of them.
Some stockings, huh?
Yeah, stockings, yes. I remember one summer we said socks, and someone very quickly corrected us on Twitter that it's stockings.
No, I learned my lesson. Lane Luzzy on Improbable Friend from that outside post. Here's the 8 Game Like Rihanna. Ran very good first time out, then tried tougher and was much too tough, so drops back down in class. Another one who could be a major contender here.
If you like the 8, hold your breath at the start. This horse does not break well. Now, if, she finally figures it out, she's run well enough, to your point, Wolfie, but she's got to get away from there clean.
And certainly the 4 with her speed. The way this track's been playing, dangerous as well with Kendrick Carmouche. Nightcap, Aqueduct, here we go. Chris Griffin, the call.
Improbable Friend, less to load to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside here from Melancias in the early mix, and also right there is Grand Crossing. At the rail is Katarina Ristova, has taken 3rd, and challenging from 4th. Here comes Persuasive. Out wider Game Like Rihanna. Improbable Friend is in that mid-pack group. Also moving forward is Rasta Girl. Just behind them, towards the back end of that mid-pack, Maxaluna's got nowhere to go, has some horses now splitting rivals. Maxaluna is on the move. The lone trailer, Last Mango. They approach, 4 furlongs left to go, and into the far turn, Melancia has the lead. Melancia's right there with Grand Crossing. Maxaluna worked her way through the field, and Maxaluna's taken 3rd, is at the rail in a tight spot. Game Like Rihanna. Ruben Silvera there on the move, and here they come, 3 wide. They're ready to challenge for the 2nd position. Dropping back was Persuasive, trying to run on from the back, Rasta Girl. Also launching a rally, Last Mango. They've got to catch Melancia. Getting off the rail there was Maxaluna. 3 wide is going to be Grand Crossing. 4 wide is going to be Game Like Rihanna. They're 4 across the racetrack here in the finale. Game Like Rihanna. Grand Crossing in between horses. Towards the inside, Maxaluna down to these 3. It is Grand Crossing who's finding more here towards the inside. Maxaluna battles on as they approach that final 16th. Maxaluna's got a touch more. Here comes Maxaluna towards the inside. Maxaluna, Manny Franco with another one. Maxaluna wins it over Grand Crossing, Game Like Rihanna, and Melancia in 1 minute 19.98 seconds.
First-time starter puts away Grand Crossing and went off the favorite in here. Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin, and a debut victory.
Yeah, look, in situations like this when I'm wrong, I promise you I am not doing this as a red board. I'm doing it as I'm looking down at the paper to understand what I missed. And I suppose there's something. Maxaluna was entered for maiden special weight back on February 8th. Was scratched away from there, now shows up for a tag. That's the best I can do to help you find this horse.
A little bit of winnerly pedigree as well.
And Manny, right? I guess you could do worse than that. I mean, if you look through the riders that show up in here.
I mean, there were no stars of those who had run, so it's not that surprising,
no,
is it?
Of course not. I mean, it's. But that's the game you play when you have these races that we end a lot of our cards here at Naira on, is these maiden claimers, is you have the maiden special weight horses dropping, Are they good, or are they trying to get rid of them? You have the maiden claiming horses that have run okay versus maiden claimers. Are they good enough to handle the droppers? And then you got the firsters. How good are they? Because they're debuting for a tag. You'd like to think that the trainers don't love them, but are they good enough to win in this spot? It's why maiden 40s, maiden 20s are the hardest races to handicap in the circuit.
Jose Lezcano, 4 wins yesterday. Manny Franco passes him in the stretch to get his 4th winner on this Sunday card. Max Aluna, first-time starter with the win at 7:01, 6, 5, 8, 4. Card in the books here in New York. Meanwhile, back in Hot Springs, Derby prep still to come. On the road to the Oaks, quiet side. She is back in business with a win for John Ortiz with Jose Ortiz aboard. Back on our Sunday coverage, Kentucky Oaks prep. And hold off on crowning Muhima, her first defeat. It comes at the hands of Quiet Side, who is back in business with a big victory here in the Honeybee. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer John Ortiz. And Johnny, this has to feel so good as she has been second to some very nice fillies, but she broke through in a big way today.
Yeah, she sure did. She's proven the point that I've been trying to get across, that she's actually a really good horse. Second-itis has been really hard on us this year so far. And so to start the year with our first win in this type of race feels very special. I mean, this filly's just, we loved her from the very beginning, and she's taking us for a ride.
As you said, it just goes to show how many things have to go right to get to the winner's circle. And today, Jose Ortiz getting aboard her, that went right because he got her forward from an outside post position.
Yeah, that's what, you can't go wrong when you double up on the Ortiz power. So I think, he had a good strategy. He got her to work at the fairgrounds, and he realized that she does have a lot of speed. And I told him, you get to use it. We got to use it from the outside and getting clear over. I think that was the main, the biggest hurdle that we had to get over.
Are we going to continue down the route here to the Kentucky Oaks in Arkansas?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we're going to go over her from head to toe, just see how she comes back, and we'll make those plans for Mr. John Ed, and hopefully we'll be in Kentucky here sooner than later.
She's been so good, Johnny. Job well done, and relish this win here in the Sunny Beat.
Thank you. We'll do.
Oh, Johnny, it's a well-deserved victory with quiet side, guys.
Yeah, and the aforementioned Mr. John Ed Anthony, of course, and this is a homebred for his short leaf stable, so got to feel extra special to have Philly on the Oaks Trail.
Yeah, the old J.O. Ortiz winner, $22. I will say this, though, about Quiet Side. When horses are impressive at Saratoga as 2-year-olds, you ignore them at your own peril moving forward throughout their career. There's no bigger indicator of talent than overcoming the maiden races that pop up at Saratoga.
She's been good every single start of her career. Obviously, this is a big jump forward, but still 10-1 somehow. She moves to the top of the list on the points leaderboard with this victory. And we'll see, Muhima going forward, is she a filly that needs to be in front and have the lead?
No, I think that she's a horse who was sent away from there. And if she clears, she might have been tough. But she didn't clear. She got pressure, and then she got tightened up, and then she had to take back and move around. I dare you to throw her out in a 1 1/8 race drawn well. She's going to be fine. She just, this is what makes these Derby preps, these Oaks preps so exciting, is the opportunity to try to create. You have this big puzzle in front of you laid out. Start putting the pieces together, and on the first Friday and Saturday in May, you get to make decisions based on what you've been learning. And I didn't learn anything negative so much about Muhima, especially in that situation. I learned a lot more about Quiet Side. But no, I am not against Muhima based on that performance. Like you said, she might have needed the race. The 1 1/8 is obviously going to hit her right between the eyes, and then a better draw, a better trip. Why can't she win?
Older horses next. Graded Stakes action continues. Grade 3 Razorback. This field seems like almost anybody can win this race. Right now it's First Mission, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. They'll try and rebound here with First Mission, who is coming back for his 5-year-old debut. He's the 5-2 favorite right now.
It's the funny part about this game. One of the things I love about it is you can make a lot of decisions looking at races for 3 days out, 2 days out, 1 day out. Oh, I hate Banishing at 7-2. They made this worse, the morning line favorite. Ridiculous. But now that First Mission's taking the money, Banishing suddenly looks a lot nicer. I liked Skinner at 3-1. I don't like Skinner at 3-1. There's a lot of different things that change. And Baddest Good Boy at 11-1.
Banishing, one of the more interesting storylines in this race, in exceptional form, sprinting, and now they're going to roll the dice and try and go 2 turns.
And look, you never know until you know. Talent is talent, and I think talent is one of the biggest things to overcome distance.
Meanwhile, nightcap at Aqueduct, Max Aluna, first time out, rolling by the favorite. Grand Crossing for Lena Rice. It's Michelle Nevin. Manny Franco with a 4-win day, winning for Michael Dubb and the Elkstone Group.
The funny thing about this is you get a horse like this, pay $16.80. Michelle Nevin, throughout her career, 244 prior to this race, 244 first-time starters, only 18 winners, 7%. I'd like to think that this one wasn't going to be the one that pushed her over that 10% mark or pushed her closer to that 10% mark, but so happens it was.
Look at that bottom number. Do your homework for next Thursday. We got to carry over the pick 6. $20,328 for next week. Older horses, Graded Stakes, Razorback is coming up next. First Mission, getting set to make his 5-year-old return, but Banishing, stretching out in distance for David Jacobson. He's been brilliant sprinting at Oaklawn. Can he carry that talent further?
Game winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage, you're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Card in the books here at Aqueduct in New York, but the best yet to come at Oaklawn. Grade 3 Razorback for older horses, and then that Derby prep in the $1.25 million Rebel still ahead. As for this Razorback, its first mission, still favored, banishing, very intriguing storyline, but you go through this field horse by horse, there are so many that can be given a chance.
No, I mean, like I said, when we were looking at this field, I'm flabbergasted about exactly how this thing's being bet. There was a horse I was extremely excited about playing against, playing on. I liked First Mission at 5-1, but not at 5-2. I thought Banishing was a play against at a short price. This horse is creeping up. It's a tricky race.
Well, here's Banishing on a tear at the meet. He's won back-to-back starts here. 103 Beyer in a victory in an allowance race, and then a stakes win with a 100 Beyer. He won by 7.5 lengths. Those were both going 6 furlongs. Now they're going to roll the dice going 1 1/16 in 2 turns.
And the one thing I will say about Banishing, why I didn't like the horse at a short price, if you look through his longer races, like his mile-type races, he was shorter prices and getting beat. Now, he's in a completely different barn, trying to go longer for the first time. He's run his best lifetime 2 races, so maybe he's a different animal. Maybe he can handle it, but you could also look at it conversely where you're like, well, maybe he handled those distances, but he's not going to handle this one. This horse is the most puzzling horse in the entire race. He could win by 12 and be a huge horse moving forward in the handicap division, or he could run 9th. I've got no idea.
A couple of years ago, he did win a big number at 1 1/16. Not quite the number he's been running the last couple of starts, but in some ways, go where the going's good, and he's been tremendous sprinting, but you can roll the dice and say, hey, maybe we go after some bigger targets if he's a horse that can go longer.
He did win and run well going 7 for the new barn. And to me, if you can get comfortable on the front end in a 1 1/16 race as a horse who won going 7, you're going to be fine. Let's not talk about distance. It doesn't matter. If you're comfortable. Now, if he gets into a duel and he's looking another horse in the eye, it's a bigger problem. But, it's really just about his price. He's 4-1 right now on the board. I still think there's probably more attractive ways to go other than the 4-1. But he's not impossible. I thought this was one of the hardest races, to be fair.
Incredibly contentious in this 10th race. Might be the best betting race of the entire card this afternoon here at Oaklawn, although the Rebel's not bad either. Deep contention in that one as well. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. First Mission, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, still the favorite right now as he readies for his 5-year-old return. He's won half of his 10 career starts.
They come to the final furlong. Gunrunner leads. He is 4 lengths in front. Domain's Rap is trying to engage Hawakam for second, but that's all they could possibly get as Gunrunner now levels out and runs away. Stakes record is 140-2. Largest margin 6 3/4. He might have them both. We'll see. Gunrunner won by about 6.5.
Gunrunner winning the 2017 Razorback. That would kick off an absolutely sensational 2017 for him. After this, Richie, he would go on to be second in the Dubai World Cup and then rattle off 5 consecutive Grade 1s, including the Breeders' Cup Classic, and then rounding it out with the Pegasus World Cup in January.
Winning this edition of the Razorback with consummate ease, and that's one of the benchmarks of Steve Asmussen and his Hall of Fame career. Getting horses into good form and then having them hold that form for elongated periods of time. He was quite a spectacular runner in his 4-year-old campaign.
Now look at that 2017, what he accomplished on the racetrack, but what's been even more remarkable is what he's accomplished as a stallion now.
I've really just been a terrific stallion. He throws athletes. He was an athlete, and he passes that on.
We have the Razorback coming up next here, Grade 3 mile and a 16th for the older horses, and we do have Son of Gunrunner for Steve Asmussen in here with Dymatic. In fact, 2 for Steve Asmussen by Gunrunner, Red Route 1 as well. Well represented by his stallion, and one that was so talented. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with the number 1, Crouppy, far back in that Pegasus World Cup.
Yeah, he basically lost all chance, and didn't have the greatest trip. Has to work out a trip from the inside, but I think he gets ample pace here.
Here's a horse next that's been in raging form locally. Banishing will stretch out in distance.
Well, speaking of ample speed, he's been showing that kind of speed sprinting, and you get Fabian Pratt, who is certainly not bashful about putting a horse on the lead.
First start since the Whitney, first mission off the layoff.
Yeah, training well and steadily at fairgrounds, and Brad Cox looking for a win today.
Here is Alexander Helios, had a big victory at Gulfstream last out.
Yeah, he's been in good form. Each of his last 3 races are good. This is a step up.
Here is Skinner Cherie DeVoe looking for another stakes win today.
Horse that's just, comes in with good form. Good try off the bench in the Louisiana contender.
Full screen, 3rd in the Tinsel last out.
Yeah, he's going to have to step forward. It's a little bit tougher than what he faced in the Tinsel.
Speaking of those Sons of Gunrunner, here is Dymatic. Keith Asmussen up for his father.
Yeah, horse that's another one's going to have to find a bit more, take a step forward with this group.
Lightly raced, Baddest Good Boy.
He did a very hard thing. Went from a 6-furlong maiden race to a 2-turn race against winners. This is another big ask.
Here's Henro as another one stretching out a bit.
Yeah, stretching out, coming out of the 5th season, going a mile. Another one just feels like he's got to improve a touch.
Cook Creek for Mike Maker.
Well, you get Irad Ortiz, and that's something you always got to keep an eye on. Horse made a nice physical appearance.
Irad Ortiz at 19-1. Tonka Warrior, big price on the board.
Yeah, another one, big price. Is going to have to find a race a little bit better than what we've seen recently.
Another Son of Gunrunner for Steve Asmussen, Red Route 1.
What does he do from that post? He's not a horse that has any speed. Does he just drop out and try to tuck in? It's going to take a monumental effort from that post.
Creative Minister looking for his first victory since 2022.
A horse that always kind of is going forward in the right direction at the finish. Would be a surprise, though.
And another long shot, Seize the Night.
Yeah, and again, another one with that tough post. I mean, we didn't get any scratches. A 14-horse field. What do you do from post 14 in a situation like that? I know as a rider, it's an unenviable position, and I would not want to be in that spot.
Perhaps the most intriguing horse in this field, though, is the 8 Baddest Good Boy, making just start number 3. His trainer standing by with Maggie.
He's the real story here, Acacia, as please be joined by Norm Cassie. And Norm, you're not a guy who takes these ambitious spots lightly. Talk about what Baddest Good Boy has shown you to deserve going into a greatest stakes in his 3rd career effort.
It was a lot about timing, to be honest. We didn't like the way the 2 other things came up in the book. Felt that he's been doing really well. He's ran fast enough to run with these horses and to take a shot. He's a gelding. He's lightly raced. We don't have a lot to lose, a lot to gain. So here was an opportunity for a horse that's done really well at this racetrack.
relatively, speaking, he got his start later in his career. Was that by design? Was he, has he had to overcome a lot to get here?
He just had a lot of minor issues, and actually there was at one point probably in the middle of the summer last year that we thought he wasn't going to make it, and that's why we gelded him, because we thought he was going to be a giveaway type horse, and that's the only reason he is a gelding. But we got him to the racetrack. He never had a bad day since, and he's been doing extremely well, and hopefully all the patience rewards the LeBlancs.
Well done you for getting him here, and we'll see how he does. Thank you for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, Battis, good boy. Could he go 3 for 3 here, guys?
We'll soon find out. Maggie, thank you. And it's a really interesting insight from Norm in that interview. We're going to take a look at Baddest Good Boy's last race, which was going 1 mile and a 16th, and he was part of that pace early, but pulling away to be best. And Norm saying a lot of it about the timing for when he would make his next start.
Yeah, and especially when a horse is doing well, if you have to wait on a race or a race comes up too quick, you want to kind of stay within the realm of their schedule. But for a horse to do this, to go from one maiden race, going 6 furlongs, facing other horses who've never won a race, to taking on winners, stretching out in distance, is one of the hardest things for a horse to do. He passed that test with flying colors for the LeBlancs. This is another stiff test for him, though, but he has been pretty impressive in both his starts.
Yeah, he certainly has. And a gaudy Beyer speed figure last time out of a 98 in that allowance victory here at Oaklawn. The number 3 First Mission will make the first start of his 5-year-old season off the layoff. Won the Ali Sheba back in May, and then backed that up with 2 disappointing efforts in Grade 1 company, the Stephen Foster and the Whitney. Brad Cox said that he wanted to just pull the plug, give him some time, give him the winter off, and hopefully bring him back a stronger horse. What version of him do we get today?
Well, I mean, that's the interesting question. He is a horse that has been good off the bench previously, at least one time, right? When he was off from April to October. But he is a 5-year-old, and sometimes it's really hard to get an older horse as fit as you need to off the bench. Think about people. As you get older, it's hard to get to the fitness level. When you're younger, it seems like it comes quicker. When you get older, a little bit more difficult.
It's in there somewhere. He's run those triple-digit Beyer speed figures. First Mission he's currently your favorite. Maggie, how's he look out on the track?
And Acacia, I suppose it's a good sign that he is favored here, but a lot of times connections have a lot of bearing on that. But First Mission, he does look fit, and he's feeling like a fresh horse. I actually recorded a hit with him yesterday at the barn, and when I first walked up to him, he was very quiet, somewhat docile. And then it was like when the camera went on and the lights went on him, he tried to attack me. He tried to savage me. So definitely a horse that's feeling his oats, so to speak. But on top of that, he looks incredibly fit. And as Brad has said, they wanted this horse to feel that fresh, feel as though he wasn't a tired horse anymore, which is what prompted the layoff with the poor efforts prior to that. So all things good for First Mission as he has been preparing at the fairgrounds. Now, number 2, Banishing. He's really interesting, right? You go back to when David Jacobson tried to run him back at Saratoga, going that kind of 1.5 turn mile, and he bolted, essentially, going to the outside fence. And I've watched his replay since, and it's like you just cannot touch him. He doesn't want to be manhandled. As you see, he wants to kind of get on top of the pony, and you're watching Flavien Prat with that long hold kind of back in his lap. Not a horse that you want to get in a tussle with. And he only wears a snaffle with a drop noseband with those French cut blinkers. So not very severe equipment whatsoever. So look for him as he stretches out to be forward. Can he last? Physically, he is built to get the distance where, going back to his previous life with previous connections, he was able to get 2 turns. I love number 4, Alexander Helios. He's just such a handsome horse. Now, the fact that he could bounce off of that effort coming back of the layoff is there, right? But he looks exceptional here for Safi Joseph. Warmed up beautifully as he normally does. And I don't think he's one that needs the lead to be successful. Look for him to be sitting just off of it, but prominently. Acacia?
See if he can get the same trip he did last time out at Gulfstream. Maggie, thank you. You have to say, it was off a layoff for Alexander Helios. Was second to Graded Stakes winner Hit Show 2 starts back before he was sidelined.
Yeah, and you get Tyler Gaffleone, a win earlier in the card. And, Safi Joseph is not a guy that ships around just to make a trip, right? I mean, he's 3 for 7 at this meet as it stands right now. And this is an interesting race. I just wonder how it's going to play out. I wasn't really clear-cut on the pace.
And you thought there could be some pace potentially for Skinner?
Yeah, and I thought Skinner was interesting, making the second start in the Cherie DeVaux barn, and he might get the right kind of setup. Also, Krupe, if they go very fast, don't sleep on Krupe, named for former bloodstock, consigner and pinhooker J.J. Krupe, who was also a very successful trainer in New Jersey many years ago.
Krupe will be running late. We'll see how it plays out. The Grade 3 Razorback. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Tonka Warrior stumbled at the break. Banishing coming out of sprint races. He's on the lead. Alexander Helios in the second spot. Battis Goodboy third with full screen. Dymatic easing off that pair, hitting the first turn run. First Mission in the blue. He's next in midfield, slipping inside of runners to be level third around the turn. Krupe is next. Cook Creek is parked deep. Then comes Skinner. He's about 7 lengths off the pace with the long shot Seize the Night. Tonka Warrior is next with Henro. Another 2 back to Red Route 1. And Creative Ministers the trailer as they make their way up the backstretch. Banishing a neck in front. Alexander Helios turning up the pressure. And these two are a half length apart down the backstretch. Gap of 2.5 to First Mission in third. Battis Goodboy nickeled along already by Ricardo Santana Jr. Krupe is down on the rail claiming fifth. Cook Creek is next with full screen. Skinner to the inside of that pair. Dymatic right behind him. Seize the Night has come under pressure with a half mile to go. Tonka Warrior, Henro, they're side by side. They're 3 ahead of Red Route 1. And Creative Minister has yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. Banishing off of 2 very good sprint races. Let's see if he can go the distance here in the Razorback. He's still on top of neck. Alexander Helios is shaken up. First Mission is tipping outside. He's in with a shot, and those 3 have opened up 6 on full screen. Krupe is under a ride. The others have to pick it up. Skinner trying to pass runners, but has a lot of work to do. They're down the lane. Alexander Helios battling with Banishing, who's finding more on the inside. Banishing, Alexander Helios. First Mission trying to pick him up. 3 driving to the line as they hit the 16th pole. Alexander Helios between horses. Banishing inside. Alexander Helios has won the Razorback by a nose. I think he got the bob. Banishing second, then First Mission and full screen.
Well, they made it a thriller in the Razorback. Pace setter Banishing down to the inside. Alexander Helios in the middle, and First Mission trying on the outside. It looks like the 4 got the bob in between horses, Richie, but what an exciting finish.
This was some tremendous horse race. These 3 horses threw it down. Banishing, boy, he got that bob right before the wire, but then the Alexander Helios, the 4, seemed to get his nose down right at the right moment. First Mission got a perfect setup, perfect trip. He loomed up, maybe hung just a touch. And how about Banishing, fighting all the way to the wire, coming out of those sprint races, but a race that was dominated by horses on the front end or towards the front end. These 3 horses were 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack.
As we've talked about throughout the card today, it does seem like being forwardly placed is really where you want to be, and that was the case here. I mean, nobody did any running from the back.
No, and Maggie made a good point about that earlier. We saw a horse or 2 close from low off the pace, sprinting with very fast paces. We have not seen that in these route races so far.
Absolutely. And as you said, First Mission looked like he was getting the garden trip, kind of grinding on the outside late, though, and not able to accelerate as much. Game in between horses, though, was the 4, Alexander Helios, who did get the right bob. So it's posted 4, 2, 3, 6. Number 4, Alexander Helios, who received very high marks from Maggie out on the track at 8-1, delivers a game effort. In fact, the half-brother to Preakness winner Rombauer, now a graded stakes winner himself.
The mare's a producer, obviously, and a good call by Maggie, too. She identified how good this horse looked, and what a nice ride from Tyler Gaffleone. This was a terrific horse race. 3 horses giving it their all, 3 riders at the height of their powers, throwing it down, and it was just heads up and down on the wire.
Absolutely. Certainly made it exciting, that's for sure. Between these 3 horses, 4, 2, 3. Got to give some credit as well to Banishing, stretching out of those sprint races. He is in great form right now.
And he did not want to lose. You could just see he's sticking his head out and down, reaching his ears flat pinned, and Fabian Prat getting every ounce from him, but Alexander Helios gets it done. First mission, probably better for a race, right? He loomed up there, had a good trip, and just kind of flattened a touch, it seemed like.
We'll see what the future holds for First Mission, but today was the day for Alexander Helios getting his first graded stakes win in this Razorback. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back and talk about leading jockey Christian Torres. Will he get a clean trip this time in the Rebel? Sandman had some serious trouble last time out.
And they're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. America's Day of the Races. Tyler Gaffleone for Staffy Joseph, Alexander Helios, just barely in the Razorback.
Yeah, I mean, barely, right? Like they said, it was right in between two horses and the bob. He got the right bob at the right time. Banishing ran extremely well, and I think Banishing deserves some credit for being able to kind of handle the distance increase. I guess if I'm disappointed in someone, it would be First Mission. I thought he was going to run by basically the entire length of the stretch. But those silks for a half to Rombauer, they look pretty familiar because Rombauer won the Preakness in those exact same silks.
Yeah, how about that? And big performance here from a field we thought, just about, there were huge numbers in this race, but it seemed like almost anybody could win. And really do credit Banishing here in defeat. I know Alexander Helios, very good win for him, no question. First Mission, as Mig said, probably going to be better for the race. Second start back, you think?
I would think so. Yeah, and I would think so. But I got to be honest with you, selfishly, I'm really concerned or curious. Does Alexander Helios have anything to do with a delicious white Chardonnay, white wine?
I would guess from these connections that would be a yes.
I don't know. I have no idea at all, but let's find out.
Here with owner John Bradkin, Alexander Helios, and your silks might be familiar to our viewers because you won a Preakness with this guy's half-brother. But talk a little bit about Alexander Helios and just the journey he's put you on to get to this Razorback win.
Okay, well, it's been a long journey. This horse was always meant to be a good horse, and we heard just unbelievably good things from the farm and from Eddie Woods, who broke him and trained him. And I was expecting big things, but I think he got sick as a 2-year-old. It wasn't something that was obvious, but he had a bug. and so he didn't really fulfill his potential early, and we gave him some time off and solved the problem, and you know, he's kind of doing the things we always thought he could do. And been waiting for this for a long time, and it's a great day. I'm really happy. So congrats to, you know, Safi and everybody who's worked with the horse. I mean, everybody's done a great job with this horse, and Tyler gave him a magnificent ride, and he got it done.
As we were talking about, he looks a little bit different than his brother as well.
Yeah, he's a bigger horse. You know, they don't look that similar, but yeah, he's always been a good-looking horse. Like I say, the farm loved him, and you know, Eddie Woods said things like, "Well, he's bigger and faster than Rombauer, and you did okay with that one."
Isn't that the truth? Well, congratulations. It's fun to have kind of a new name in this handicap division.
Yep. Let's hope he stays there.
I like it. Well, it looks as though Alexander Helios, the handsome brother, is well on his way to possibly more Greatest Stakes wins, guys.
That was a gutsy effort to pull that one out, and that was a battle with those three horses down the stretch. That was fun to watch, and it goes to this guy here, Alexander Helios. Well done. Tyler Gaffleone going to work to help cross that wire first. $18 for the win. And again, I'm just impressed by Banishing able to stretch out and run so big a race.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought Banishing ran extremely well. I think if you look at these top three, you got to be impressed with what the four Alexander Helios was able to do. You got to be impressed with what the two Banishing was able to do in defeat. And you have to probably be a little disappointed at what First Mission did in third. Because based on who First Mission is and what First Mission has accomplished, with that setup against those horses, you'd like to think he was going to run by, and the fact that he didn't, I think would definitely be a negative.
ABR Race of the Week, Kentucky Derby Prep in this $1.25 million Grade 2 Rebel Stakes at a mile and a 16th. Sandman, well noted, all those troubles he had out of the gate in the Southwest. Still closed to get second, beat a length. Top three finishers from that race all come back in the Rebel today as we look at Oaklawn's road to the Kentucky Derby. Cole Battle, who's in this race as well, won the Smarty Jones. Speed King returning. Top three finishers, as mentioned, come back for this race today that awards 50 points to the top finisher to get in that starting gate, which would pretty much guarantee being in that Kentucky Derby starting gate most years.
The funny thing, look at that list, is the 1 Cole Battle and the 11 Speed King. Neither one of them is favored. Typically, you'd see a horse who wins one of these races ending up being favored.
And there's that terrible start from Sandman. Rears up dead last, but he will make a huge run to get second.
My fear is everyone saw that. And if you look at the board right now, my fear has come true. This horse is favored here at 8-5. You know, and look, Sandman ran extremely well. This is a horrible trip, and no one can argue that. But everyone saw it, and the price, it's cooked into the price. And to me, that's the issue.
And it's not just that race. He's had several problems getting out clean in his starts. Meanwhile, it was the performance of Speed King lost a little bit because of that terrible start and how Sandman finished, how well Speed King ran?
Well, I would think that I don't know if it would be lost. I understand your point. I think that when you're looking at these two horses, one of them feels more impressive than the other based on the way the race unfolded. But Speed King ran extremely well in here. The problem is that Speed King was able to cross over from the 10 post last time. Now he's in the 11. He's going to have to run a little bit harder to try to cross over, and he's facing better horses.
And he's facing faster horses. It does not look like he's going to get the lead here today, does it?
No, it feels like he's going to get hung wide against a better group. So, you know, that's the game we play when we're looking through these races is like, okay, sure, yeah, he ran well last time. He did it last time. Is he going to do it again? And at a price of 5-1, that doesn't make me very excited.
Innovator, Dwayne Lucas with his young rider, Tyler Bacon. You have Smokin' Wicked for Dallas Stewart. They are both very quick horses that look like they want to be in front. We're excited about a Grade 2 Rebel to come. Let's go to Mig.
Christian, you're the regular rider now for Sandman, runner-up in the Southwest last time. After a stumbling beginning, how did you stay on board? Because he looked like he was out from under you.
Yeah, honestly, I can't even explain how I stayed on him because my left foot completely went like on top of the horse, and I was just, my balance was just in one leg. And but you know, athleticism in this sport, you gotta have a lot of balance to, you know, to stay on the horse. And so I think that says my balance was pretty good that day.
Well, your balance was tremendous, but now he wound up much further back than you probably anticipated. But I like how cool you were on him. Did you know pretty early on, though, even though that stumbling start, he was going to finish the way he did?
Yeah, he's a good horse, and he's a horse that he don't mind. You know, it don't matter what part of the race he is. He can be like hitting close depending on the pace, or he can be mid, pack, or last. He's a nice horse that nothing bothers him. So after that start, I just sit chill on him, and I just put my hands down and let him do his work. He's very smart, and he likes competition. So I know he's gonna give me 100% every time he goes out there, and that's why I just stay calm on him. And when I ask him, he was there for me.
In a perfect world, everything goes clean at the start. Do you have an idea in your head where you would like to be early, or what kind of trip you'd like to get?
I think there's plenty of speed in the race. I just see myself, honestly, having good break and just being mid-pack, or, you know, depending on the pace. But I'm just looking for a really good trip.
Has that kind of sunk into you that you're on a legitimate kind of Derby horse right now?
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm really happy, and I'm very thankful with Mr. Mark Cassie for letting me ride him back, and my old boss, I used to gallop for him, for letting him ride him, and you know, it'll be a dream to make it to the Derby with my boss.
Well, he's an exciting horse. Can he finally get out clean? If he can, what do you think? Is this his race to lose?
Yeah, I mean, if he breaks well, you'd like to think that he'll run well in here. The problem is that I've always felt like horses that break slowly or find trouble early and then make that big run, a lot of times they're overbet, and that's just like kind of who they are. They're going to continue to put themselves in that position, and in dirt racing, I don't think you want to come from way out of it. And I also think that someone should tell Christian Torres that probably the biggest college basketball team in horse racing is the Kentucky Wildcats. And wearing that Arkansas hoodie, it's probably not the smartest thing you've ever done.
Even when you're in Hot Springs. Don't want to offend the Blue Bloods, of course. Grade 2 Rebel on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. It is coming up next. I'm signing off. Chris Griffin stepping in for me. Enjoy the ABR Race of the Week coming up, including the story of this man right here. Never expected to have a Kentucky Derby contender, but here he is, 72-year-old Lonnie Briley. Cold battle, undefeated on dirt, looking for a 4th stakes win in a row coming up.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us here on FS2 as we are now just a few minutes away from our feature of the day at Oaklawn Park. The Rebel coming up, field of 13, some really talented and exciting 3-year-olds in a race that is full of great stories, and that does include the story on the number 1 Cole Battle. Now, trainer Lonnie Briley has been in the horse business all his life. At one point was a farm manager for one-time North America leading owner John Franks, and during that time Briley handpicked 1998 champion 2-year-old colt Answer Lively out of a crop of babies and kept that one from being sold at auction. Now Briley trains for just one owner and has never had a Kentucky Derby starter, but that could all change this year as he picked out Cole Battle at a Texas sale earlier this year.
I'm 72 years old. My daddy was in the oil field, but my cousins and uncles and all them was in the horse business. Went training, I guess, around 1991. You know, I had a few of the lower end horses and stuff, and you're always trying to upgrade and look for a good one. And about 11 years ago, I met Robbie Norman. I was actually at a training center, and him and his brother, Mark Norman, was going through the barns and meeting all the trainers, and then they came back to my barn and decided to send me a couple of horses, and that's where it started. You just like attention. I was at the Texas sale, and I had 3 horses on my short list, and he was one of them. You know, I liked him, and, you know, so I called Robbie and told him hip number so-and-so, this was the one we liked. He ended up buying him. I ran him in a juvenile. He got in trouble in the first part of the race. Horse bumped him a couple of times, and the rider took him back and then made a big run. At the end, he ran 4th, galloped out 5-6 lengths in front of the winners, and so it kind of caught me, you know, there that I said, this horse could be okay, you know. I went to Delta Downs and ran him in Jean Lafitte, and he won that pretty handily. And then we went to Oklahoma for the springboard mile, and he was like 5 lengths out of it at the quarter pole, and he come running and won that. Picked up 10 points and winning that, and the Smarty Jones picked up 10 points winning that. You know, then you start thinking, you know, Robbie, my owner, he's excited, him and his family, and it's their first experience to maybe go to the Derby. And I've never thought about going to the Derby, and I never thought I'd have that kind of horse, and I still don't know. The horses are happy, we happy, and hopefully everything works out.
Just a great story, as there is Cole Battle and Lonnie Briley, and it has been so much fun to follow this horse who is definitely feeling himself today in the saddling area.
Yeah, absolutely. He went back for a little while to his Delta Downs base, came back to Oaklawn, had his final 2 works in preparation for the Rebel. He's versatile. He can show speed at times. He can come from off the pace. He gets a good inside draw. And I love the story. Lonnie Briley, there's so many good horsemen and women out there. They just need an opportunity. Get a horse in their barn. They're so capable. And he's got some history, right? You know, with John Franks and Answer Lively, and doing it for many years. That's the one thing that's great about this game. You never know where a good horse is going to come from.
Yeah, he said, isn't that the truth? And as far as Cole Battle, Maggie, he is undefeated on the main track, and we'll get a chance to learn a little bit more about where he stands on that Derby trail today.
And Acacia, what we did learn last time is that this guy is incredibly adaptable, considering that he came from well back in the springboard mile behind your Southwest winner in here, Speed King, and then he found himself on the front end through a slow pace in the Smarty Jones. So he's just all racehorse. He's not the biggest character, but he's so well balanced, and there's a lot of substance to him. And as you guys were mentioning, and as we heard in that piece with Lonnie Briley, he's a horseman through and through, and it is well shown and documented here with the overall look of Cole Battle. You could not have a horse looking any more healthy than what he does. I like this horse. I'm excited to see what he does here, facing a deeper crew in this Rebel. Moving on on to a lightly raced, very lightly raced individual. That's number 4, Hypnus, who is incredibly well bred. Son of Into Mischief out of Dream Tree, who's pretty darn good herself. Grade 1 winner. This guy broke on top. He got over to the 2-path. Of course, Brian Hernandez delivering an excellent ride. He weaved himself through horses and he powered home. So really showing a level of professionalism that you don't often see with first-time starters, especially on a wet track, especially going 2 turns first time out. So obviously they knew what they were dealing with this guy, and it is evident here in the paddock. First time here at Oaklawn, he could not be any more professional, and with that pedigree, just really well put together, just an utter athlete in his physical makeup. Now number 5, Madaket Road. I thought last time in that Robert Lewis, when finishing behind his 2 stablemates, Citizen Bull and Rodriguez, he was mired down on the rail the entire way, and you know, you can make the argument that he moved possibly a little bit early here. He just really wasn't comfortable being down in that position. He's a big, robust type of horse here, so I like what I'm seeing from him in the physical sense, and he's run races fast enough to be a legitimate player in this field. Hopefully, Arad Ortiz Jr. can orchestrate a little bit more of a clearer, more comfortable trip for him, and coming from California, Acacia, you know he's going to be forwardly placed.
That certainly can be expected. Maggie, thank you. Yeah, I completely agree, Richie. I thought that he never looked comfortable being stuck down on the inside, and oftentimes some horses just won't pick up their feet and accelerate when being down on the inside like that.
Yeah, they're out of their comfort zone. They want to be in a position where they're freer, they use their stride. That's why I'm always impressed with young horses that have shown the ability to run through traffic, much like Sandman has so far, because you know they're probably going to encounter some kind of traffic in the Kentucky Derby. I mean, it is a 20-horse field, but we watched this horse. We were stationed right up above the entrance to the paddock, and we watched Madaket Road gallop yesterday, and he made a beautiful impression on the racetrack.
Yeah, he certainly did. A very good-looking son of Quality Road. I guess when they sell as a yearling for $650,000, you do expect them to be good-looking. This one coming in for Bob Baffert, as we've discussed this year, though, it is certainly with intrigue in these races. Bob Baffert able to run horses in the Kentucky Derby this year and looking for his 9th win in the Rebel.
Yeah, I mean, he has had unbelievable success here at Oaklawn Park. And listen, the Derby picture, there was a glaring omission the past few years, and that was Bob Baffert. He knows how to get it done, and he knows what kind of horse it takes to get it done.
Absolutely. And in fact, the last horse to win a Rebel and then win a Triple Crown race was a Bob Baffert runner and a Triple Crown runner in American Pharaoh. Meeting the field for this year's Rebel, though, starting off with that great story, here is Coal Battle.
It looks terrific on the racetrack. Like Maggie said, not the biggest individual, extremely well balanced, 4 for 4 on dirt, and versatile.
Here's Admiral Dennis. Brad Cox hoping for a fast pace for this one.
Yeah, and you know, hopefully he can pick up some pieces. He's going to have to step forward.
Sandman, your heavy favorite now with all that trouble in the Southwest.
Well, everybody saw the trouble he had and the way he finished, and he is a brave individual, and he's got the right kind of pedigree.
Second-time starter, speaking of pedigree, regally bred Hypnus.
Yeah, listen, 1 start, 1 win, but this is a big ask. You're going from a maiden race to a grade 2. Tough task.
Bob Baffert, Madaket Road is next.
Well, Bob Baffert's not shipping horses into Oaklawn Park to take up space at DeLuca's Pizza. He comes here when he likes a horse, and obviously a major player. You get Irad Ortiz Jr.
Publisher, another one coming out of the Southwest, a horse that did have some significant trouble in the running of that race as well.
Yeah, still a maiden, but was significant trouble, and he was kind of finding his best stride when he gets stymied.
Not the best break for him either. Here's Dreamin' Blue stretching out.
Just beaten by Innovator 2 starts back before breaking his maiden. Has to step up.
Speaking of Innovator, here he is, a 17-year-old Tyler Bacon aboard.
He has trained brilliantly here at Oaklawn Park since his try in the Lecomte at the fairgrounds.
Smokin' Wicked stretching out. First time going 2 turns for him.
A Louisiana bred, Hickory tough. How many good horses, horsemen, and riders have we seen come out of Louisiana over the years?
Here's Speed King, your Southwest winner.
Horse that can be forward. Don't think he needs the lead. He is trained behind horses in the morning. It'll be interesting to see the tack they take today.
Brereton's Baytown, big price on the board.
Big price would be a major surprise.
Huge step up from Claiming Company last time out. Here is Tiz-tastic, another one coming out of the Southwest.
Yeah, listening to Steve Asmussen on Out of Horse, you can stop and start. Well, he's drawn towards the outside. He should get an unencumbered trip, albeit maybe a ground-losing trip.
And another long shot to the outside, Hot Gunner.
Yeah, rightfully a long shot and a tough post to boot. Another one that would be a surprise.
Well, Speed King, we had the privilege of seeing him win the Southwest and see those emotions from his connections, and his owner, Ted Bowman, standing by with Maggie today.
I mean, I feel like it's deja vu here with my man Ted Bowman, co-owner, main owner, I should say, of Speed King. And Ted, you were just telling me a funny story that Speed King gave you a little love nip.
Yeah, I went over to give him a little pet, you know. I don't ever feed him anything, you know, like I love to. But anyway, my wife, Chris, said, get closer, get closer. And that sucker nailed me right in the stomach, which is probably the biggest thing to, you know, go for. And I would never let Christy take a picture of me by a cliff because she'd go back up, so.
Well, good thing there's no cliffs here at the racetrack. Now, we have talked extensively about the trip, right? Because he ran so well on the front end, but far outside post today, and I know Ron's been training him behind horses. Is that going to be the game plan?
That's the game plan. Actually was the game plan last time, and then no one showed up, so Bejarano just took off, and rightfully so, did everything correct, slowed a couple of the fractions down until Lucas's horse came up with us real good. I think the 8 and the 9 will have to go out. The 9's been sprinting, and they both look like great horse, beautiful. So I think that's what will happen. We'll see, but you never know.
It's been a long relationship with you and trainer Ron Moquett, 19 years
19.
To be correct, and talk about how fun it is to have a horse like this with him.
Well, it's unbelievable. You know, the first time I won that grade 1 with Seat Gold, I bought the package. So all I really did was put the money up. And Ron did the package, but this time my involvement was big in the sale. I was the only one that had any faith that I could buy him. Everybody thought he'd go for about 300, So I stayed and got lucky.
And here you are. Well,
here we are.
Wishing you the best of luck again, and thank you so much for your time and your entertainment.
Thank you so much, and I hope I see you in a few minutes.
Let's hope for it as we'll get it back to New York and welcome in Chris Griffin. Guys, would love to hear your thoughts here about this Rebel.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Chris Griffin here with Jonathan Kinchin as we get to the Grade 2 Rebel, taking a look at the race and talking about the field and going to get to some selections. But, JK, one question I did want to ask you, and we're looking at this 11 Speed King right now and taking a look at that horse. But when you talk about the trip and talk about Sandman, it's a trip that we've talked about quite a bit. After that start, do the bettors overreact? You see it from a wagering standpoint, but are we kind of falling too much in love with that trip and saying that Sandman obviously would have won that race?
I think it's certainly an overreaction. I think that in this game, you got to remember this game's been around for a really long time. And I think that we all learned when we learned to handicap and play this game is you got to watch replays. You have to look at trips and understand if a horse ran better than it actually looks on paper, especially in a situation like Sandman's where he breaks slowly, comes running, runs second. You know, back in the day, you look at the paper, you see he ran second, you think, oh, he ran second, he wasn't as good as Speed King. But replays have taught us that the way that he started that race, missing that break early, that it's arguable that he ran better than Speed King. The problem is that in this day and age, when you're able to watch replays on Naira Bets, you're able to watch the races here on America's Day at the Races, you don't miss those things. And they are not, no one's missing the fact that Sandman ran that well, and that's why he's as short as he is. But what if that's just who he is? Like, what if he's a horse that's going to break a little bit slow? And a horse like Speed King is a horse who's going to make his own trip. I actually don't like either one of them in this spot based off the fact that I think they're both being overbet.
And I think we're taking a look at your top selection right now. 13, Jose Ortiz aboard for Steve Asmussen. Tiz-tastic.
Yeah, I mean, Jose Ortiz is having an outstanding day. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's won 4 races on the card. This is one of those situations where I don't love closers. I don't like the idea of needing the race to fall apart. But, man, it feels like there's some speed in here. It's a full field, and I think that they could set it up for the 13.
All right, we'll see what happens there. Tistastic going to be an outside draw. Going to throw it right back to Hot Springs, and Acacia and Richie is. JK likes the 13. Who do you guys like, and what's going on there? Trackside at Oaklawn.
Yeah, Chris, it's a very interesting competitive race as to who is going to step forward at the moment. To wrap up thoughts on Tistastic, as we've touched on, a lot of horses coming out of that Southwest with some trouble. And you mentioned Steve Asmussen's comments about Tistastic needing a clear run, not being in those kind of stop and starts.
Yeah, some horses just can't stop and then re-accelerate. He should get more of that kind of trip today. His effort in the Southwest was very, very good. He was going in the right direction at the finish after losing ground around the far turn. Again, not the trip he wants. I'm just concerned about what kind of trip he works out in his first turn.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to save ground at some point, because especially with a horse that you can't stop and start, when you start their rally, Acacia, you're going to have to lose ground. You're going to be wide. You have to be so much the best to be wide on both turns, particularly at this level. So hopefully he can find himself at least no more than 2 or 3 wide in the first turn, which is a tall task from that post. But Jose Ortiz, 4 wins on the day already. It seems like he's pretty comfortable here at Oaklawn Park.
He's definitely found his stride. The number 8 Innovator is a big price on the board right now, but we saw that feature earlier on today, learning about 17-year-old apprentice Tyler Bacon. Wayne Lucas, we saw it just last year, winning the Preakness with a young rider and more an experienced rider in Jamie Torres. Wayne gives opportunities to these young riders, and it's a cool thing because in stakes like this, he doesn't even have the opportunity to ride with that apprentice weight allowance even.
Well, that's what's significant. They're not getting the advantage of a 5-pound break in the weights employing an apprentice in this situation. So that speaks to a world of confidence from Wayne Lucas in Tyler Bacon. And I got to tell you, Tyler Bacon has made me a fan. I like what I see from this young man. One of his greatest gifts, Acacia, horses run up into his hands so beautifully, and they get balanced and they continue on. Innovator should be close. I love the way he's trained. I will say, I don't know if his style is going to be conducive to success here. He should not be 27-1.
Yeah, big price right now coming off that 3rd place finish in the Lecomte, which was his first time going long as well. As far as how the pace is concerned, we've talked a lot about it in this race, and even with Speed King, where Ron Mulquette has been open and saying we want to learn and see if he can settle a bit. Speed King had a very quiet warm-up out on the track today too.
And usually that's something that points out that a horse is, they're going to try to get a horse to settle more, rate more. Listen, it's $1,250,000 purse. It's still a prep race for the Kentucky Derby. Now's the time to find out if a horse can do something different.
Oh, Maggie, talking about that pace, the 9 Smokin' Wicked, he's certainly one that could add some speed to this party.
Yeah, as he stretches out for only the 2nd time in his career. Actually, it's the first time he's going to go around 2 turns ever, because the Champagne run around a 1-turn mile at Aqueduct. Now, he's a horse that I haven't seen since he was a 2-year-old, but he's filled out quite nicely. As we see Dallas Stewart here, and we all know that he is the king of upsets, especially in these big races. And it helps to be forward in these 2-turn affairs here on this Oaklawn Strip. Now, does he look like a horse that really wants to go 2 turns? Not really, but I appreciate the fact that he has taken that step forward physically, at least from 2 to 3. We'll see. I feel like there are plenty of horses that can go here, and will that speed hold, Acacia?
We'll soon find out, Maggie. Thank you. Some terrific horses throughout the years have won the Rebel, including Smarty Jones 21 years ago. Smarty Jones on the ballot for the Hall of Fame this year, too.
Yeah, hard to believe it's been 21 years. It kind of went by in a blink of an eye.
Kentucky Derby points on the line, $1.25 million. The Grade 2 Rebel coming up next. Any final thoughts, Richie?
No, I just hope we get a good, clean race and everybody gets their opportunity to show their best.
Will Sandman have a cleaner trip today? He is your favorite. The 3-year-olds, 1 left to load. You're watching the Rebel coverage live on Fox Sports. Matt Dinnerman has the call.
In the Rebel, and Leroff. Good break from Sandman. Slow beginning for Admiral Dennis, who drops to the back of the pack. The Bob Baffert trained Manicat Road. He's on the lead today. Irad Ortiz says go immediately with him and hits the clubhouse turn in front. Smokin' Wicked running in second with Innovator Speed King. He's keyed up on a hold right now, 4 wide, easing off the top 3 as they round the first turn. Gap of 5 now to Cole Battle. He's in the 5th position. Dreamin' Blue and Tiz-tastic are next. Hypnus racing alone, 2 ahead of Sandman, then Hot Gunner alongside of Publisher the Maiden. He's 4 ahead of Brereton's Baytown, and Admiral Dennis is last. They're rolling on the lead, 22-2. That opening quarter for Manicat Road. The field must be separated by at least 18 lengths. Manicat Road, the pacemaker by 2. Innovators second, Smokin' Wicked third in a strung-out group. Speed King for the first time in his racing career. He's stalking off the speed. He's 5 behind with a half mile to go. Gap of 2 to Cole Battle. Tiz-tastic to the inside. Another 2 to Dreamin' Blue. The gray Sandman is getting a little bit closer with Hypnus as the first 8 or 9 start to pack up a little more now rounding the turn. Hot Gunner is next, completely giving way is Hot Gunner. Admiral Dennis still well out of it as they round the 4th turn. Innovators done. Manicat Road still on the lead. Cole Battle for the Lonnie Briley Barnes running a big one. Here comes Cole Battle and Juan Vargas on the outside of Manicat Road rolling towards the lead. Cole Battle at the top of the lane. Manicat Road to the inside, not done. It's Cole Battle narrowly ahead now. Sandman's getting rolling. He's 3rd, but he's 7 behind. 16th to go. Cole Battle 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Manicat Road and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues. This fantastic story. Cole Battle does it in the Rebel. He is a true gritty racehorse. Manicat Road was 2nd, Sandman 3rd.
If you could hear the celebrations, the cheers here at Oaklawn Park, sometimes fairy tales are real, Richie, and I think that's what we saw with Cole Battle winning the Rebel.
This is fantastic. This horse is 5 for 5 on dirt now. He's versatile. He just keeps finding ways to win, and it's so great to see, you know, the David and Goliath situation, you know, a lower profile trainer that, you know, we don't know a lot about, but obviously a fantastic horseman, a rider that we don't know a tremendous amount about, delivers another perfect ride on a little horse that doesn't find excuses. He finds ways to win.
And ran down Bob Baffert in the stretch. That really is, I mean, when you think about it, when you think 3-year-old Kentucky Derby races, you think Bob Baffert.
Absolutely.
And then, to your point, what you said earlier, that a good horse can come from anywhere. It all came together in that moment, and you have to give a hats off to Jorge Vargas as well, because they went fast in this race, and he made a decisive move and had the horse to back it up.
Absolutely. You know, listen, that inside draw helped him. He got to save ground in that first turn. But look how cool this little horse is. Even the way he gallops back, he's unassuming, he's balanced, he carries himself like a good horse, and I think this is fantastic. Listen, we have to be objective. We're covering this. I was rooting. We were rooting for him. It's just an absolute great story.
Let's go to Maggie.
My throat hurts. Mr. Briley, we were rooting him home. What an amazing horse. He's so adaptable, too.
Yes, ma'am, very much so. You take him back or you can send him, and he's not a workhorse. He takes care of himself, you know, and doesn't have a pimple on him, and he's just a cool little dude.
He really is. You totally got that vibe in the paddock. He looks so proud of himself coming back here. We had you on that feature. To be on the road to the Kentucky Derby with a horse who's undefeated on dirt, what does that mean to you?
Unbelievable. I mean, crazy, you know. And this was a tough field, you know, and I was worried. I really was, because the one hole, and I said, man, he's going to have to be in the right position because he'll have to go around a lot of horses and stuff. But he done it.
He's amazing. Enjoy this. Go get your picture taken.
Thank you so much.
Guys, I could not be happier for Mr. Lonnie Briley. What an amazing little horse.
It's such a beautiful story. It brings out the fan in all of us, I think, too. And Richie, we talked about briefly the fractions, how fast they went. Huge hats off to Maddocket Road, the way he held in there to be second after setting such a fast pace.
Everybody that was in close proximity to that fast pace that Maddocket Road was setting faded.
Yep.
He hung in there, and he fought all the way to the wire. Cole Battle seemed to me, though, like when he hit the front, he almost waits a little bit on his competition. And maybe that's why we haven't maybe seen the best of him yet, when somebody can really stretch him. But 5 for 5 on dirt and 11-1 from that inside post. Yeah, and we did. We really reverted to just being fans, and we were rooting for him. It's just so wonderful to see somebody get this opportunity and then make the most of it.
Absolutely. Yeah, the three of us up here cheering like we owned a piece of the horse. But that's one of the beautiful things about this game, that you feel an attachment. Some of these stories really tug at your heartstrings, and that's why we love what we do, because we get to tell these stories. We get to go on the backside and speak to the connections and speak to the people that love these horses and care for them. And it makes you really feel a connection to that horse when they're out there for the couple minutes that we get to watch them on the track.
Well, we are genuinely so blessed and privileged to be able to tell these stories and to cover it and get to know the connections. And, you know, growing up on the racetrack, Acacia, there was always, you know, somebody that you knew was a really, really good horse person that just needed an opportunity. You know, the horses make all of us, but then you got to be able to do the right thing by the horses. And Lonnie Briley obviously does the right thing by his horses.
Absolutely. 72 years old, based at Delta Downs, has never had a horse on the Kentucky Derby Trail, and picks up 50 points today, adding to an already strong tally, moving on to the first Saturday in May.
Absolutely fantastic. And look, he's wearing a blanket. He's already had the dress rehearsal for the Kentucky Derby.
Absolutely. He handled that with the utmost class. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. What a rebel day it's been.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and there you see the jubilant connections getting the presentation. Cole Battle taking the Grade 2 Rebel, $1.25 million the purse there for a big stakes race at trainer Lonnie Briley. You hear the jubilant connections, you hear the excitement, and I hate to say Cinderella story because this horse is just a winner, proven winner here, gets it done again, but what do you think of the trip, JK?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the horse ran well. I mean, unfortunately, at the top of the stretch, if you bet against Cole Battle, you knew you were in trouble. It was just a matter of by how far at this point. I'm sure that some people thought Matticat Road was going to make him earn it. But, man, he had so much momentum moving into this spot. And look, I mean, I think that's important to know. Like, this is why we love the Kentucky Derby Trail, is because we all know, if you follow this game, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There's no we'll get them next year. And when you see connections like this, get a horse like this that takes them to a place that you have to imagine for over 50 years or more he's been dreaming to get to, it's pretty damn exciting.
From a speed standpoint, too, we saw this was kind of an honest race as we saw Matticat Road go right out to the front. Seemed like the intention was to get to the front and just try to run them off their feet. Cole Battle sitting in that garden stalking type position. But then you saw the closers also come into it, so you didn't have as much chaos, some trouble at the start. So was this a more honest effort, something you could take from a handicap?
Yeah, I think so. We'll see what the figure comes back in terms of how it stacks up against some of the other horses they'll face. But I will say this, though. The Kentucky Derby is won by horses that can make the lead at the 8th pole. The way that this horse runs, he does come from out of it, but he's aggressive. He's not catching horses at the wire. I mean, he took over at the top of the stretch, and I think that goes a long way. So he's going to have to get faster. He's going to probably need things to fall in his lap. But at this point, you know, once we look at this leaderboard, you'd like to think he's locked and loaded to run in the first Saturday in May.
Speaking of that leaderboard, we've got the updated Kentucky Derby leaderboard, the road to the Kentucky Derby, I should say. And Cole Battle's going to be sitting there right at the top. Citizen Bull, Built, Matticat Road, Sandman, Speed King, and you can kind of go on down the list. We've talked about trainer Bob Baffert being very ready to get back to the Kentucky Derby. He's got a lot of contenders. He runs second there with Matticat Road, who now sits fourth. But this leaderboard kind of shifts around. You've got 24 right there now, but still a lot of races ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think most would agree that Matticat Road was probably a little bit further down on Baffert's list. And I think based on that performance, Chris, like we were talking about, you'd like to think that Baffert's probably smiling, thinking whoever he decides to bring to Oaklawn for the Arkansas Derby is going to have a pretty good shot against Cole Battle, considering Cole Battle, you know, had to kind of battle with Matticat Road all the way to the wire. But look, you can't knock what Cole Battle has accomplished, right? 4 wins in a row, just winning $1.25 million. And on the top of that leaderboard for the Kentucky Derby, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you got the story right there. Lonnie Briley getting this winner home. A couple winners, both coming from Cole Battle there at the meet at Oaklawn. So it was really an impressive performance and should be well spotted to be in the gate for the first Saturday in May. Talking about the Rebel, though, and the pursuit of that Triple Crown and the Kentucky Derby, the last one to win the Rebel and then win the Kentucky Derby, American Pharoah, of course, in 2015. And you see Triple Crown, not only Kentucky Derby, but obviously won all three.
Looking at that board is interesting, right? You got Smarty Jones, who won. You got Curlin, who probably could have, should have won the Derby. Looking at Lucky, probably could have, should have won the Derby after that start from the one hole. It's a very productive race.
Yeah, it's a really productive race to watch, and you saw American Pharoah right there at the top. Obviously, Bob Baffert just got run by there with Matticat Road, but Cole Battle will be headed with the 70 points atop the leaderboard now. And the closers also ran into that 45-2. I think that's kind of an interesting thing to take a look at as well. Hey, we've got some more Derby preps coming up. It's going to be right behind us here in New York. We're going to talk about Sand Devil. We're going to talk about the Gotham. Some New York breds with a big chance on the Derby Trail. We've got more on America's Day at the Racing. And America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. You see Radio City Music Hall. Never been there. Walked by plenty of times.
I actually went for the first time 4 weeks ago. Saw Dave Chappelle there.
Ah, that was
Pretty
a great
awesome
show. Upcoming road to the Kentucky Derby 151. Of course, the Fountain of Youth, the Gotham, San Felipe, all happening next week. 50 points will be on the line, just as you saw there in the Grade 2 Rebel. But of course, the Gotham, it's the Grade 3. And taking a look at the field and taking a look at a $300,000 purse for the 3-year-olds. Of course, 1 mile, that one turn. And the New York Breds are going to have a big say in here. Both of them undefeated. Take a look at Sacrosanct and Sand Devil. The first one we're going to take a look at is Sand Devil. 3 for 3 in the career. Linda Rice, Jose Lascano is slated with the ride.
You can't argue with the 3 for 3, right? And this horse has been odds on last 2 starts, and has done it the right way. Has handled the one-turn situation on a number of occasions. Has 2 nice buyer speed figures, 93 and 90 in the last couple of starts. You'd like to think that there's not a problem necessarily with the stretch out here. You'd like to think that they could move forward, but I worry a little bit about the price here on Sand Devil.
Yeah, you take a look at that victory. Was a short price in that last effort. Taking a look at the Damon Runyon. Wins by a neck, national identity. Is 3 for 3, did show that heart. You want to see that horse that is kind of gritty and wants to dig in and fight, and did, but was odds on to do it. Do you see that as a bit of a negative that Sand Devil had to work so hard in that last?
Yeah, but it's also just an interesting journey for Sand Devil, right? The debut at 6 furlongs. Then you take the jump up to the mile for a horse you're trying to point towards the Kentucky Derby. But then you find yourself cutting back to the 7 at a short price when there's a big target on your back. I thought the most impressive race was the mile, the one-turn mile, which they're going to get here in the Gotham as well. So I understand the point. I'm not offended by that last race being so close, but I do think Sand Devil is definitely the horse to beat.
Taking a look at the other New York bred in there, undefeated as well, and Sacrosanct has had a 4 for 4 start to the career. Hasn't been seen yet as a 3-year-old. This is going to be the 3-year-old debut. Last seen there in that New York Stallion Series. Wins by a head over, guess who? National Identity.
Yeah, this is a horse, in my opinion, who has some numbers, 82, 83, 85 in the buyer speed figure scale as a 2-year-old. And a lot of times you can expect horses when they grow up, mature, that they can improve their numbers, maybe 10, 12 points. So if this horse does have a little bit of an improvement from a maturity standpoint, right there with a horse like Sand Devil, could be right in there with that mix of the 90s, and is a forwardly placed horse who can do their own running. You get Manny Franco. There's a lot of things to like in a situation about Sacrosanct. And I don't know exactly what they're going to do, how they're going to bet this. You got 2 undefeated horses. Sometimes I can get a little bit tricky. I feel like from the speed figure standpoint, they're going to lean towards Sand Devil and Linda Rice.
When you take a look at those 2 efforts and you take a look at Sand Devil, because more proven, right? We've seen the horse more recently, but now that 2-year-old to 3-year-old Sacrosanct has a bit more to prove maybe, but is it taking a look at the horse on the track? Is it taking a horse, leading up? There's a nice workout when you take a look at that February 22nd work, but maybe some more questions, but Sacrosanct could come back and just be this really emerging 3-year-old with the path to the Derby.
It's just really tricky. There's 7 career lifetime starts between the 2 of them. 6 of those they were odds on. So they were supposed to win. There's not a lot of adversity being overcome between those 7 races in their career, and that's the one thing you got to be concerned about when you have all these other horses that could be improving, that could appreciate the added ground, that could appreciate the fact that these 2 talented horses might hook up at the half-mile pole and start making their jobs tough on each other. I'd imagine that whoever's calling this race would start to think about what happens if these 2 horses with S names hook up in the stretch.
You did that to me last time, and that happened last time. We were talking about things, and then there were a bunch of S. We got it done as long as we get the winner right and the top connections. Hey, we've got one more race to go there at Hot Springs. More S's in that name too, right? Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's going to be the finale coming up at Oaklawn Park, and we're going to talk more about the finale. It's the road to the Derby, and it's not an easy road. The Gotham's going to be here, and all those Derby prep. We got one more. The finale from Hot Springs when we come back.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the races. We have one more race to go at Oaklawn tonight. The final race, race 12, an Arkansas bred maiden special weight going 6 furlongs on the main track. But take a look first at the stakes winners today. With the exception of Justique, I didn't even really realize this until just now, Richie, but some very big prices as well, some generous prices throughout, of course, highlighted by Cole Battle in the Rebel. What a performance. What a day it's been at Oaklawn.
This has been a tremendous day of racing. We have seen some terrific performances, competitive racing on the Razorback, 3 noses on the wire, Cole Battle taking the Rebel, on and on and on. Kudos to the racing office here at Oaklawn Park to put together a card with big full fields, just a great day of racing. And we were talking with Ron Marquette, who has the 2-horse in here, saying they broke all handle records today and everything. So I think people are a little starved for racing because of, you know, the weather. We haven't been able to race as consistently, but this was a tremendous day of racing. Privileged to be a part of it.
Yes, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Maggie, it's been so much fun. I know for all of us here. What really stood out for you today?
I think rooting Cole Battle home with you two was my favorite part of today. But really, in all seriousness, you couldn't ask for a better story, right? And just a horse that seems to be all about his business, the utmost professional, so adaptable to how the races play out. And two, for Lonnie Briley, such a humble man who is obviously a fantastic horseman nonetheless. And two, his rider, Juan Vargas, just showing the utmost confidence in his charge. It's just a team that anybody and everybody can get behind. Look, I don't think we can top the Rebel winner today as far as my favorite moments, as we do have a horse that has been acting up incredibly badly, guys, as you guys have a firsthand look at it too. But number 2, Mayor, does not want to let Arad Ortiz aboard.
No, he does not, Maggie. We will keep you updated. He's actually dropped Irad for the 2nd time now, but 3rd time, actually, 3rd. But have to give a huge shout out to the pony and the pony rider that is holding on to them. I don't know who it is, but they have done a tremendous job Mayer's never been loose on the track.
No, really, the rider has done an amazing job, and the pony, too, to keep up with him. Horses being a bit difficult, a bit tough. Irad is a gamer. We're going to try Take 4 now. A horse that has trained extremely well, a horse that has a pedigree that's a win-early pedigree. The mare has thrown 2 runners that won first time out and one that won second time out. But you don't like to see this.
No.
It's not the greatest way to kind of get off on the right foot here.
No, and this is a pickup mount for Irad Ortiz as well. Fabian Pratt was originally named, and we will keep you posted as to what takes place here. So Irad Ortiz on his feet again. Mayer's never been loose. Looks like they're bringing him back into the paddock area. So we will keep you updated. Hopefully we will have an opportunity to see what takes place here. The saddle did slip, we're being told, so has to bring that back in for an adjustment. Again, Irad Ortiz on his feet and doing okay. And that horse is actually your favorite right now at 3-1 in this Arkansas bred race. So the post parade going through here. You have a nice, easy race to wrap up Rebel Day with these Arkansas bred maidens, a field of 12, some first time starters. And as mentioned, 3-1 on Mayer with that interesting pedigree. But a couple of others taking attention who have some experience. Richie, the $2 Eddie. 3 consecutive second place finishes, but does have some early speed.
Yeah, and listen, he's knocking on the door. He's running good races, and other than the first-time starters, who else would really, kind of put fear into you? I mean, the horse right outside him, the 9 Tiz Marcus, nice run first time, showed good speed. Get Tyler Bacon. Probably people are getting tired of hearing me say it. I think this is a budding young superstar.
9-2 right now on the number 9 Tiz Marcus, just second time out. A horse that did show some early speed with an outside post as well. So these Arkansas bred maidens to wrap up the day. Maggie, got any thoughts for us here?
Well, let's start where we last finished with regards to this race occasion, and that is with number 2 in here, Mayer, whom, as you mentioned, the saddle slipping to the side after Irad parted ways with him for the 3rd time. So they are resaddling him here in the paddock, and Irad actually kind of facilitating with that too, as we see Ron Moquette doing such along with one of his assistants. So Mayer, he was great in the paddock before Irad got up. He looks incredibly fit in here. He does look like a horse that could win a little bit more ground, but the good thing going for him is that there's precocity actually with this family. The dam won her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old, including a stakes race, and 2 of her 3 foals have won on their first go around, as we are going to see if Irad can get up here, and hopefully he behaves himself when he hits the track, because this is how it went the first time around. And again, I echo your sentiment with regards to our gentleman on the pony. Just an excellent job keeping a hold of Mayer. Is wearing blinkers first time out, so if he can behave himself, he does look as though he's somewhat well prepared from the physical perspective. Number 3, Cutting Class. He had a nightmare trip last time out. He clipped heels 5 strides out of the gate. He got bumped and steadied at the quarter pole. But what I thought was interesting is he took a little bit of money considering it was a 12-horse field that day. He also picks up Jose Ortiz. Not a bad thing to have happen. But Cutting Class, I think, deserves another shot here for Johnny Ortiz, as he looks really strong, really fit. The only problem is he got a little bit washy. Obviously, I don't know this horse. It might just be how he is, but I think he deserves another shot here, and is a big price at 18-1. Number 11, Touchdown Arkansas. They thought, oh, geez. Now Mayer has, now he's loose. Mayer is now loose, so he doesn't want any part of this, unfortunately. Irad is a gamer. He tried to hold on to him as best as he possibly could, and I think he's really, revved Irad's engines, made him very angry. So hopefully he'll be apprehended by the outrider here. He tried to think about going off the gap. So I would say that this horse should be a late scratch here. Mayer coming out. Getting back to Touchdown Arkansas, put him in the Rainbow Stakes first time out. And at 10.5-1, took a bit of money in that 10-horse field. He got away a half step slowly. He sent forward the entire way, and he just got tired. Now he's coming back off of a layoff. This is a big, strapping son of B Jersey. He looks fit enough. He looks definitely strong enough. And because they thought that much of him, Acacia, to put him in that stakes race first time out, I would think there's some talent there. And he sits at 5-1, so taking some money as well.
Maggie, thank you. Yeah, it's been an eventful way to wrap things up here, as we did see Mayer apprehended. There he is behind the gate. Outrider doing a terrific job there, grabbing onto him, but he will be a late scratch. And we saw it right here. Just kind of started to be a bucking bronco at that point. So thankfully apprehended pretty quickly. Irad Ortiz back on his feet, but certainly not a situation you hope for in a horse's first start.
No, I mean, and he really would get up in the air, get a big hump in his back, and come down crow hopping. No shot for Irad to stay on. But like Maggie said, you want to talk about game. He was hanging on, trying to keep this horse in check. And he put himself in a tough position because he could have gotten kicked. So thankfully, Irad's okay. He went back to the jockey's room. It seems like Mayer's okay. We're just going to have some refresher courses on his behavioral problems.
Irad Ortiz, a true horseman. It was on display. Did everything he could to keep his seat and then to hold on to that first-time starter. So late scratch of Mayer, who was your favorite. Favoritism now shifting over to the number 8, $2 Eddie, a horse who has already had 6 starts so far, but does have that speed, as we mentioned. And we will see a slight delay here because they can't start the race until they get that horse who was scratched late, get the tack off, and get him off the track back over to the barn area.
Yeah, just for safety reasons, you need to get the horse off the racetrack. You wouldn't want him pulling away from somebody, getting loose while the field was dispatched. That's when you're looking for, a catastrophe. So we'll have a little bit of a delay while they remove Mayer from the racetrack. $2 Eddie is logical, no doubt. I would go with the more lightly race, the 9, Tiz Marcus. You have Tyler Bacon, 5-pound break in the weights, a horse that showed good speed first time for Chris Hartman and could take a step forward.
What about the 11 touchdown Arkansas? He's now a 4-year-old, but he debuted in his 3-year-old season in an Arkansas bred stake race where he showed some speed and then faded. We don't see him back until now, but at least he's in a maiden special weight race, but clearly one that they thought pretty highly of. He was only 10-1 that day, too.
Right, starting out in a, restricted Arkansas bred stake race. Made a really nice impression in Acacia on the racetrack. I liked the way he looked warming up.
Maggie had some good things to say about the 3 cutting class. John Ortiz and Jose Ortiz teamed up with Quiet Side to win the Honeybee earlier on, so certainly some good momentum with that team.
Oh, absolutely. And, John Ortiz grew up in the shadow of Belmont Park. You could see the elation and kind of relief getting that win with Quiet Side after so many good efforts without finding the winner's circle.
Moving towards the starting gate for the final race of the day, the Arkansas Breds in the spotlight. We've said it a few times already, but just to echo the sentiment of what we were saying, a real pleasure to be here. Tremendous card. And the whole Oaklawn management team to navigate the weather, the training, opening up the track yesterday at 2 p.m. in the afternoon so that the horses could train before today and making sure that the day went off without a hitch. And boy, was it all worth it in the end.
They just put on a tremendous show against, a lot of difficult circumstances. This was a tremendous, successful day of racing.
We'll wrap it up with one more graduation day for one of the Arkansas Breds coming up here in race 12. One more time today, here's Matt Dinnerman.
2 back, touchdown Arkansas. My Russian going into the outside, Miracle Mac. Live racing resumes tomorrow. A Monday card, first post will be 12:30. We'll see you then. But for now, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go in the finale. And Leroff in the nightcap. uneventful start for all the runners. My Russian put into play early. Dawson James has speed from the inside. Butch had to steady hard. There's a lineup for the lead here, and $2 Eddie has a share of it now with AP Ruley. Cowboy Sense to the inside, moving forward from the rail. Is going to ease off the top pair. A joint third with Touchdown Arkansas. Dawson James, Tiz Marcus, they're next. They're 3 clear of My Russian approaching the turn. Boat is inside of him. Miracle Mac is 3 deep. Another 5 back to Butch, and Cunning Class is at the back as they go into the far turn run. $2 Eddie neck in front. AP Ruley right there, the long shot as they round the far turn. 2 back to Touchdown Arkansas. He's sent along from that 3rd spot. Cowboy Sense 4th. He's under a ride as well. Tiz Marcus needs to get going. He's 5 lengths behind as they come to the top of the lane. Touchdown Arkansas on the outside, coming up to challenge AP Ruley. $2 Eddie struggling, and he is done at the 3/16 pole. Touchdown Arkansas has hit the lead with a furlong to go and accelerates. He's on the wrong lead. Now he switches to the correct lead and is on top by 3. Dawson James, Tiz Marcus 2nd and 3rd chasing, but it's Touchdown Arkansas on top, and he is going to score. Touchdown Arkansas wins the nightcap. Dawson James 2nd, Tiz Marcus 3rd. Miracle Mac was 4th.
Touchdown Arkansas, we talked about it, how he certainly garnered some attention on debut, and he ended up going off the favorite in here. Richie, a little bit green still, but he got the job done.
Yeah, a little late change in leads, got to wander in a bit, but this is a horse they thought enough of to start in the stake race. You pointed it out. Nice to see Tom Vanberg get a win, son of the late, great Jack Vanberg, and carry it on the family tradition.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a great day of racing here at Oaklawn Park. Thanks for sticking with us. We hope you enjoyed it nearly as much as we did, and we really saw some great performances today. For Richard Migliore, Maggie Wolfendale, I'm Acacia Kamal. We'll be back on Friday from 3 to 6:30 p.m. for our next America's Day at the Races show. Quiet Side, she finally got her big one today. And how about the finish in the Razorback? Alexander Helios in between horses, game as they come, and then the fairy tale. What a performance from Cole Battle, winning the Rebel on to the Arkansas Derby.